Let's go! You are a lion.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship today. We are in South America, where it is always a good time. I'm Mark, joined again by Teddy, and of course, Kenny from across the pond. Kenny, I'll start with you today. How are you feeling about South America?
I'm feeling really good about it. I've been very excited to cast this region. It's something I haven't gotten to do this year, but I've been watching the whole time, so I'm really excited. It's a very fun region.
It is always fun, honestly. I have a great time watching South America compete. Teddy, have you recovered from EMEA yesterday? It was quite a long one, wasn't it?
I don't think I ever will recover from our predictions yesterday. What makes it better is that in South America, we've been doing better so far this year, and hopefully, we can make up for the lost points yesterday.
Yeah, predictions were not great for us yesterday. Hopefully things are better today. Let's take a look at the format as well, just for anyone that might be new to the streams or maybe coming back after a period of time. The power match format in game, of course, picking your brawlers and banning out the meta, so very much important here. An 8-team single elimination bracket, and we'll be picking that off in the semi-final stages here in South America. Best of 5, of course, which means that you get a bit of a grace chance to catch up if you do fall behind. Here's the leaderboard for South America East as well, and FA Mini Pack is a name that you probably have not heard of because it is the former Zest squad who have disbanded from the organization, still riding high though in that number first position, as Clash are just behind with 301 points, but 150 points separating those two teams. Super Renegade is down in third, and Mystic Esports, which is the, got a lot of former names for them, but I've got their name already. But they are, of course, doing pretty well. They can contest the top spot still, but it is still Zest, or now FA Mini Packers, who are in that prime spot to cause an upset. Right, Teddy?
Yeah, absolutely. So, FA Mini Packers have looked incredible this year. Clash have yet to get that victory that they want. But if you look at Super Renegados and Mystic Esports, they've done some damage in the past too, and they're not that far behind Clash in the leaderboards either. So there's definitely some room for something to happen there.
Yeah, Banda Lucas, of course, was that name. And then Obus Dupix was what it was last month. They changed it every month. This month, it is Mystic Esports who will face Clash in that first semi-finals match. And then Super Renegados will face against FA Mini Packers, a match that we've seen time and time again in the semi-final stages. And Super Renegados being very consistent in that respect, but have yet to get out of those semi-finals. Eyes very much on Clash today. If they can get a win here, it will absolutely be a fantastic thing for them to lock themselves in for the last chance qualifiers for FA Mini Packers and former Zest. If they can win their semi-finals match, they will actually lock themselves in with the world's qualification spot, Kenny.
Yeah, which is a huge deal. At this point, we are coming down to the final couple months here, including this one. So for many P.E.K.K.A.s, this would be a nice way to secure a world spot. Clash with an opportunity here to really set themselves up for LCQ, but it's not out of the question for Super Renegados or Mystic Esports to kind of put some clutch genes in their veins and go for it here. They've got this month, they've got next month. For Mystic, a big opportunity here to overcome Clash, and the leaderboard between those two teams really not too far apart, especially all things considered. And Super Renegados, they are a team that desperately need a win here. A loss here would be very detrimental for them in the long run, but it's against the former Zest, a team that has been a powerhouse in this region all year long. I don't think it's likely, but nonetheless, they still have a chance.
Yeah, for sure. FA Mini Packers are the favourites coming in. There's no doubt about it. But, in terms of our predictions, you can head over to event.brawlstars.com and maybe copy some of our homework if you wish. But make sure that you get those in early because, of course, you want to get those in-game rewards. Link up your game. There'll be a Supercell ID, of course, and then be working your way through those tiers. There's a spray up for grabs this month, which I think Teddy will absolutely vouch for. Very symbolic, I think, of the cast. Packers are the favourites coming in. There's no doubt about it. But, in terms of our predictions, brawls, you can head over to events.brawl. We're all united, but then again, Teddy, we were yesterday in the EMEA region as well, and look how that went. But nonetheless, Teddy, talk us through Clash, and then you're going to go for FA Mini Packers to go for the grand finals win here today.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that besides just that one monthly final where things kind of went south in this region, Clash and Mini Packers have been consistently the best teams in the region, and really the only teams that could, you know, kind of mess with each other as well. Besides that, Mini Packers have always had fairly convincing matches against everyone, rarely even dropping sets. Clash, they struggle just a little bit more, but they've been getting more and more consistent and almost beating Zest or now Mini Pekka. So yeah, I think it's quite straightforward on paper, but in practice, we saw yesterday how messy things can get, and there's definitely some room for that today too.
Certainly so. Well, again, for the past 2 months, you know, Clash have come short to Zest in those grand finals, but today they're going to get through Mystic Esports first. Pinsin, Wesley, and Bravl, again, coming back after a period of absence. Nonetheless, they have given Clash a bit of a tough time in the past, going back to March, where, you know, Mystic Esports made actually the grand finals in this region, and that does give me some hope. They are at number 3 on the leaderboard, and that could be something which could come around full circle, of course. Pitbull, a big content creator for the game, and very, very noticeable then from the background. You know, they have been notorious at, you know, giving an upset over to Clash and preventing them in the past. Can they do it today when it matters most? If they can deprive Clash of grand finals, then absolutely, Mystic Esports are still in the running. Again, former Banda Lucas squad that have done so in the past. I would love them to cause an upset here today, Kenny.
Yeah, I think in terms of chaos, in terms of fandom at home, this is a good spot for Mystic Esports to take a stance and win one here. They've done it before. I think people forget this rivalry has been closer than we remember. We've had a couple 3-1s, and even then, it's been back-to-back, just close call after close call. But Clash are so darn good at this game too. Tufa, Adinio, Coyote Dog, somebody that are very strong. They just haven't quite hit the peak of a grand finals win yet. They've come dangerously close several times now. Several 3-2s that I'm sure they wish they could have back. But today, a brand new day for a very animated team, and of course, some of the best in terms of camera work.
Yeah, 3 grand final appearances. It was a sweep against them in February, but they were able to close it closer in April and June to a 2-3 scoreline. But like you say, still yet to obtain that win and craving it so today. And I wonder whether it is going to be that time for them. We're obviously, our predictions are against the idea of it, but I would love to see it. I would love today for Clash to prove me wrong. But Mystic Esports, again, they stand in their way. And more often than not, Clash have got the victory against them, but that one will still be lingering on, and they have been a bit, compared to last year today, they've been a little bit unpredictable, I think it's fair to say. We will catch up with you in just a bit. Me and Kenny will take the lead on this one, and I'll start with that. I'll start with that, Kenny. A 9% to 91% of viewers voting on event.brawlstars.com. Not much faith in Mystic, it seems.
Yeah, and I think in all fairness, Clash should be most people's winner, but 9%, a little too low in my books, especially considering they beat this team already this year. More recently, Clash have looked a lot stronger than they did in early seasons, but I think right now, yeah, I get it. Clash the favorites, but I don't think 9% is enough respect on these guys' name. I think it'll be closer than that. Kicking off our draft here, it's going to be a safe zone, the Eve selection, the first overall arc. I think people really on this map value the spawners, especially into some of these sharpshooters, and of course the ability for Eve to traverse over that water, a very big deal.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's first pick material for myself, but, you know, we have seen definitely a rise in first picks Eves on Safe Zone. Ban's been the Colette, the Bonnie, and the Cordelius there. First draft in for Mystic's going to be Bell. And on the side of Clash, they banned out the Grom there, the Carl, and the Ruffs. But certainly, you know, as we can see from the Brawler win rates, that is a global sort of pick as well from the qualifying stages of those win rates, and you have to be having at least 10 instances of that occurring. But Shelly isn't banned here. I mean, you've got to assume that it could come in. Safe Zone, despite it being maybe one of those maps where Shelly has a bit of a tougher time, it's one of those brawlers which you just cannot ignore. Griff is an interesting idea coming in from Mystic. Not necessarily kind of a very common occurrence that we do see, but maybe championed by teams like Foot Esports, really bringing that Brawl a bit more into the forefront in the EMEA region. In South America, though, I would quite like to see an 8-bit coming here for me for Clash. It's just something we can really pierce straight into the safe, and I think long range has got to be the way they go with this.
I love 8-bit on this map as well. I think so many health points. Sure, he's slower, but I mean, especially with that super, the amount of damage he can dish out is crazy. Griff, somebody we've seen this weekend as well on this map. I get it. I think with the indestructible wall, he loses a little bit of value. That piggy bank can no longer open that right-hand lane, but nonetheless, the super can do plenty of damage. Fans out, can do a ton of DPS as well. I think the bell bounce shot makes a lot of sense for me here too, but Brock is as classic Brawl Stars as it gets, especially on this map.
And final pick coming in for Clash. It is going to be 8-bit. I love that. Combined with the Brock, that's just going to be such a hard thing to defend against, honestly. I do like the Bell. I do like the Griff. The Griff's okay. The Bell is certainly my favorite pick here out of the three. But certainly when you've got this many Brawlers banned out, it doesn't leave you with that many options. And I think by far Clash have got the better of the drafts already, in my opinion. But we shall see. Maybe an aggressive idea like a Daryl coming in, or something tanky just to kind of rush their way forwards and just try to keep the pressure on in that regard. But certainly that pairing, Penny, it's okay. It doesn't make me love the comp much more than I was kind of already feeling, however. In that regard, if Clash can just kind of keep the Penny suppressed from gaining super, that turret's not really going to have much of a look in. And again, combining 8-bit with Brock, it's kind of scary for me. Eve's going to have a great deal of maneuverability over that top side and bottom side of the map as well. I'm certainly favoring the Clash draft here, Kenny. How are you feeling about it?
I like Clash's draft too. It's something we point out a lot, but you got to play the game mode sometimes. And I see the vision, right? I think Penny is probably an attempt to just have a solid brawler on the map. The mortar, of course, can dish out a ton, but maybe just here's some of the shots from the Eve spawners. But I think more than anything, when you look at that Clash roster, you see 8-bit heavy hitter, you see Brock heavy hitter. Eve, I think, can have an opportunity here to travel across the map a little easier. I think there's just so many options for Clash to get damage, and this Mystic Esports squad has to kind of play the area control and map control game, and that's never something you really want to be in. I think sometimes 1 to 2 pushes is really all it's going to take for Clash to take a huge favor.
Where the map completely opened up by the rocket fuel of Kaya Dog, but I'm interested to see whether Mystic Esports can just play this better. Now, quadruplets will come in as that gear is in motion. That'll be a concern of sorts for Mystic Esports, as they've got to prioritize them, and now gaining a bit more of a stance into the center of the map as a result of that. Connections there being made as well from Kaya Dog. Gonna take down onto Wesley from him. And now Tufa getting some good taps onto Pitson in the middle as well. And the first side damage is the way of Clash. Just a measly 3% to start, but in their positioning at the moment, it could easily escalate.
Clash with a real opportunity. Shots being fired right-hand side. Lightning bolts raining from the sky as well. 21% damage already being dealt. Kyo Dog still remaining as well. And just like that, one push. 24%, like it was nothing. In just the nick of a few seconds, they were able to establish themselves, dish out some damage, and it's still yet for Mystic Esports to climb up this map. Again, I think they're just gonna have so many opportunities to deal damage. We're gonna have to see Mystic Esports claim some kills, find some positioning, and just hold it for the remainder of the game.
Well, as we approach the 1 minute mark, my concern is that Mystic have not got a single scratch on the Clash safe, and there's the Team White right there. Damage raining down continually, so approaching the 50% mark for Clash, and that damage boost is still there too for replacing it now. It's got the speed with the plugged in star power still to hand, and that helps a great deal against the Penny turret. Still though, the Inferno on the floor will take its toll over time, and Kaya Dog marked up. This is a great opportunity realistically for Mystic to push forwards. They get one tap on the save. That follow up from Wesley as well. Consider Super not going to really connect much with Kaya Dog, but the positioning here is much better. And finally a takedown on Adino. This is the best opportunity. If Mystic can just keep this position, it could be over in 15 seconds. They've got to land some shots from the save though.
They got a whole positioning, and that's unfortunately not what they're doing right now. Wesley going to fall down as well. 3 Clash brawlers rushing the middle of the field here. A super to be even more established. Shots raining in from 8-bit. And more than enough to get them the win here. Pretty strong showing, I would say, from Clash in game number 1. It didn't really ever feel like Mystic were going to overtake them, maybe with about that 15-second marker arc, but they just never really crossed the threshold of even having an opportunity to dish more than maybe 10 to 20%.
It's a tough thing. It really is, especially against an 8-bit when it's locked in. I think the early game is where I want to see Mystic try and thrive and just get a singular takedown. Just make it that early 3 versus 2. It can be such a advanceable thing in the map like Safe Zone. You can't go too aggressive too early on. You can see how well Clash were at keeping the high ground. Bar though has to proper salty barrel to stay in the mix. Juking now, healing up. That was nice. To be fair to him, and follow-up taps was strong. As his Kaidog low, and a ricochet onto the safe, 2%. Wesley will not be too concerned about it for now. It's more about the positioning power, but nonetheless, it's already looking a little bit better as the early start. The Mystic is far stronger than the first.
Much better start, agreed there. They've even got a nest egg down. No brawlers fallen at this moment. 3 standing strong. They need to overtake just a little bit here, though. Again, kill's going to be a much bigger deal for the side of Mystic. Dog can dish damage out quickly. Tufa can do so quickly. And now with the super going down as well, Pitson going to be feeling the harm there. Now, triple team onto the last remaining blue brawler here. Respawn coming in from Wesley, so no harm, no foul. It's still going to be a 2% lead here for Mystic Esports.
Well, Low goes down as well. Just gets his turret in time, though, and Adinio will fall to it. The right-hand side puts in, falls to Tufa, and that's going to be a great opportunity for Tufa to push forwards, actually. He can replace the turret with the help of his teammates when they respawn back in, and that chi cartridge onto the safe. The extra credits, it will just rain in some serious damage, despite, at the moment, Clash not having really much of an opportunity. Trust me, it can turn very, very quickly the second that Mystic drop their guard. But so far, they're not doing that. They're holding firm in the mid. Here's some good pressure. Now the quadruple is coming back in again. Might be an opportunity here for Clash to use it up to their advantage, but no, there's not really much movement on that side of things. And now Wesley gets some taps into the safe as well. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. This is looking much, much better. Mystic are finding a bit more of a pacing and matching that of Clash's, but now they've got to hold on to it because I'm worried. And that is the team wipe. And watch how Clash respond.
And just like that, I mean, with 2 seconds, they've nearly matched all of the damage that Mystic Esports have done this entire game. Adinio flanking left, a super down as well. Kaio with a super in his back pocket as well, releasing it left-hand side. Tufa getting a win on the right. Gadget going down, 15 seconds to go, and the damage pouring in. Only takes a few seconds with this composition. 8-bit proving his worth, Brock proving the worth, and now Adinio getting in on the fun as well. It's going to be Clash here with a strong showing to end game number 2 and win this set.
You see at the end of that match, back-to-back extra credits, just absolutely tearing that safe apart. Clash was just saving it. They knew full well they had the draft, and it was just simply about positioning their power in terms of the map itself. And it took a while in that second game, absolutely so, but you could just see in the final seconds, as long as they had that, the rest was done. And for Mystic Esports now, definitely would feel like the weakness was lying much more in the drafting there for me. I mean, I would like to have seen maybe not the grip and kind of reserving one of their other bands for something else. It just didn't really, it's just one of those brawlers that doesn't really thrive so much in the current meta, especially on Safe Zone. And, because there were 6 brawlers, I think if I'm right in remembering 6 individual brawlers being banned, it does get a bit limiting on Safe Zone. You have to consider then later on, do you want to have a tankier option? I think it would have been a play, really. They needed something to keep the aggression rolling in, and I think their confidence wasn't as rounded as the Clash one, and the DPS as well. Kaidog, 265 there and 12 takedowns for him. Really did have a good round.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like Clash were in control for a lot of it. It's interesting, too. I think game number 1 really felt like Clash. In terms of positioning in game number 2, Mystic Esports, if we had a stat that had which team was across the midfield line the most, I think Mystic Esports probably wins that battle. It really wasn't down until about 20 seconds. But again, sometimes you just got to play the map. Sometimes you got to play the mode. And I don't feel like there were enough opportunities or enough brawler choices to where they could get onto that high safe and make a quick interaction for a big, 20, 30% pickup. Felt like a lot of the times it wasn't about time of possession or control for Clash. It was more of, we got our attack in, we cycle out our deaths, and all is well and good. It's just, even with as much control as they had, Mystic Esports couldn't get the job done. And I think a lot of that comes down to the draft, like we pointed out there. We were big fans of the Clash one last time. We'll see if Mystic Esports can change it up here for the set number 2.
Really pleased to see already a lot of Cordelius bans in this region. I did question it coming in as to whether they were really on the money with that awareness as to how strong it is, and it seems so far so good. And the Shelly ban as well here. Great stuff. I mean, I agree with those stats for sure. I think Squeaky Mr. P absolutely in Crystal Arcade will come into play. it's very still much a South American idea to have the spike first pick, isn't it? In a lot of instances, it's just a safe pair of hands, and Clash really do champion that particular brawler time and time again. It's a great thing to have in the back pocket for the potential of tanks, and I do kind of prefer it myself to Otis, just simply because I think it can do a bit more, whereas Otis is a bit more refined and restricted to that idea of having to focus on tanks. Crow going to come in as well. Really like that for Clash. Not sure they're going to be playing that central brawler here on the gem carrier side of things, but B still available here for sure. Bonnie could absolutely be a choice here for Mystic if they wish. Still some options. Stu's going to be more that side lane aggressor, I imagine. Could be played potentially here in mid. Not necessarily my kind of flavor, but they're going to be following up now with their choices. We'll see what comes in.
There's the Otis that you mentioned as well, and we could see something like that come out here as a way to prevent tanks. I think Spike kind of multifaceted in that sense. Good for preventing tanks, the safety net that you mentioned as well, and I love the life plant and the stew in general. So I think it's a few reasons why we may see Spike picked up here a little earlier rather than that 5th, 6th kind of pick. Looking out for Penny here as well. It's a brawler we've seen several times this weekend. Could be the mid brawler that they're looking for. We've seen Stu from time to time play Jim Grab mid. It's a little more risky. They're going to decide to go with the Carl here, something that can pierce that life plant, so maybe making up a little bit for the Stu matchup against the Spike. We'll have to see how it all goes down the map, though, of course, but one to go here for Clash.
I'm kind of curious how Clash will respond to this, to be honest, because shutting down the Carl is not going to be easy. I think B would be a good shout for me in the mid, but it depends what their kind of approach is already with this Crow. You know, I'm assuming they're thinking Crow mid here, so it might need to be a lane idea, but no, it's going to be an interesting thing. As to how they approach it, because Carl can go for an absolute tear. Gene, yes, so Gene mid, Crow on the lane. I don't mind necessarily. Obviously, you can cancel out what Carl can bring to the table with the magic hand. It's going to come down a lot as well to how this is played out. As we saw in the previous set, Clash really did just keep suppressed what Mystic can really throw at this. But this is a much better comp. You know, in terms of the draft, it's a bit closer for me than it was in that first set already, in a bit more favor of Mystic. They are going to be a little bit lacking on the Stu side of things in terms of range. I just feel like you got to have that Otis, and maybe I don't know realistically what they're going to be playing on the side of Mystic here. Certainly the Carl goes in the aggressive, but I think you can probably swap out Otis or Stu into the mid if they wished here. Carl going in the lane. I think we're both going to take the mid as the Stu, so we shall see how this fares. Obviously, if he's going to be playing mid, it's going to mean the Kaido's going to be a bit more decisive in landing his magic hands. And there's a quick clear up with the help of Wesley there, and already Mr. Geese was looking pretty good.
Yeah, they may not have been expecting that gadget in all honesty, going for the wall break instead of the speed zone. Kyle Dog now back in action. Wesley taking over right-hand side. Fat Splatter going down and trying to multitask here. For Brawl, despite being the gym carrier, not afraid to dive in here and get aggressive. Problem is, Kyle Dog now has a magic hand available. Going to go for that pool immediately. Wesley going down as Ademio hit fight on the left-hand side. Brawl going to have to back off for now, though. Trying to get out of that curveballs away. And Clash finally with a little bit of mid-possession.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried with Stu mid, to be honest. That's a nice clear up from their position on the left-hand side. I mean, Kyodok can just keep cycling this through, and the shots will just continue to keep Prabara low. Let's see how it fares. Yeah, it's a great countdown, a great pull there from Kyodok. Nowhere to go. Great stuff there from Clash, but the gems are split, and Wesley's lurking, lands the mark, but will Kyodok survive? He should surely do so, and not really away. There's a flying hook to Prince in, but he's back on defense. That's not the way you want to go when you've got to get the reset. Not at all. Very comfortable stuff there for Clash as they turn things around.
Yeah, I think that magic hand was all the difference maker there. I mean, that's just sometimes what it takes, right? Gene with a couple nasty pulls, 3 kills, and Stu's a very risky mid. It's somebody that's really aggressive, and a lot of times teams aren't going to want their aggressive brawler to be that mid carrier, because if the aggressive brawler fights and goes down, it's over. I mean, they spilled out every single one of their gyms. Clash was able to walk away with the heist, and that's exactly what they needed there. So they literally just pillaged them, took all the gyms, and walked away. But they're going to go for the same strategy here. I think they're committed at this point. Stu kind of has to be their mid.
I feel like they're going to try and break the side again. It didn't work out last time. I'm not really feeling like it's going to work out this time. Fast splatter from West on the left-hand side, forces 2 to the right. His connecting shots are good, however, as Piston's getting the pinch on. There's the breakthrough again, and we get the kill for now, but I feel like it's going to actually weaken the position here of Mystic. See if we can just put down a life plant and just creep forwards here. Will help out tremendously, but as soon as Kaido gets the pull here, I do worry. Great lamp blow out there to cancel things. And now, Clash will push through the right-hand side. 7 gems in the pocket for Mystic, but if this magic hand lands, I don't worry. I worry a little bit for Mystic.
Yeah, they're lurking as well. There's the pool, but it's going to go into Pit. The body block there for Bravl. I think Clash was just taking the approach of, we're just going to let the enemy team do all the hard work and rely on Dog to land maybe a couple good magic hands. And it worked in game number 1. We'll see if it does the same in game number 2. Multitasking this right-hand side. Another wall break as well. Dog fighting his way through the mid as Spike throws down a super to cover for the teammate here. Pit barely holding on for now and finally going to go down. Dog with low HP, though. Have to back away. Bravl and his teammates, though, only need a couple more gems now.
Look at how Clash are depriving that Stu super because they know that he needs that to be able to evade the magic hand. It's great stuff from Clash. They go for Pits in with a very, very swift takedown to get the gems in the mid. And look how all these shots are missing every single time now. Bravo that gets the super, but I mean, the amount of time that has been able to save. Great cancellation. Those gems were in perilous position there from Pits in. Clash survive on. Very close match though.
I mean, Dog is just playing this brawler phenomenally. The pull going through as well. Max range and takes him for all of his money. 16 gems now in the back pocket of Clash. Tufa even shooting at him, feeling confident here with 10 seconds to go. Bravl jingling his way up the map, but ultimately going to fall. Adinho just protecting the president here. Phenomenal work from Dog. All of the hard work being done by Mystic, and in the final moments, they were there just to scoop him up.
This is looking very, very convincing. Clash learning from some past mistakes, certainly against this squad. And, you know, I just would love to look back and just count how long they deprived that Stu super for, because everyone in Clash really was on the money when it came to that strategy. And, you know, even coming into the drafts, you could probably tell I was very kind of undecided as to, you know, what Mystic Esports were thinking with the mid. Stu's not a bad shout at all, but the rest of the comp just didn't really kind of support the idea. And I love the approach, shutting down Pits in more often than not, and just ensuring that the lamp blowouts were reserved by Dog to prevent those moments of, you know, him coming in on the aggressive. Really fantastic stuff, and Clash are looking better than ever today. Honestly, for a matchup that we've seen go back and forth over the course of the year, Clash, you know, getting 2 victories to the 1. What a pull that really was from Dog. And then there's no way that we're going to drop those gems all the time in the world, and you just see the confidence being exuded there by Clash.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a sinister laugh, I feel like, on that side. It makes me a little scared for any enemies facing them off today. Kill count as well. I mean, it's clearly on the side of Clash. I feel like that was an exhibition from Gene. Like you said, we were a little undecided on how that draft went. Set number 1 felt pretty safe in the Clash draft, but set number 2, I think it was a lot of how you play things. I think the Gene interaction with the lamp blowout and the Carl, several interactions that bailed them out of a bad stance, where Carl could have done a ton of damage. Nope, pop a gadget. Several magic hands connecting as well. So while Tufa and Adinho, very strong lane brawlers, did their jobs, I think Dog was simply somebody that really paved the way for them to win that set.
Yeah, I kind of like that Spike pick, first pick now, looking back on it. Now I think about it, it's such a great thing to have against the Stu, and versatile, because then you've got a choice as well as to how you want to approach using it. And they kind of always force the hand of Mystics there to play it in mid. There's just simply better mids. That's my point. And, you know, Stu is a better lane, but ultimately against the Spike, you're going to have to keep swapping around and trying to fight your way through to get the lane matchup that you really want. But I think that's something where Mystic are looking the weaker team here today. You know, there's certainly a team, a very capable team when it comes to their skill, but the drafts are just not adding up so far against Clash, who are just 1 step ahead of the game. And this could be the last game of this series if it continues on. Hot Zone, the game mode, Open Zone, the map, and potentially where this one could be decided unless Mystic Esports have some resolve. And, you know, I'm really quite keenly looking to see how this draft will fare. I think you kind of have to look at banning a potential Stu here. Cordelius, for me, Shelly, a must, but certainly Pam here can have some great times. B as well. Cordelius ban, Shelly first pick. I mean, that's pretty much how things go. If you leave it open, it's going to go. Crow, Stu, and Bonnie on the side of Mystic, and then Cordelius, Tara, and Pam on the side of Clash. So they are good bans, but that's Shelly, you just can't leave open, honestly. And Clash didn't hesitate to pick it up. B still available here, though, as well. And Amber as well. Poker's the first draft, though, here for Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting call as well. You know, Stu, Bonnie, Crow, very viable bands. I totally understand all three, but we live in a world where Shelly is too darn good at this game not to at least consider there. I mean, I know it's an open range map. It's in the name, of course, but Shelly, trust me, and for the people at home, Shelly is still way too good. And I mean, sometimes you got to pick your fights. Maybe they have a way that they're looking to address this here. Shelly, though, going to be in a strong stance. I held my breath there. Just, we need to see Mystic have a good draft here. Clearly, Clash are on the money in terms of mechanics here today, so really the only way to take advantage is to try and outdraft him. The approach that Mystic is going to go with, Poco and Lola. I feel like two safe choices, nothing that's super shocking to me, but nothing that I feel like is just an inherent hard counter into Shelly.
I'm not a massive fan, but this third pick could be something tanky with the Poco combination. Could be nice. Clash coming in now, needs some range to add to this for sure. 8-bit is not what I was thinking. Not even close. But nonetheless, you know, we've seen them play with it today and it has been pretty fierce. It just doesn't really belong in pretty much the game mode of Hotspot, in my opinion, because it's just so slow and sluggish to get into the mix. Nonetheless, they are going to go with it. And it's make me a bit concerned. If they can play it well, and they have time and time again outplayed Mystic, despite sometimes drafts being against them, but I don't know, bit weird for me. That would be great to go against the Lola here, and that would be the range kind of idea. Maybe not the best brawler for open zone, but the best against this particular matchup. Amber is not a bad shout at all coming in, but I'm worried now. If Mystic get this third and final pick right, and something which can really just overthrow and power through, I mean, even potentially Lou would have a good time here on this particular map, but it's going to have a bit of a limited range. The 8-bit is going to have quite a long reach, and that's the concern here. But Sam can do some really annoying things on this particular map as well. It's Ash, as we know, but depends what that Poco pick is for, realistically. Is it for survivability on the zone in the event of the ban of the Pam, or combine it? Squeak, that's a solid draft here for me. Mystic have got the best chance, in my opinion, so far of bringing back a set.
The 8-bit surprised me as well, but I think all things considered, Mystic taking Squeak, which is a brawler, I think is really strong in the meta. I think when you see Shelly on the other side, a shotgun brawler, it almost locks the other team out, even if they have the Poco of going into some of the tanks. Shelly wins a lot of those matchups that you might see here, so I think bringing in Squeak makes a lot of sense. I am concerned a little bit with the 8-bit too. I think you gave a good shout there. A big factor here, sometimes that's why Stu shows up a lot for that speed zone. Brawlers are looking for ways to quickly get from spawn side to the mid. It's a long travel. It may not look like it on screen here, but in terms of every second counting, I mean, especially at a professional level, you got to find ways back in, and 8-bit somebody that could struggle into that here. They got the area control though with Amber. I think this one is going to come down to who plays it best.
Nice sticky registry there on the right-hand side from Pitsin, forcing Kaido to have to go into a central position as Wesley gets some good taps from the left, and Bo in the mid getting lasered there by Tufa, gets the kill, and the play pigeons pop there from Diddy on the left-hand side. Wesley utilizing the ego to try to tank some of the shots, but not the best of starts really here for Mystic, and the bird coming in from Kaido. Full mid control here for Clash as they approach 30% on the leaderboard.
Left-hand side, all Mystic right now. 3 strong brawlers standing for Clash. They've even got the turret down from 8-bit as well. Bravl trying to do his best to stay alive. Does manage to pick that kill up. Pitson now joining in the fun. It's just Kyo Dog left standing, getting pinched now between 3 brawlers. Shelly rushing to the left-hand lane just to try and get their footing back into the mid. But a lot of capture points going down for Mystic. In the day, though, it's still Clash with a lead. Now they're even being pushed back a little bit.
Right, screeching solo. Bravl picks up the scraps there as well on Adino, and now it's time for Mystic Esports to get stuck into this mid and playing back the deficit. They now got the lead. High on the right hand side as well, pretty low here. Still a lot of utility, great connection on the sweep gear, and also the slow as well, which is kind of a nice thing to see. We've seen so much of other star powers coming into the mix on the squeak side, but Clash is starting to fight back, and Kaido will be healing up as well on the right hand side. Tufa's full HP in the mid. Now it's a very close game, very much even as Clash just sliver into the lead now.
Good time for Mystic Esports to come alive here. Neck and neck right now, and agreed with you. I know that you and Trav were mentioning it yesterday. Good to see that slow down star power coming in as well. Big pickup here for Clash though. 3v2, make it 3v1. Wesley, the last man standing, forced into the grass here and in hiding. 85% Clash, very close to becoming a match point.
Just 5% now, and I don't see any way the Mystic can bring this one back around. And with one final smash there, Medina in the middle, it'll be Clash moving on onto match point, and Mystic Mystic had some chances. That was the closest match that we've realistically seen so far. They're just not able to hold on and persevere. And now they're going to have to do so with back-to-back games to survive this set. Or Clash will be running away in a sweep.
Hate to see it go down in a sweep too. I mean, especially considering how much Mystic Esports need this. This is our second to last month. All the points, every match counts here. Same can be said for Clash though. Clearly looking at their best in peak form when it matters most too. Bravl receiving a heavy hit here from Tufa. Forced away for now. Tufa's range. A lot to deal with for this Mystic squad. But early on, a lot of percentage points being captured for them. 25+%. Clash haven't even touched down yet.
He raised a really valid point, because Mystic Esports are absolutely in the running for these points. But they got the prime Clash realistically here today, or it could be decided very swiftly. There's the protective tunes coming out from Bravl, and that will deflate a lot of that aggressiveness and that slow. The right-hand side card dog's got a heal as well. Nadine is getting a good angle on things, but Wesley's taking a lot on the ego. That's a great takedown from Tufa. Bravl goes down, and that's going to be full control to Clash. It was a good start, though, for Mystic Esports, but the longer that Clash can stay in this position now, the swifter they'll be able to tie this one up.
Really nervous here for the Team Mystic side as well. You know, there's a really good establishment of control here for Clash. They've got the long-range beam coming in from 8-Bit, and one thing I didn't even consider is the teleport. Once 8-Bit's established, he can just run right back up to the top when he goes down, so that's actually something I didn't consider, but makes a lot of sense here. A big pickup here as well. Clash continue to pummel them here. It's Wesley, low HP, goes down to the superior brawler, Shelly, and is looking at neck and neck. All of a sudden, Clash are about to tie things up.
Yeah, as quickly as that. As soon as Clash get control, they just keep holding it, don't they? And Team Mystic are now in a world of hurt. Big screeching solo there from Bravl. Should get Tufa taken care of. And Kaya Dog, though, surviving on. He'll still be a problem. And Aditi on the left-hand side being an absolute pest here as well. Oh, will Kaya Dog go down? Well, Tufa's coming back in now as well. So surely Clash will have this. There's 10% remaining now. And they'll put Mystic Esports in the dust and send them home packing. 5%. And this is going to be it. Clash with some out there kinds of drafts. But nonetheless, the thumbs really did land him. And they will make the grand finals for today in a very convincing fashion.
I'm scared for whoever ends up on the other side of this bracket. Clash coming alive here in our July monthly finals. Really impressive stuff. And again, even with that draft there, somebody like 8-Bit, I didn't expect the teleport, though, makes a lot of sense for kind of climbing that map instantly. But it's risky, right? If they take down your turret, you're just a slow walking arcade machine and can't get it done. But nonetheless, drafts excluded. The mechanics looked just insane today for Clash. I think Coyote Dog on the Gene, ridiculous. Tufa, all things considered, on this brawler, had some serious beams going down. I think the whole team really coming together here for Clash.
I agree. It's like, you know, there was just clearly a skill diff here. It wasn't like that same matchup that we had a couple of months back against these very two teams. Clash have just learned a lot this year. It just shows, and despite their drafts being a bit more out there, I could see the ideas that Mystic were trying to implement here as well. You know, it just wasn't quite landing it though. Ultimately, you know, Pogo's great at being able to take away the burn from the Amber, and, you know, for survivability, especially when there's a Pam ban on the other side of the field, it makes sense to bring in some ideas. But, you know, Wesley had a rough run, didn't he? Because good DPS, but he was definitely struggling that time around. Whereas on the side of Clash, it just looks very much more like a team effort. 278 DPS for both Tufa and Kaya Dog. 6 to the 4 to the 8 in terms of kills. I mean, they just look very fierce, very much in control, and they didn't really seem like they were tested too much, in my opinion. The Ski Sports now, you know, in terms of their fate, we yet to be decided, but they were, what was it, number 4 on the leaderboards today. Whether that will be the case later on, I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, difficult spot for them to be in, especially with this loss here. But for Clash, things are only looking up, especially for things like LCQ. Worlds is going to be a challenge. FA Mini Pekkas have won every single monthly final so far. Of course, the previous Zest. But Clash really close to securing themselves an LCQ spot if they play their cards right.
Well, we may have in our next match a potential world finals securing for FA Mini Packers, who are the former Zest squad. They will take on Super Renegados in that classic semi-finals matchup that we know and love. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break. the Brawl Stars Championship. Teddy, welcome back to yourself as well. How was that one from the sidelines?
Quick is the best word for me to describe. Yeah, I mean, especially after yesterday, where I think we played like nearly 5 3-2 matches or something like that, like insanity. This was quick. This was very quick.
Yeah, it was a 7-hour stream on the EMEA side yesterday. I don't think it'll be that quite today, as Clash do get the sweep on Mystic Esports up next. Super Renegados take on FA Mini Packers, the former Zest squad, the same team that have won every monthly final in this region to date. And we've seen this matchup a couple of times, Teddy. Super Renegados, throughout this entire year, actually, in the semi-final stages, have got a total of 1 set in the bag. I'm hoping for their sake today that they can be able to achieve maybe just one more to add. Kalba, Lila Ninja, and Hubelair coming in here, and Doritos has actually left this roster, and coming in is Lila Ninja. Maybe he can bring something into the mix to give Super Renegados a bit more of a lift.
Yeah, he's an old school player here in South America. He's been competing for a while, but hasn't really gotten the success that he was hoping for. I think I remember a while back talking to Consti from INTZ, like well over 2 years ago. He was telling me that he had a lot of potential, that he could see him pop off. It hasn't been the case just yet, but he's back on a strong team here in South America, and maybe that is what Super Renegados need to pop off.
Well, in terms of the back and forth, Super Renegados obviously yet to win a match against Mini Packers, despite running into them in the semi-final stages 3 out of 4 times. Motep, Firecrow, and Packer. These 3 players have won every monthly final to date. If they win this matchup, they will lock themselves in for the World Finals, and you can see that Motep feeling excited by that prospect. They've been so consistent this year, depriving Clash twice in a row at 3-2 of a scoreline, and more convincing scorelines prior to that as well. They haven't necessarily been looking better and better, but they have in the sense of just being composed against more increasing pressure as teams have been increasing their abilities in those grand final stages, but again, yet to drop a single one. They are the top of this region, and for Super Renegados, this is going to be more than just a mountain to climb here today.
Yeah, I just can't remind you guys at home enough that this is ex-Zest FA Mini Packers, because I can already see the predictions going massively in favor of Super Renegados because the name just rings a bell more. But if you want your points and you think Zest is gonna win, then go for FA Mini Packers, because that's them. Just a friendly reminder, because I can already see some people getting robbed of their points.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, for sure. I mean, we were united on the casting desk. I think it's fair to say that for good reason. I mean, when you look at the history between these two teams, I actually feel a lot for Super Renegados. Imagine having to face, your long-term rival on a month-by-month basis, and it's never, really going to change too much in that regard. We saw the one set that Super Renegados were able to obtain against Zest happening in April. And then Super Renegados back in June finally had a different bracket. They had Clash, but it didn't bring much more in terms of the scoreline. It was still a sweep against them. They've just not been able to keep up with the competition that much this year on a month-by-month basis to show that kind of progression that we want to see against teams in the BSC. But regardless of that, there's a big percentage over on event.brawlstars.com. 69%, in fact. My favorite number for Renegados, because I assume they haven't quite got to grasp with the roster name change yet. Teddy, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess 69% of you guys are not gonna get points for this one, because I'm confident in FA Mini Packers. We'll see how they play it through, or maybe you guys at home know something we don't, Maybe Super Renegados is just them right now, but we will see. Sprout is gonna be the pick here for Super Renegados, matching the throw energy from the first pick Tick from FA Mini Packers. So first pick throwers is not something we see nearly as much in this current meta across other regions, so it's very interesting to me to see that being the way we open Goldarm Gulch. We'll see the RT as a follow-up pick for Super Renegados. They did ban out Ruffs, Gray, and Jean, whereas FA Mini Packers, they banned out Bonnie, also the Gray, and the Grom. So overall, an interesting direction, I think, early on into this draft.
Yeah, I don't mind the early throws in this situation of Bray being banned on both sides as much, but I don't know what you mean. It can definitely open up things to some big heavy counters. Long range, though, still going to be pretty much the flavor of today. Mandy, I don't like it, but, you know, at the moment, when it comes to mechanics, FA Mini Packers have that to their advantage. I'd like to have seen maybe like a Bell for me, something along those lines would be quite nice. A bit more versatile, actually. But a Brock as well absolutely would be a nice combination to this comp. He has to open things up a little bit for the Mandy, who's going to struggle a lot when it comes to this cover. So something like that would be probably the way to round off this comp for me. The moment Super Regardless haven't got the worst of drafts, actually, to be completely honest. I mean, that's not some wild, crazy out there ideas and no real hard counters. Shelly going to come in. Okay, it can break. I mean, Shelly's pretty much viable absolutely anywhere. But I don't think that Super Regardless are out of the question here. Cordelius is going to struggle a bit in terms of range, but we know how much that Brawler can do. And the question for me is, like, realistically, is this the best map for it? You know, to close that gap, it could be a troublesome thing to achieve, but nonetheless, it's not the most uneven of drafts. The Mandy, for me, you know, again, if it were any other team playing it, I'll be slating it. But it's FA Mini Packers. I can't really, you know, put much wrong in the door because they are just so competent as a squad. The mechanics are on point. So even with the Mandy, I don't really mind it.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a hot take, you know, but I think South America is a region that likes to play with their food a little bit, you know, and FA Mini Packers, we saw it from Clash earlier too. Sometimes they'll go for some picks that aren't necessarily the most meta when it's a match where they're confident those picks will be good enough to win it regardless. And this may be one of those instances because their draft doesn't make the most sense. It's definitely still winnable, and I mean, even though I prefer Super Renegados' draft, and they got the first kill here as well, I wouldn't rule out any chances here for FA Mini Packers, but first round, not looking too good for Mini Packers.
For me, that was very much FA Mini Packers playing it badly. I mean, look and see the Cordelius is gonna struggle, but now Calvert's got Super, which is a big factor here, ultimately making it that 1 versus 1 in the realm. It's gonna go such a long way, but I don't know. I think that Motep lining things up, gets the Super return immediately and is timing it wisely now to see whether he can make another connection. But it's already 3 versus 2 as a result of that play. So honestly, a lot of time now to dispose of FA Mini Packers, and they can just wait this one out, make sure that they don't make any mistakes they did in the previous round.
That was a dumb super there for Motep. Holy, the fact that I got the double connection as well, you'll have to see it. Calvert, low HP. Shouldn't be much of a chance here getting a player down this early on into that fight. Let's see if Super Renegados still want to try something. Aren't too many supers that can be fed anyways, but the zone is going to be the final save for this round as we move over to round number 3. Mandy super already available, and that could be dangerous. That's a great super from Calvert. Fire Crow is going to be a sitting duck. Calvert was the follow-up super that connected onto the Shelly. Can't really get too up close, but it is a 3v1 now, and surely Pekka should be going down eventually. He has some good dodges, but eventually he runs out of stamina, and that is going to be the first game. Not exactly going the way we expected.
Not at all, but I'm all for it. I've got to be honest. It's interesting to watch Cordelius just make moments happen in maps where it just shouldn't really happen. I mean, let's be honest. In the opening, you know, moments, we saw just how much Calva had to really strive to get that super. And I feel like it should be able to be shut down, and they are focusing on it now much better. That is kind of what I expected to see, to be completely honest, in this combination of, you know, comps as they go head to head. And now maybe things are getting through to Mini Packers. Maybe they got to, you know, value that Cordelius pick a bit more than they were previously. As it should be now just a matter of time before they can close this round out. But definitely concerning stuff already for FA Mini Packers. So maybe the confidence is getting a bit to them. Because again, you know, you got to remember, Super Renegados haven't yet to really make too much of a mark this year against this kind of bracket. And so far, though, they get this one more game under their pocket. They'll get double of what they've already been able to achieve so far this year. Yeah, People and the Ninja going into the gas, and that's probably what they have to do in the 3 versus 2 situation like this. Not much they can really do.
Trying to not feed any supers. by going down to the gas. Let's see how round 2 goes. Already a better start though from FA Mini Pekkas than compared to game 1. Looking more confident as well, but they did get that free kill early on from Cowbird that got a little bit overconfident on that right-hand side. Motep not quite going to find a connection this time around. I mean, going for the super walls being in the open completely reveals your location, so there's not really much of a chance to actually land that. Regardless, it's a 2-on-2 now, and let's see if Super Renegados are able to retake some of that map control and try to catch Motep off guard. He's in a bad position. He gets walled out, and that's going to be a nice kill. Well done, Super Renegados.
Oh, can Pekka 2v1 this situation? That's the question. I mean, Shelly can do a great deal, and if he's smart enough to wait the gas in and maybe bait out a wall, I mean, realistically, he shouldn't survive this. But let's see what he can try and make from it. He's going to try for it. He's not going to be going into the gas just yet. Now he'll probably change his mind. There's just too much damage coming in. And there it is. It'd be 1 round away then for Super Renegados to gain a set, the most they've had all year long. And they're about to achieve it with 1 more round of knockout to get the lead against Mini Pekkas, which has just never been the case.
Yeah, it's some ridiculous stuff happening here. I still think that part of what's happening here is going to be to blame to this draft from FA Mini Pekkas that I just struggle to take as seriously as I would like to. Firecrow is likely to go down, but actually good teamwork there. Pekka relieving some of that stress, but ends up going down himself, whiffing like 5 shots in a row against Cowbird. And suddenly, it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Pack, you can't be missing those kinds of shots in a match which literally will lock you in for the World Finals. This is kind of like unforgivable almost against Super Renegados, who have really struggled to land much this year against this very team. Right now, I mean, this could be some serious momentum if they can just land around here to get the set. So far, they're Motep and Firecrow keeping things under control. But that's the connection that you want to see from Cowbird. Firecrow forced into the realm, and Motep now forced into a 1v1 against Jubilee. But let's see if they can come out alive. Firecrow's surely going to go down to the gas, and that is going to be a set going the way of Super. Last time that happened in the semi-finals was back in April. That's all they've had all year long at this stage of the competition. Well, they've just matched it against a matchup that is far more valuable for FA Mini Pekkas. And, you know, I'm with you, Teddy. I mean, I questioned the draft a little bit. There wasn't bad brawlers there, but they just seemed a bit too relaxed when you look at what this means to the outcome, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm going to say family friendly, but I want to make a graph right now, which is mess around and find out, you know, is this graph from Mini Pekkas, and they mess around, they found out, all right.
I mean, you got to ask yourself the question, you know, what have Super Renegados been working on? Obviously, we know they've had a roster change, of course. Doritos leaving the roster and Little Ninja coming in. But I felt like they were just a bit safer when it came to their draft. For me, Cordelis, you have to ban pretty much everywhere, the same as Shelly. And, you know, arguably, in my opinion, maybe even more so than Shelly now, as we could see that, you know, there were some weaknesses there, and it might not just be overconfidence for FA Mini Pekkas. Clearly, the start that Super Renegados needed, but can they keep it up? That's the question. Motep had a pretty decent round, in all honesty, the most DPS out of anyone. 163, but 5 kills, the 3 to the 4 on the side of Super Renegados, just a bit more. Pekka just had a rough round. We spotted, didn't we, that he was missing a couple of shots, and you can't really do that on Shelly. I mean, there's not really much excuse for it because it's just one of the easier brawlers to be able to manage. I mean, it is the first brawler that you unlock in the game, so it's pretty much catered by nature to that kind of early to the mark. But let's go into Heist. Let's go into Kaboom Canyon and see whether FA Mini Pekkas can start to gather themselves up just a little bit more here. I mean, it's definitely a much more versatile map. Ideal bans here, realistically, for me, would be the Bonnie. Let's see, as a Crow as well. And it is going to be the Crow. Bonnie as well. Good to see Colette first pick. Love what I'm seeing so far. That's exactly what I want to see. Cordelis banned, Shelly banned. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. And if Mini Pekkas can get this one right, and if they've got a great starting hand to do so, then this could be a different approach.
Yeah, the Colette first pick makes a lot more sense to me than most things we've seen in a previous set already. So I like it. I like it. I'm down for it. It combines very nicely with a bunch of different stuff as well. Eve, not a bad pick here. Probably not my favorite at the moment, but it's alright. I think it's alright. It's definitely a pick that can be strong in the right hands and in the right setting as well, but you need to comp around it. Brock is not bad, and I'm still kind of expecting maybe to see it for that free wall break of the mid and get easy access for your teammates to just set up early game a little bit better, have also that incredible DPS on save, which can be very valuable if you have that mid control to just get some free shots in and get that slow burning damage down on the save. They'll go Lola for now on Super Renagados. I don't mind that pick here either. I think he can do quite well. It's not quite gonna have the same level of range as some of the sharpshooters that we do tend to see here as well. Penny is going to be a strong counter to it though, so I really don't mind that.
Potentially Battle as well will be working so well into Lola. It's a risky time to actually pick Lola. I get the idea, but scouting the bush is obviously very important. Carl going to come in, and that's a very aggressive idea here for FE Mini P.E.K.K.A. I think Super Renegado's gone off lightly actually with that just being the Penny pick against that Lola, but now do need to add something else to the mix, and the Carl on the map kind of needs to be a bit of an aggressive one for me, or just match the range idea. There's still, like I said, that Bell pick, which I think would work out pretty well. Ultimately, you know, tanky idea wouldn't be a bad thing to have here, but Super Renegados are in the lead. Buzz risking it. I don't mind it. You know, I prefer range, but it's got to be one of the two, right? It's got to be something aggressive, something out there. And that kind of could work against the Carl pretty well, to get the aggressiveness rolling in. It's out there, but I respect it. I respect it from Super Renegados. They've got the lead. They know that they've got to double down on this one to cause the upset. Remember, FA Mini P.E.K.K.As, if they win this if they win this series, they qualify for the World Finals. Super Renegados have got little to lose in that respect, and they're still in a very good spot on the leaderboards, down in third. So if they have a good month, they've been consistently in the semi-finals. Okay, 0 appearances in the grand finals, but I respect this idea, and maybe this is exactly what they need to take Super Mini P.E.K.K.A, FA Mini P.E.K.K.As by surprise.
Yeah, I don't know if the buzz is the right answer, but I really like the idea though. You know, Super Renegados, they've won like what, one set this year. This is their second one they win in monthly finals. Take some chances. You're 1-0 up against the favorites in the region. Just take some risks, take your chances, and who knows what's gonna happen. But this is their best shot at getting to a 2-0 scoreline, and I'm kind of into it, to be honest.
I'm with you a little bit though. You just have to land the mark at the same time. Comes to be there for Flash. That's a good takedown from Ninja. Got a lot of value with the turret as well as the salty barrel in the process. P.E.K.K.A surviving on though with that damage gear is a problem. The pinch has got to be there, and it is swiftly done by there on the side of Super Renegados. But they've got to find in this mid Firecrow and Motep, who are lurking. Great connections from Motep. Comes in with the super as well, but the retaliation is strong from the Ninja coming in and being able to cycle this one out. No! P.E.K.K.A shuts it down, but that was a great play.
Oh, actually, we're seeing the heal star power as well on the Lola, which did get buffed, I believe, in the last balance changes by like 50% or something. So it's definitely a big buff. I don't know if it makes it like the meta-relevant option. I still feel like a lot of players have been going with the original extra damage. But let's see, though, as Motep is low HP. Jubilee not quite able to take him down. P.E.K.K.A has come back to the mid now as well. There is that mortar placed down. There was no wall breaks whatsoever here across the board. It means that it's in a pretty good position. However, was that kill could have been removed. It was placed back in the bottom left, I think. And the base race here is a bit of an interesting decision, considering they're starting with like an 80% advantage on the side of Mini P.E.K.K.As.
Yeah, a bit questionable there. I think that for me, Super Renegados needs to prioritize the greater picture at hand. But yeah, some misconnections from Lila Ninja there as well, and that'll be sealed for Mini P.E.K.K.As. Yeah, you can't really do that. You've got to focus on clearing things up before going on the aggressive field when there's that much of a difference between the score lines. Let's see, well, the next time round, they can kind of judge it a bit better. I don't think it's the worst of ideas to have with the combo that they're running, but yeah, you've got to balance those times and make sure that you balance the aggressive pushes with a solid defense.
That's a bit of a risky gadget there from Lele as he goes down very quickly. Feeds into that Colette super as well, which is going to be an initial 10% damage onto the safe. Firecrow with some beautiful tags as well. Blue needs to be careful not to stand in front of that safe. P.E.K.K.A. gets away with a kill on the right-hand side. Now that's going to be feeding some of that Buzz super, but I don't think he cares all that much at that point. Lele had to use it to take him down, so created some space, bought some time. Lele goes down. Cowbert goes down to the mortar as well. And this is not really the start that Super Renegados were hoping for.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. You can just see the shift on the game mode where mini P.E.K.K.A just know how to value the objective, and it's just not the same team as we saw in Knockout on the side of Super Renegados. Just their decision making really not on point at the moment. They're like trying to work his way around, quickly taking care of Motiv's going to continue to cycle onto the safe here as he has been doing so in every game. Now with 44% remaining, and Super Renegados that are really struggling to get towards the safe. A nice takedown there. When he cycled it though, P.E.K.K.A goes in. Remains untouched on the left-hand side. Damage gear rolling in yet again. And just the way the mini P.E.K.K.As are so focused on the objective is where they're winning this.
Yeah, I mean, the duels in general are pretty much all going in their direction. Lele gonna get the kill after that super connected, but all he'll get, and P.E.K.K.A's been in that position for the longest time now, just getting some chip damage on safe. Also locking in a player that has to commit and just, you know, stay there on that left-hand side. The Lola that's fought there forever, not really getting all that much value across the board. P.E.K.K.A was another kill, and you know, he's spinning around that safe, gets another couple shots off as well, and it's down to 7%.
A very messy game. All Super Renegados punished by mini P.E.K.K.As who come in strong, and that's more like the squad that we remember. The former Zest team that have won every monthly finals to date. Spring to life, it seems, in set number 2. A night and day difference from set number 1, which went the way of Super Renegados now, even things out.
Yeah, I like the idea of Super Renegados. I think that, you know, you all year long you've won what like one set. You're in month 5 now. You win a set against the best team in the region. Take your chances to try to make it a 2-0, and you know, and then go the distance. You have 3 sets to close it out. This was just not the decision, you know, like that the Buzz did not provide the value that it should have on, you know, such a risky pick. I think it was a daring one for sure, and I also don't think it was necessarily played out the best. There were just a lot of weird gadgets being popped and positioning, just not really making the most out of the brawler. Mini P.E.K.K.As, I mean, this was just a regular day at the office for them.
It made some sense, because ultimately, well, the Ninja had a very good round with it, let's be honest, but did make some mistakes along the way on the side, though, of FA Mini P.E.K.K.As. I mean, there are some substantial scorelines there. 12 kills for Firecrow, 11 for P.E.K.K.A, and the most DPS that she went to Motep, who was playing a fantastic Colette. I mean, he was responsible for so much damage on the safe as well, and cycling those supers time and time again, the result of those shots that he landed. You know, for me, the Buzz did make some sense. There was no wall break on the side of FA Mini P.E.K.K.As. They knew that in the time of which the Buzz was drafted, and when you've got no wall break, you can use those walls to your advantage. But it just didn't really land the objective. That's where Super Renegados struggled. But going into Hard Rock Mine next for Gem Grab, a chance then to make good on this draft here. The band's in, being Stu, Cordelius, and Shelly on the side there of FA Mini P.E.K.K.As, Tara, Surge, and Mr. P on the side of Super Renegados. 8-bit's the first draft. I quite like it as a mid there. Crow probably gonna be mid on the right hand, on the left hand side there as well. Ruff's combining it. This is a very strong looking comp. Already loving what I'm seeing from FA Mini P.E.K.K.As here. No signs of squeak yet at all, but Shelly Band is a must realistically here for me. Speak of the devil, comes in for Renegados.
I like the squeak. I like it. I mean, we see the win rate here as well, 80%. That's really, really solid. I think Squeak is in a pretty good place overall. So far, I'm quite happy with the draft across the board. I used to be a massive fan of the 8-bit on Hard Rock Mine, just the ability to TP back to safety, I think can be incredibly strong. Having a Squeak that can quite easily take care of destroying that damage booster can be super valuable as well, and they'll go for the RT mid as well. So honestly, not a bad comp on their side. I kind of prefer the appeal just a little bit more of FA Mini Pekka's comp. Having the double bounce brawlers that you can play on the lanes, and I mean Rico can get some nasty bounces here as well. Super long range, covering a lot of different angles. I like the appeal of it. It sounds like a good time, and I think the 8-bit is still going to be fairly valuable because after all, the Squeak is not going to be playing mid. So, you know, if the damage booster is all the way back top mid, it's going to be a tough journey for the Squeak to go reach that all the way there and destroy it. So I like what I'm seeing from FA Mini Pekkas, but Super Renegado is definitely not with a bad comp either.
For me, if you play a Rico, then you've already won my heart, and can definitely do a great deal of work on those lane sides. I think, you know, it's an interesting idea on the side of Super Renegados, but I don't know about their mid. I mean, I thought it was going to be the Crow to start with. Now it's the RT, which gets a nice shot there actually onto mid, clears things up. But these shots, yeah, I mean, you can't do that. You can't just wander into the mid on low HP, and the gems as quickly as that goes straight into the hands of FA Mini Pekkas. I don't know what changed from sets 1 into 3 from the side of Super Renegados, but they just feel like they are very unhinged at the moment and making some very bad decisions.
Yeah, I get some of the ideas, you know, suddenly the damage booster is gone, but Motep already has another one. It was like a little too late, you know, and the movement speed is back up, the safety net, the ability to TP back is there once more, and that is going to be a problem for them to deal with. Lelo and Ninja, though, pushing up, getting some good value overall. He's going to get the kill into Pekka as well. He got the damage booster too, Motep goes down, and this is where things could go south really quickly. Most of the gems are retrieved, but a couple of them slipped away. Lilo and Ninja running away with them, and suddenly Super Renegado is not looking half bad.
What a mess. What a mess. I mean, the gems are just not being in any way, shape, or form protected. I mean, now that Super Renegados have got some control of the mid, it's Mini Pekkas that are really on the back lines here. But, I mean, the gems shouldn't have changed hands nearly as much as they did. They've got to start to really value them in that regard. Motep now with a 7 and Super to hand coming in, but gotta be careful to hold on to this time around. Pekka goes down the left-hand side. There's gonna be now a countdown potential here, and big taps from Calvo onto the mid onto Motep as well. Should really get onto a countdown for Super Renegados, which they do, and I don't know how realistically they did it, but somehow they've got it, and it's down to Mini Pekkas to stop it.
Yeah, they can't equalize now anymore either. There's not going to be enough gems spawning in time. They need a player to go down. That is going to do it though, and I think they should have around gems now in the mid. Not entirely sure where all the gems have been going. Well, never mind. There's more gems that just spawned on the left-hand side as Pekka got a nice kill onto the gem carrier. Not sure how that happened, but now suddenly it's 21 gems for FA Mini Pekkas.
This game's making my brain hurt, honestly. What are we seeing? Like, there's just no sense of value to the gems, and that's the nature of the game in Gem Grab. You've got to hold on to them, and both sides just really not doing that. I don't know. I'm not really sure to make of that game, but this is a match that, honestly, for FA Mini Pekkas, has to be valued with a little bit more of a higher regard. It's their tickets to the World Finals here, and that was just a bit messy on both sides.
This is gonna be interesting. I mean, Super Renegados definitely had a shot at taking that game. That has to be somewhat motivating, but then again, how many chances like that are they gonna have against FA Mini Pekkas? That is the real question. Fire Crow in a world of pain on that right-hand side. He will go down the Shield Crow as well, which is an interesting one. We see it once in a while pump up, but I feel like the slow is still, in the vast majority of situations, the superior gadget.
Well, there's the takedown quick as the legs were exposed. Motep didn't hesitate to take them out. 5 gems, but low HP yet again. Using the turret there as Pekka clears up the left-hand side. 2 gems, well, 3 in the mid. Potentially here for FA Mini Pekkas if they land it. Great clear up from Pekka. Applies the space with the jumping from Jubileer is good. The defense booster as well to come in, but now taken care of. 8 gems. Should be a countdown now for FA Mini Pekkas, but the gems drops. Calva coming back into the mix changes everything.
Yeah, well played by Cowber, getting the kills that they need right now to at least stay in the fight here for Gem Grab. Problem is he is quite low HP and he's gonna have to fall back, play it safe. As Mini Pekkas already have 8 gems, the 9th and spot right in front of them. They should be getting dangerously close to that countdown now. Next gem will spawn on their side. And all that Motem needs to do is pick it up and TP back to safety. He's gonna take a little bit of damage though, but should easily still be able to pull back and play it safe from here on. As a spare damage booster available as well in case he wants to just TP elsewhere. He's gonna place it down next to him, get an extra damage and movement speed for himself and his mates. And I mean, this should be what settles it for this gem grab set. FA Mini Pekkas back in the lead.
Well, it goes the way then of FA Mini Pekkas, but again, I've got to reiterate that that was a messy set. I don't know what's changed in the previous months, but I mean, this is a squad that for me have been very refined over the months to watch, actually. I mean, the former Zest team that have won every monthly final, I mean, they just don't look like the same team. I mean, they're getting the results. That's what matters ultimately in the semi-finals matchup against Super Renegados, which every time they face up against each other, they have got the win with. But it just doesn't look that clean, it doesn't. And Renegados were a great start in that first set in the pocket, which again was a very unlikely thing to have actually get seen because we've only seen them gain one set this entire year in the semi-finals. And they looked convincing actually in knockout. It looked like a reformed kind of squad, and then they kind of fell up in the second set. And FA Mini Pekkas there making a lot more mistakes than I think that they kind of should when you look at their kind of reputation over the course of the following months that we've kind of watched them play. I don't know whether it's nerves or just kind of like maybe just underestimating their opposition a little bit, but I don't know. How do you make of that one, Teddy?
What I'm thinking right now is that if FA Mini Pekkas are playing the way they are right now against Clash, they're losing the grand finals. That's what I have in my head. And I mean, it's not entirely fair to them either, because obviously Clash is a very different team, and we don't really know what went into FA Mini Pekkas' mind getting into this match. If they maybe just didn't really care to prepare for it as much because, they've won it very consistently throughout the year, or they're just having some fun around and not as focused. It's kind of hard to tell at this point, but this is not the most convincing FA Mini Pekkas we've seen all year. So yeah, I'm expecting a little bit more from them, but as we can clearly see from the scoreboard, they can afford to, mess around a little bit, have some fun, go for some more questionable picks and not take all the best decisions, because the skill gap is still there between those two teams.
Infinite Doom then is where Super Renegados could be doomed. Tara first pick for them, and see what the bands were. Cordelis, Ems and Crow, Carl, Ems and Max. Don't necessarily mind them, but Shelly's open here. Cordelis banned out for good reason, of course. And then you see the brawler win rates across the entire globe in the qualifying stages of the monthly finals. Again, not specific to any region, covering them all. Pam, first pick for Mini Pekkas. Okay. Don't know how I feel about it. Let's see what other ideas they bring in, though. I do like the Ems ban. Ems can get some good value for sure on this particular map. And yep, close and personal battles got to be prepared for. And Poker coming in. So double hill comp actually here for FA Mini Pekkas. Interesting stuff. I'd kind of like to see a bit more of a long-range affair here. So Renegados could pick up, well, Gene is definitely a good shout, but Brock available here as well. Let's see how it goes.
This draft is going in an interesting direction. I was going to say no Shelly just yet on like one of the most Shelly-ish maps, It is going to be there though for Super Renegados. And so far we have double healers for FA Mini Pekkas. I'm sure that if Gene was still open, they would have gone for it just to get the triple healers. There's still Byron though. No, they'll go Penny. I was kind of hoping. I was kind of hoping for it, but it's not quite going to be happening here. And honestly, I don't mind the comps. I mean, they're interesting for sure. I would say on paper, if I didn't see the names attached to those brawlers, I would say our Super Renegados have the better comp here, honestly. But it is still FA Mini Pekkas playing the brawlers they're playing. And even though I am not the most fond of Poco or Pam on this map, I think Penny is a little bit better and makes a little bit more sense. I still feel like they got what it takes to just end it in 4 sets here.
it's just a strange draft, to be honest. There's so many options that they could have explored here that just didn't kind of make the mark. And I don't know whether for FA Mini Pegas they were considering a tank and then got scared off. But no Bonnie, no B, no Brock. No, Mr. P here has a great matchup as well. And just a lot of ideas that just never got fully explored. But it is so far on the side of Super Renegadas, them who are on the back lines on the spawn side. Jubilee has got Super the Blue Star, of course, with FA Mini Pegas. They do need to be pushed up upon. And already Motive has got that super hand. Good pull. I thought it wasn't going to connect, but actually Jubilee will be punished for it. And gotta be honest, FA Mini Pegas are looking pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they have, you know, as much sustain as a comp can bring in Brawl Stars. You have 2 healers on your side, which is something that we used to see back in the days in blind picks. Once in a while, we'll see it come up and it would just be able to heal out any sort of injuries that your opponents could deal. It's not really something nearly as common nowadays, but it seems like Super Renegados are just not really able to find any sort of way to deal with that just yet. Jubilee has another pull available. Gonna go for it now. Gets the double connection. That could be huge. They get 1 kill out of it. Actually, their first kill out of that game, but it's still a 10 stars lead in favor of Mini Pekas.
Oh dear, there's a great moment that was just taken away by the Penny Turret coming in and taking out on the side of Super Renegados. Their Firecrow goes down as well, brings back a deficit a little bit more as Lele's got Super to hand on the right hand side, but would like to combine it with Calvo, who just does not pull another salty barrel back with the magic hand this time round. 10 seconds on the clock. Can they get something for it? Big taps on the Piper, but the Screeching Shadow return is much better, and it does mean that FA Mini Pegas will finish this one up just a little bit early, moving on to match point and 1 game away from their tickets to the World Finals.
Interesting scenes in this semi-final match, but as we already said, they can afford to do it. Mini Pekas, they are able to make it work regardless of what those drafts are, and sometimes it is through experimentation and some of those unorthodox ideas that you do find something great that actually does work. And so far, I mean, things are working out quite alright for them in this set. They're not just winning, they're quite dominant doing so.
Jubilee goes down the left-hand side. Lele trying to champion this and gets absolutely just wiped off the face of the map by a Screeching Solo. It just... everything that it seems Super Renegados are trying to throw at this, just not quite working. And I suggest they kind of work together more as a unit. You know, Calvo's got Magic Hand here, and the Shelly's the best thing to back that up. But with the healing station in the way, they've got to find the right opportunity at the right time, and that's the key, realistically. You know, they've got a decent comp to be able to manage the situation, but Mini Pegas is just playing it smarter now. So much utility behind this Penny Turret, the healing station, everything, and it's mainly the Penny Turrets that getting them taken down, and that shouldn't be the case.
Alright, the pull from Cowper. Firecrow will go down. 8 stars still in favor of FA Mini Pekas, but they've lost control. It's the first time that we see them playing defensively. Ticket to the World Finals is on the line here for FA Mini Pekas, and so far, so good. Jubilee will get the pull, but with the healing station just right there, it's not going to find all that much value. Lele Ninja was a great super, is able to chain it a little bit, but still, they are 9 stars behind, and that's going to be a very, very tall mountain to climb.
Beating stars on the plate, really. I mean, Jubilee is well positioned. It's a 3v1, what do you expect? 4 stars remain for FA Mini Pekas, and this could be it for them. If Lele Ninja goes down, it'll be over, and it is! FA Mini Pekas get their tickets stumped to the World Finals, as we fully expected from a team that have won every monthly finals to date. But nonetheless, when it mattered most, they persevered, and they got it. They are going to the World Finals.
Beautifully done. The second team, I believe, to lock in their spot. It was Zeta yesterday that locked it in EMEA. And now we also have a team here from South America qualifying for the World Finals. I mean, they thoroughly deserve it, regardless of their performance in this match. Because, as you said, they've won 4 out of 4 monthly finals so far. And they're still very much on the menu for winning a 5th in a row.
Yeah, you raise a good point, for sure. They've definitely looked better in previous months, no doubt about it. But nonetheless, they've been consistent. I mean, winning back-to-back monthly finals is no easy feat. And I feel like coming around to today, in a match in which they've had 3 out of 4 times and been on top all the way through, just dropping a singular set to this very team back in April. I think that they felt they'd already kind of earned their position. Firecrow was 7, Pekka was 7. Of course, that they could lock in their LCQ spot for a win this month. Let's discuss them first. 2 for Adinho and Kydog, looking very good today, I'll be honest. Against a team which they've struggled with in the past, even lost to in the semi-final stages. Today could well be their day to win a monthly final in this region. My odds are actually on them. I might be one of those terrible people to change their prediction. Because I don't know, they just looked making better decisions and looked a bit more, on top of their game for me today. Kenny, curious to see, as we heard from Teddy already, whether you might be on that same page or not.
Look, Clash have looked great today. I have no problem with you switching it up. Totally understandable. We made those predictions even before the matches started, and with a little more under our eye, I get it, but I will regret it if I switch a prediction. We've made it this far. I'm holding the line. They've won every single month to date. I gotta go. I'm a man of logic, Ark. I gotta go with FA Mini Pekkas. I'm riding with it till the end.
You see, production will not let me change, by the way. We lock in for the SA stream from the very beginning for the entirety, actually, of the brackets. So I won't get any grace for that. But nonetheless, I've got to say, Clash are looking fierce today, and they've been chasing this for a while. But this is the squad that have been 100% of the time winning against them. Motep, Firecrow, and Pekka. They are the monthly final champions of South America on a monthly basis. A household name at this point. Of course, the former Zest squad, in case you're wondering where the name comes from, they have been so consistent, but they didn't look fantastic today in the semi-finals. Going to have to absolutely up their game. They want to match what Clash are bringing to the table. But what a record that they've had so far. Back in April and June, they've got the win against Clash from the 3-2 scoreline, so it has been getting ever closer since the start of the year, where they had a sweep against Clash in February. It was looking much more consistent. I wonder today which way it will go, because I've never been so uncertain, I'll be honest, in this matchup. But FA Mini Pekkas are fresh at the back of that last matchup. They're definitely warmed up in that respect. And as you can see, Motep there, Teddy, very much looking forward to this match.
Absolutely so. Well, where there is a big difference for those two teams in this match is the stakes. I think that Clash can lock in their LCQ ticket by winning this monthly final. And I mean, FA Mini Pekkas, they're already qualified for Worlds, right? So not quite the same kind of stakes on the line. But regardless, I mean, as you said earlier, FA Mini Pekkas, we have to remember that over the course of the last 5 months, they literally have 100% win rate in monthly finals. Like, they won every single one of their official matches. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, it does not. No, it does not. I think for me, the Clash have been starting to whittle down a little bit in these appearances. More and more so, the scoreline getting ever closer, and match point on occasion as well, and just making it all the way down to the wire. These drafts so important, and that's for me where I thought Clash have had the advantage today. The drafts have been just played out better. I don't necessarily mind some out there ideas as long as they really do cut the mustard, and they have done for Clash. But FA Mini Pekkas today just been a little bit unsure. They're a bit more sporadic and a bit more chaotic in their approach, and they can't be that in this matchup. As we go into our first match, Pinball Dreams Brawl, guys, take it away.
Well, Teddy, it's going to be an intense one here. Both World Final and LCQ spots could be determined here, and the people at home riding with Clash. Maybe it's the new name. Maybe people just believe in what they saw a little bit earlier, but it's all going to come down to this one. Like we said, the stakes for FA Mini Pekkas, they're sitting pretty. Worlds already confirmed for them, but an LCQ spot still on the line, a very important one at that. And of course, if Clash were to confirm it, they would be pretty strong opposition for the rest of the world. And kicking off this draft, it's going to be RT.
Yeah, everyone in the South American region is going to be cheering against Clash. And when I say everyone, I mean the other teams, right? Because there's going to be an LCQ spot gone. Unless Clash is going to be stopped here by FA Mini Pekkas. Our draft is coming up nicely already, though. Gus and Ash being brought to the table here by FA Mini Pekkas. And that's a whole lot of aggression for Pinball Dreams.
Oh, I'm already excited. Gus paired with Ash is such a strong synergy. A very aggressive brawler paired with the shield that Gus provides, adding about 4,000 HP, making a world of difference. I mean, health points are something that I feel like have become more and more important in my eyes as the history of Brawl Stars continues in the opposite direction of that. They're going to go with a Barley selection. I love Barley on this map, though. I think Barley is actually a brawler in general right now that maybe the people at home don't necessarily see as being super viable, being super oppressive, but I love what Barley brings to the table in this current meta right now, especially with the emergence of these indestructible walls.
Yeah, definitely so. Barley's in a great place overall. In general, Brawl is not necessarily the game where you see Barley the most, but because of the way the walls are set up on this map, it can be incredibly deadly. And we saw it yesterday as well, whether it was in APEC or in the MEA. When you have a thrower and then he's facing a non-thrower, it's a free lane. Like, it's generally just a free lane. There's nothing your opposition can do. And you just hold that position down, and you have so much free map control. Almost to a point where I feel like FA Mini Pekkas' final pick here needs to be something decisive to deal with that. Either have a thrower of their own or something hyper aggressive, and BB is going to be their decision here. And I don't know if that's the one, but I mean, they got to do something.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's certainly not the aggressive choice that I would have seen. And I think a good shout from you as well. Barley even banned on this map yesterday here in the EMEA finals. So it's something that the world clearly valuing this current spot. We see the spike coming in, maybe just a general good brawler, something safe, something this region goes to a lot. But now going into BB and an Ash combined with that Gus, it's all offense. FA Mini Pekkas are not trying to play defense. They're not worried about goalkeepers. It's all offense from them. They're going to keep Gus back at range, and then it's just going to be left to Ash and BB to start swinging for the fences. We'll see how it all goes down here. Two very different compositions, two very different teams. The result all year long, though, have been FA Mini Pekkas. We'll see if Clash can get it done here today. Early pickup here for Tufa. Super already in his pocket, and there's that interaction you mentioned a little bit earlier, the free lane, quote-unquote. Even to super tanky brawlers, it's going to take him time to move up this map.
Yeah, definitely. So I kind of prefer to draft from Clash here. I can see some nasty BB bubble bounces and like super cool angles to find here, but I'm not sure that's gonna be it for me. We'll see how it actually plays out, though, as Motep slowly trying to close the gap. He's been winning against Kaodok so far. That super, though, is gonna be making this a very different story. Dino is actually going to super in, and Pekka should be able to get a free kill there, but Dino just got enough supercharge to TP back to safety and actually win that lane. Motep still pushing up. I think he got shielded up, but that didn't last for very long. And I mean, Clash so far definitely the team making the most moves and getting the closest to scoring.
We're starting to see this draft really play off for Clash here. Opportunity for offense. Super going down here for Spike. The last call inbound as well. Firecrow immediately deleted here. BB shortly following as well. It's just a lone Pekka in the goal, and it's not enough. Adinho with the bucket here. Clash looking superior to kick things off.
Motep has a bubble ready, gets the bounce on Chikayo Dog. My goodness, Pekka gets absolutely deleted. Motep still trying to create some sort of space here for his team, but not much to be done. Mini Pekka's push quickly deflated there as Clash can just play on defensively for now. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, they don't really need to pursue any sort of aggressive ideas.
Clash just going to hold back for now. Pekka dribbling the ball, immediately taken down though. 2v1 situation as Tufa dumps it off to the right-hand side. The gadget for Barley, the slowdown from Spike Super. It's really showing here against BB and Ash. There's really no opportunity for them to close the gap. The bubble's going to be a great strike though, going through and back. Kaio Dog now low HP as well. 15 seconds to go. A lot of red brawlers on the map. Pekka now charging forward. The super pass over. Firecrow low HP. The bounce shot. No good. Tufa with the stop. FA mini Pekkas. So close, yet so far.
Dude, you went for the trick shot. That was something. I nearly went in, to be honest. I don't know if he could have phased the ball through. It was a really tough angle. The slow made it really, really hard. I mean, it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. Clash definitely still showing, though, that there are some ways to make this work. Now, that opportunity only really came up after the BB got, I think, 3 connections with her bubble, which I don't know if you can expect to happen consistently.
Yeah, an insane play there for sure with the bubble, and now a bubble being distributed to Pekka as well. Adinho low HP. Pekka just needs one strike. Can't get the marker through, though. Clash with an opportunity to respond, and I just think this Barley and Spike pick have worked out really well. I think Barley, inherently somebody with low HP, typically you're going to see Ash and BB excel with that, but with all the walls on the map, the gadget coming in, it's honestly worked out in their favor. All of a sudden, though, Kaio Dog low HP, Adinho getting a cleanup here. Offensive opportunity, possibly for Firecrow if they can find this, but Adinho just continuing to play the aggression, and that's going to work out for them. Clash back with ball control.
Adinho has been disgusting on that RT so far. Getting lots and lots of value for his team. Melting down the tanks if they get too close up with his super. Minute and a half left on the clock, and Clash are back on the offense. Pekka trying to push up and dodge those shots from too far, but most of them do end up connecting. A shield is going to be problem to Motep, and he tries to close the gap a little bit. Not really gonna get as close as he would have liked, and eventually will take care of the cactus, but that slow from Kaio Dog is going to be brutal and result in pretty much a free kill here for Clash.
Tie in the mid right now. Both sides fighting for the ball here. Nice tag from Kaio Dog. I mean, good kills, and now a super possibly moving them up the map here too. Firecrow forced away. As the long-range brawler, that's definitely not something he wants. There's that free lane interaction for Tufa. With no wall break, these walls are just easy pickings for Unicorn Barley. Now Adinho looking to get in Jackie form here too. Another super going down for Tufa. We've seen those a lot today. Kaio Dog cycling in another one as well. This is looking scarier and scarier for FA Mini Pekkas.
Yeah, I don't really see a world where this ends well for Mini Pekkas, as Adinho will get the kill to Motep. It's only Firecrow left alive. The tag there from Firecrow's potentially going to slow things just a little bit down as Tufa is trying to heal up, but he's going to switch lanes actually and go back to that right-hand side. The bubble not quite going to find the connections that Mini Pekkas were hoping for. Tufa melts down Pekka. With the help of Adinho, of course. Motep should be going down, and he will be indeed. Overtime is going to be on the menu here for this second game. I'm not entirely sure who this is going to be favoring, because the tanks definitely don't really want to be here, but the party doesn't really want it either. I think, though, that the Spike should be able to do some work. However, he got melted down, and it looks like FA Mini Pekkas will slot this one in somehow, winning this overtime.
I think they just had some pretty good stance in there at the end game. I think their just footing was a little bit better, you know, especially as the timer's going down. If you're a composition like that, where like you said, it's Ashe and BB, tanks don't necessarily love overtime. All the walls come down. They don't have the extra range. They really can only rely on their footwork, their dodges, and their high health points. So I think getting a goal there really early on was important. Early kill here for Kyodog, though. Both tanks still standing. Motep rushing down the right-hand side. Tufa still staying alive and well. Motep with a nice dodge, though. It's going to be hard to escape and get around that wall, though. 3 Clash Brawlers now moving it up the map. Life Plant keeping them healthy and well. So it's going to be left to Mini Pekkas playing early defense here in game number 3.
Yeah, Firecrow did get melted on that left-hand side. The ball is going to be somewhat cornered. Motep not able to get the kill. Eventually will find that connection. Kyodog still getting tagged up by the bubble as well, forcing out his second gadget. He has super, so if Pekka isn't careful, he's going to be caught in it. But Kyodog quite going to manage to land that one as Motep is pushing up that left side. Gets taken out by Adino's gadget. Pekka trying to create a little bit of space, and so far somewhat successfully, but eventually does get caught and he goes down.
It's going to come down to who can play it better. FA Mini Pekkas tying things up in game number 2. 2 very different strategies as well as we take a peek at the ball cam here. Looks like Pekka not going to go for this. They're going to leave it up top. They're just looking for offense right now, but offense is something they just can't seem to find on the right-hand side. Tufa once again getting a lane win there. Kyodog falling weak. Adino about half HP, though, so Pekka going to be relentless here, charging forward. It's going to be a tie ball game in that sense, though. Tufa helping out with the kill, 2v2 situation, and once again, pretty much a stalemate here.
Last minute for this game, or at least the last one before overtime comes out. Pekka on that right hand side kind of just kept that base so far by Tufa, and every time he tries to make a little bit of a move, Tufa is able to find those stacks. They have 2 supers as well that are going to be great in defense for a Clash, so they shouldn't be too worried just yet. Motep tagged back to half HP. I think that was another missed shield from Firecrow. He's missed a couple already in this set, and every single time that happens, his teammates are going aggressive, which is what you'd want if the super connects. But if it doesn't, you're kind of just a sitting duck and don't have the HP to really be as threatening as you're acting. Motep, one shot goes down to 2-5. The positioning here is perfect for Clash to close out this set.
Firecrow low HP, Pekka just desperately trying to kick it away. They force it down this left-hand lane. Super going down as well. Now Kyodog dribbling. 3 strong brawlers standing for Clash and an open net for them. Clash's time expires. Take our first set.
Well done by Clash. I think it was quite clear early on they had the better draft, or at least the more meta one. And the results kind of speak for themselves here as they will take this one home. I think in game 2, honestly, Mini Pekka kind of got lucky to get that game in the first place. It was early overtime and they somehow managed to get a nice team wipe when they needed it the most. But overall, Clash just looking much more solid here in this matchup.
Yeah, I think their draft was a little more orthodox, right? I'm not used to seeing BB on this map, and I don't want to dismiss the idea of BB, but I just think in the current day of Brawl Stars, Barley is somebody that certainly holds his own on this map. I think that was one of the biggest eye-opening things for me. Spike, generally a good safe brawler. You know, we saw him elect to not go for Curveball. He's going to be going for Fertilizer, the extra heals, the life plant. Like that choice, but I think that gadget swap from Tufa with no wall break going down either, Barley could just let it rain, and it makes more sense to me why he's being banned more and more on this map. A little excitement in there for Clash too. And man, Ark might be right. Maybe I should have jumped ship and gone with the Clash fellows because those stats overwhelming.
Oh my goodness. Look at Clash go. I mean, it makes that sense, right? They're facing 2 tanks, so usually the tanks will go down more than they get kills and feed a little bit into that. But that is a statement here from Clash. Well over 40 kills, I believe, in this one. That is some impressive stuff coming up from Clash. Let's see if they can carry that momentum over to Hot Zone as we're switching over to Dueling Beetles for a second set.
Interesting stuff coming in here. There's the spooky mushrooms as well, reminding me of the spooky mushroom man, Cordelius, somebody that we've seen banned a lot this weekend, including this set here. Coming into today, he was banned 65% of the time. That's a crazy thing, and I know there was a little bit of debate about how apparent Cordelius would be this month, but to me, I think the bans speak for themselves. It's clearly a brawler that teammates don't want to deal with, so instead they're going to go a different direction. Interesting to see Jesse, Mr. P in the ban stage as well, but we have seen Jesse get some playing time, including in the EMEA yesterday.
We certainly have. I mean, Jesse is in the best place it's been in a hot minute, so definitely a brawler we've been seeing here. Be also not unfamiliar to dueling beetles for sure. I mean, just have the tank awareness and all that, get your ground covered is always something very valuable that they can bring to the table. I don't mind the PAM. I think it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword at times. It can be really strong. I mean, the Helisation, there's some walls that are just perfectly set up for it to just provide you that extra sustain. But at the same time, at times it can be just a little bit underwhelming, especially when it comes to retaking control of the mid if your opponents are already sitting there.
Little Pam never hurt anybody either. Again, a very EMEA pick as well. Bell on the other side. I think the bounce shot can do well into something like Pam Super. And again, it's just a brawler that I feel like is one of those safe choices. It doesn't have that X factor like a lot of tanks have, but it's just something you can kind of hold back, especially in a more crowded map like this, especially if the walls don't come down. You know, that bounce shot might be a little more viable there too. So interesting to see the Bell come out. Something that I don't think is super common these days, but I don't hate it. I think it can keep up with the range of somebody like B2. We'll see what they go with 3 seconds to go on their other pick, and it's going to be the RT. We saw what they could do with that brawler last time.
Yeah, I feel like there could have been an opportunity also to go something like Penny or Squeak to try to deal with the spawner balls that both the B and the Pam bring to the table. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. I don't hate RT though. I think it can still do some work. I really want to find out what FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s final pick is going to be here, and if they can maybe find a way to just really outdraft their opposition. And they'll go Byron, which I don't know if they outdrafted their opposition or outdrafted themselves here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, Byron is not one I was expecting either. Back-to-back drafts here from FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s where it wasn't something I expected. The BB was certainly different. The Byron certainly something different. You know, they might be able to overwhelm them with the amount of health points, but if that's what they were going for, I would have thought somebody like Poco maybe rather than Pam. We've seen that synergy before, especially on maps like Ring of Fire, but this is really interesting to see the Byron come out. They're going to have to prove it to me here. I know FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s are a great team. They've been successful. I mean, they have a world spot guaranteed today after all, but Byron's not one I'm necessarily convinced on, but if there's a team that can do it, I'm sure it's them.
Well, let's see how they play this one out. Speed booster already plays down by Carrier Dog. Firecrow gonna be harassing that mid position, trying to just keep him at bay and get a couple percent, but Carrier Dog obviously gonna have a lot of mobility to work with. Nice connection from Firecrow. He's been hitting his shots super consistently, but eventually Adino and Carrier Dog team up against him, get that nice crossfire setup, and they will win that fight. Team White results in Clash having a lot of mid control now. The slow connects onto Adino. Motep finds Carrier Dog, and there's an opportunity here for FA Mini P.E.K.K.A. to create some space again. But so far, it's a fairly even matchup.
Yeah, and Firecrow able to get his teammates back in this now. Kyle Dog looking to get aggressive. Every single brawler on the other side just focusing him down, though. This P.E.K.K.A. versus Tufa interaction is an interesting one, too. I mean, the range pretty similar, but I feel like it's one that Bell should, in general, win. The speed zone certainly helping Kyle Dog out here, too. Motep peppering him down with the scrap flying out. Adino, the long-range brawler, trying to get on the action, too. Very suppressive on this other side. Now, all of a sudden, it's FA Mini P.E.K.K.A. actually with the lead.
Yeah, they've managed to come back really nicely here. Adino is low HP as well. Maybe an aggressive healing station coming up from Motep. He's gonna keep it for now. No need to use it just yet, as they still have control. They still have pretty decent lead as well. Firecrow is low though. It's gonna get shut down. P.E.K.K.A. is low HP as well. And Carrier Dog might go down here if it weren't for the Gasso heal. Eventually he does get overwhelmed, and was only Adino left alive here in a 1v2. This is just not going to be happening for Clash, and somehow Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s make it work. It's not the first time we see a Byron here in South America. It's been one of those brawlers that has been a bit more iconic in this region than in others. It's still enough meta pick to my eyes, though, and the fact that they've made it work here is quite impressive. It didn't really feel like it was massively overwhelming their opposition with it, but at the same time, it really didn't feel that underwhelming either. It's not like that right lane was a free lane all along, and they got the game, so many Pekkas, I think they can be happy with that result.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it didn't feel like it was carrying them, but it certainly wasn't hurting them either. So I think that's a great point that you bring up there. If it's something comfortable for them, heck, go for it. And if it gets the result that they want, I can't complain. I mean, a win's a win. Didn't look convincing the whole way through. Clash started strong last time. This time around, though, FA Mini Pekkas taking to the mid much sooner, claiming some valuable capture points. Here's Adino flanks left, shots being fired, connected. Gadget goes through as well, leaving Fire Crow all along. But all this hard work from Clash, and it's still FA Mini Pekkas, the red roster, who was able to hold on for 32%.
Yeah, that is quite interesting, to be honest. FA Mini Pekkas doing a solid job so far, still with a little bit of a lead, but Tufa does manage to get an important kill onto the B, creating a little bit of space and a chance for Clash to catch up percentage-wise, actually overtaking the lead now as well. But can they hold on to it as the healing station is placed down? Motep nearly goes down, but will manage to survive. The healing station helping him reset a bit quicker as well. Kodok with some nice jukes, but eventually does get caught. And FA Mini Pekkas back into that zone with the man advantage now as well. Will be catching up percentage-wise in no time, taking over the lead and now suddenly forcing a move onto Clash.
I think in about 20 seconds, Pam's received probably, I don't know, it feels like 20,000 damage, and because of the Byron Super, because of the healing station, has just stayed in it. They finally get a damage amplifier on this. They desperately need this kill, but Motep just refusing to go down 85% and climbing now. Adino desperately moving down the left-hand lane. They get a pickup on B, and this might be the moment for them to strike back. It's going to take a perfect defense here. Motep finally going down as well. Pekka, the last remaining, it's a trade, but with 70+% in climbing, I think Clash might have a moment here.
Yeah, Firecrow needs to wait, and he's going to do just that. I was scared for a second he was going to go in. He needs to be patient and make sure he plays with the team, and he's going to do exactly that. That might be what secures the victory here for FA Mini Pekkas. Playing together, being patient, knowing that both teams are close to the finish line and making sure they get that final team fight going. They'll take this one, and the set was it. We're all even up.
Wow, good stuff there. I mean, they made the Byron pick work. I got to give credit where credit's due. It's something that I'm not used to seeing. It's something when doing a scouting report on this map. It's not something in practice I saw, but maybe they were just saving it for the big moment here, and it certainly worked out. I think the Byron Super plus his regular shot that can heal teammates, the longer range that he brings to the table, and combining that especially with Pam, it ended up being decent. I mean, maybe it's something I need to be looking out for more.
I think Byron is one of the most underrated brawlers right now, just because he's in pretty much the same place he was when he was super meta. It's just that there's been a lot of other opportunities when it comes to more like sharpshooter ideas that, you know, especially a brawler like B that has been so dominant in the sharpshooter department. I just think that he didn't really play it as a healer either, you know, he was just getting those shots from afar. Probably part of it is just being a comfort pick, and if you can hit those shots when you're lane against those long-range brawlers, I mean, all good by me.
Agreed. I mean, again, I don't care what brawler they end up picking. If it's a win, that's ultimately all you need. And I just a little surprised that it was Byron that got them that W. Kill stats look pretty similar too, but I think you bring up a good point. I mean, maybe it is somebody that I need to be looking out for more and more. And honestly, it makes me happy, right? I love seeing a bunch of different brawlers get in the mix here. Pit Stop, one of those maps though that a lot of brawlers get in the mix. You've got the tanks, you've got the throwers, especially ones even that we saw yesterday. We saw Willow even touching down in this map, which is a little surprising because normally that's not the thrower of choice. You'll see brawlers like Barley. Heck, we've seen Edgar touch the map this weekend as well, so anything could happen here on Heist.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's one map that caters to Edgar mains, it's gonna be Pit Stop. We've seen it quite a bit on a professional level, and I mean, just look at them go. El Primo first pick here for FA Mini Pekkas, and this is one of the maps where you can do that.
I think so too, and as a first overall pick is bold, but it just makes sense. I mean, this could be FA Mini Pekkas once again just going all out for aggression. It might just be health points, tanks, and fist-to-fist brawlers, and I don't really have a problem with that, especially considering how it's gone down before. We've seen it a ton on this map in particular. El Primo can dive in on the high safe as well, does pretty well into the general population of tanks, so they could go with a BB later down the road as well. I mean, we saw that brawler earlier, clearly one that they like, especially considering We saw it on a map where it wasn't expected. This is a map where I would expect to see it a little more, but hard to complain about a Bonnie. I think Bonnie's in such a solid state in the game right now. Im's a clear tank counter, somebody that can deal a lot of DPS to the high safe. So I don't have any complaints about the Clash draft so far either. I think they're playing a lot safer. I don't know if I expect the same for FA Mini Pekkas. They may just go for gold here, and that's what it looks like with the Sam selection.
Yeah, I feel like FA Mini Pekkas, they're just going tanks. They see some tank counters against them, they just add more tanks, you know? And they'll have 2 already lined up now. The Dynamite is their final pick. I mean, this is gonna be a fun game, a fun set rather, for sure, because it's all over the place, where you got the tankiness from the Sam, as well as of course, the Primo, and then Dynamite. Definitely not a brawler that's in a bad place. It can do a lot of work in highs. It has such good DPS onto that safe if it gets anywhere near. It doesn't have to care too much about the walls around the safe either. It can just straight up shoot over them and have some decent matchups across the board. Stu is gonna do a good job against the tanks, a good job at not dying. Taking the tanks down though, I don't know if he has the DPS to do that.
I mean, 10 out of 10 in terms of a fun draft for FA Mini Pekkas. I don't care if they win or lose. I'm just excited to see what happens here. I think Dynamite, one of the powerful damage dealers that you can get from the thrower side of things. I think Stu in general can do well in the Dynamite. And it won't be easy to take down El Primo and Sam just because they have so many health points, but he can keep his distance. He can just cycle super in and out. So I'm not too worried about Kyodog in terms of matchups. I think it's just going to be a matter of if they can hold off FA Mini Pekkas long enough for them to get the damage, because you've got El Primo, Sam, and Dynamite on the other side. All 3 of these options can quickly dish out some damage, and I'm sorry, is he running Dyna jump? Oh man, 11 out of 10 for fun.
All right, let's get going here as Motep destroys Tufa off the bat. Is going to get the heal up as well. Looking to get a second onto Kyodog. Not quite going to find a connection, however. Already a good bit of damage down onto that save. A 27% early lead for FA Mini Pekkas, and they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. I mean, Motep just happy to try to burn through those Kyodog gadgets and keep running towards that blue safe. He'll get in position now as well, and all he's got to do is, you know, get as much damage as he can, respawn, and do the same exact run once more. Pekka gonna get a couple more hits to land onto that safe, and Motep is already going back to the offensive on the right-hand side.
Interesting stuff here. Little split screen, as I'm sure it's going to be a lot of base racing here. Adinho, Firecrow fighting here. And Firecrow nearly falling victim to the flames that Adinho has from that super. Pekka holding his own here, looking for the stun, connects as well. Double shot follows through. A super on the field as well. Pekka exploding down the sidelines. Firecrow to join in on the mayhem as well. Less than 20% to go. And Pekka, what a play.
He's gonna close it out right here. Oh, a shot away. I mean, that was some solid stuff from Pekka. Absolutely brilliant Dynamite plays. Surely they will close out right here. Look at him just waiting in front of the safe. And there you have it. Game going to FA Mini Pekkas, and I can't help but blame that Stu pick to a certain extent. I think that if it was a game mode where survival was key, having the Stu against the tanks would be brilliant, because you can just always stay out of range and survive. You don't care about survival in this game mode. It's all about getting that damage onto the safe, and Stu is not going to be stopping any of the tanks from doing that. He's just tickling them until they reach the safe and get dish their shots out onto the safe anyways.
Yeah, sure, he can break the walls, but we saw him unleash 3 full shots on Del Primo, and what did they do? About half HP? It's the best he's going to do, and he's not going to do a lot in the high safe. So while the matchup on paper, it makes sense, you got to think about the game mode too. So I think you bring up a great point there. Tufa super available. Hill claimed on the right-hand side. Motep doing his best here, and here comes Pekka left-hand side. This is the matchup that Adinho wants, though. Easy pickup for him. Dive in from Firecrow in response, and Clash have yet to do a ton of damage here. I feel like FA Mini Pekkas are just rotating brawlers in and out. As long as one brawler is on the field on that high safe, I think the red roster are going to have an advantage.
Still, FA Mini Pekkas with the lead. Pekka needs to be careful though. The Stu is in his direction, has a dash available already, but Motep is there to protect him. Try to get both of them to go towards that safe, and they will. Kyodok falls to that Dyna super, and there is just an explosion of damage onto that blue safe. All 3 players finding connecting shots, and it's down to 21% already.
Goodness, I mean, just one more little push and they can probably get it done. One brawler already falling here. Sam cycling supers in as well. Good moment here for Kyodog, though. Playing the distance well, despite all of that damage. Firecrow still remained alive for quite a while there. A stun going down again from P.E.K.K.A. Playing the Dynamite to perfection here, using the Dyna jump so well there, barely going down. They haven't yet claimed this, but I think it's going to take a lot from Clash here. Ims can do a ton of damage quickly. Tufo, when he's in this form, sure can get it done, but he's going to be lower HP, has to get close to the save. I'm just not feeling great about Clash's odds right now.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, they're doing better in the fights right now, and it makes sense, right? In the long run, once the map is a bit more opened up, it should be a little bit better, but still, I mean, Firecrow is going to get in there, get some more shots down. Motep also probably going to be able to get that connection with his super, and P.E.K.K.A. only needs one shot to connect. He's going to go down before he can land it, so there's a chance for Tufa to deal a little bit of damage, but if they don't close out this game, it doesn't really matter, because FA Mini P.E.K.K.A. have time on their side, 10 seconds left, and I don't really think there's a world where there's going to be enough damage for Clash to even things out. And that should be an easy set victory for FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.s, going the distance and taking set number 3.
They've claimed a world spot for a reason today. Not only do they have fun, but they put the mechanics to work there. I think part of that, due to the draft that Clash brought in, again, on paper, I see where the stew comes from, right? It's something we brought up, but he can keep his distance, cycling those supers, but I think he put it well. I mean, he's tickling the other brawlers. We saw him unleash a full clip onto El Primo, and it did maybe half of his health. It's a tough scene to watch, and again, Bonnie, Ims, very safe choices, but this is an instance where FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.s committed to the all-out offense, and I think in a game mode like this, that works out really well. In Brawl Ball, where they went Gus, Ash, BB, you know, it's a little more controversial, especially given the enemy brawlers that we saw. This was a spot, though, where I had pretty good confidence in what they could do. I mean, Sam's a brawler that's emerged, especially since NA really started to bring it in. We've seen EMEA make it a normal brawler. El Primo, a blast on this map and to watch in general, and of course the Dynamite plays, unbelievable. I mean, I imagine the stats are going to be pretty strong, and actually going to be leaning toward the left-hand side for kills. What that doesn't show is the amount of high safe damage, though, and that was clearly in Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s favor.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, getting the kills is nice, but when you get the kill after the Primo has been unleashing 12 shots onto your safe, it's not really going to be, you know, something that's in your favor. You get the kill, but you're still on your side of the map. You're still the one taking damage on your safe, and you're still the one losing. So, I don't know, just bad draft from Clash. I think they got to move on to the next set and see what happens next, you know? It's just a rough one to lose like that. I just think their draft was just completely next to, like, they completely missed the mark for me with that draft.
Yeah, I just think the commitment of offense there, and sometimes you got to keep in mind the game mode matchups are very important to keep in mind, and I think that's clearly something that Clash had there, but I think all things considered for the map, it just wasn't their best work, and this is a time where they need it to be their best work. They're one set away now from FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.s, our newest addition to the World Finals roster of teams. They haven't gotten them beat this year. It's been close. They brought it to 3-2 several times last month, looking really good. This month in the semifinals, looking fierce. We even questioned if FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.s could stop them today just based on how good Clash looked. And if they want to secure an LCQ spot right here, right now, today, they have to find a way here. Shelly, Cordelius being banned. Again, no surprise for either of those brawlers. Those are the two that I think teams have to think of first. First two picks, though, Ims and an Otis. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, Ims, to me here, makes a decent amount of sense. It does have that tank awareness, and overall, Super can find some good value as well all around. Will easily cover a lot of ground in those bushes and just make sure that no one's hiding there. I think that Otis is a little bit more interesting for me. I feel like Otis has fallen off a decent amount recently, so I'm not entirely sure how that is going to play out. I do like the Squeak, however. I think that is a very solid pick here. I mean, as always, you know, Squeak is so good at taking that control, scouting around a little bit, and his residue gadget is still amongst the strongest gadgets in the game, in my opinion.
I think especially on a map like this too, where area control is really important, when scouting your enemy is really important with all the grass that's on the map. And I think Squeak agreed, one of the better brawlers in the game right now. I think he's very consistent. I know the NA pros that I've chatted with back here at home love the state this brawler is in. On the other side though, FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.s, we've seen him go some unorthodox routes today. This is not one of them. This is a very standard, straightforward Brawl Stars. Gene, Ims, long-time synergy, long-time played on this map, and Carl, somebody that's definitely shown up a lot in the past couple years in a pretty solid spot. Of course, can be a last-second gym carrier if you need to scoop some up real quick, use a flying hook or a super, and then just dash out. I think Carl into a squishier brawler like Squeak, and then does, I think, fine into Otis, so don't mind this FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s draft at all. I'm more a little surprised because it's just so standard and safe.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we might see a tank appear still. I feel like there might be some holes here, and that come from FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s. They'll go Stu. I mean, last time they went Stu, we were a little bit unimpressed, to say the least. I feel like on double swoosh, it makes a little bit more sense, though, so I don't mind it per se. I mean, I think overall, it's fairly solid on both sides. I see both teams that can make this work with those drafts. I would still lean just a little bit more in favor of FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s, probably. But I think that, you know, if we see some pumping off from the Stu or from the Otis, I can see Clash taking this one home as well.
Yeah, kind of describes my emotions too. I think it's a little back and forth. I think this one's going to come down more to mechanics a little bit. You know, if they elect to go with the speed zone gadget, Stu might be able to block out some of those hands, give himself a little extra speed, and I'm sure he's going to take to the mid, which is what we're seeing here. Fight instantly, Fire Crow the first to win though. P.E.K.K.A. taking on a lane that I think he's going to like. Squeak a little squishier, and as I say that, my bad Kyo Dog looking better in that spot. I think in general though, Carl going to be somebody that can swing through. Fire Crow now going down as well. Back and forth right here. Adino now trying to slide into these gyms. Debated going for 2 more. I think making the wise decision to hold back. So neck and neck right now. Kind of how our feelings were about this draft.
Yeah, the fact that he got away with half of Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s gems is kind of impressive. Now, they did lose them now, so maybe I spoke a little bit too early. Stufa is going to go down as well. Adino is still there, but it's a massive gem lead for FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s, and I think that if they take things slowly from here, they should be safe and sound. Just need to not rush things and not lose those gems once more.
Fat splatter right-hand side. Trying to keep Motep away a little longer, and now the red roster closing in here. P.E.K.K.A. swinging through. Kyo Dog low HP. Motep looking for the follow-up shots. Adino only 2 gems to the Clash side. Nice dodge there. I think using that super, using that gadget can be a way to try and avoid the magic hand. It might add and be a little more of a reason why they elect to go with this mid, but they're going to get stopped very early here. Tufa going for the stun. It's not on the brawler that they want, though. Swift cleanup, spins, pins coming out for FA and Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s, and the odds of Clash coming back here looking more and more bleak, Teddy.
Yeah, I just want to point out how well played that M Super was towards the end. Motep knew he was not going to be catching anyone. He was not even going to hit anyone with that super, and that he was probably going to go down, but it just created so much space for their Gene to just pick up the remaining 2-3 gems they needed, get away with it too, and just secure that game. Doesn't matter if you go down, it doesn't matter if you don't find your opponents. Just creating that space was exactly the value they were needing.
Reset here. Both sides looking to establish control. And it's going to be Fire Crow who strikes first. Kyo Dog creeping down this left-hand side. That gadget really showing how strong it is. Lasting about 10 seconds too. I mean, you can cut off any choke point that you want on the map. And it just allowed Kyo Dog to excel there. Of course, getting a kill going to help along that category too. Motep feeling the pain right now. Another left-hand lane win here for Clash. Back and forth in the mid as well. Fire Crow going down to Adino with an opportunity. Super inbound as well. Ims has to avoid that, and as a result, Adino slides in, picks himself up a few extra gems, and now they have 7 in their pockets.
Tufa is doing absolute violence on that right-hand side with that little off angle in the bushes and just keeps harassing them, keeping them at bay. The fact that Adino got away with all those gems as well is brutal for FA Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s, but they still have a match point in their hands, and they're not that far behind gem-wise, so there might be some opportunities here to catch up. P.E.K.K.A. should be going down. Eventually he will be fine. It's only Fire Crow left alive though, and the Clash should be getting closer and closer to that countdown. They're just a gem away now.
Tufa with some nice shots. It's going to push Gene away. Pick up here from Adino, who's played this scoop brawler so well in game number 2. Gene, I believe, had a super in the hand as well. P.E.K.K.A. trying to close the gap here. Nice strike here, about half HP for Adino. Now a super going down for P.E.K.K.A. as well, using the shield to his advantage here. Only needs a couple more shots. Super inbound as well. Fire Crow has a pull-up miss shot though. All the gems spilled out. It should be good for now, as Squeak connects a very valuable super. Mid control right now, but they're going to have to get a stop here quickly.
Yeah, there's not enough gems on the board here to equalize the countdown, and the Gene goes down as well. It's only Pekka left alive, and surely there's no shot he's gonna make anything happen here. Clash fight back and bring things to a third game here in Gem Grab. Still, they have another match point to fight off, and they need to be careful whilst doing so. Don't want to give away this match.
Very important match for the side of Clash. Of course, we have established that FA Mini Pekkas are in control of this region's world spot, clinched for that, joining the fold here. Only a few teams get to say it, but Clash, of course, with an opportunity. If they win this matchup right here, right now, be guaranteed an LCQ spot. They're going to need to fight pretty hard, though. Great showing from them in game number 2, but FA Mini Pekkas have been lurking the entire year. They have yet to beat this team. Back and forth here to kick off game number 3. Our second match point for FA Mini Pekkas. Again, very impressive stuff coming in for Stu, and one that I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on for the rest of this game.
So far, so good for Clash. A nice early gem lead. Pekka very aggressive, and it's not paying off either. Kyodok shuts him down. Firecrow trying to get the trade, but he might be the one going down instead. He will get the trade, in fact. Surviving with just a slimmer of health, but he's able to start regenning. Motep also in trouble on the right-hand side. Tufa has been doing a really good job on the Otis. I wasn't the most convinced by that pick initially, but it's been proving itself time and time again in this set. So far, though, gem-wise, it's still going to be Clash with just a little bit of a lead, but now that there's a gene pool available as well for Firecrow, things could go south real quick if Edinho is not careful.
Pekka with a risky dive in is ultimately going to get deleted there. Motep low HP. Otis again. You said it before, but it's really starting to shine. No weak links in games 2 or 3 so far for the Clash roster. Super going down. Tufa cleaning things up once again. Low HP. Firecrow does have that super available. They have to be cautious of that. Firecrow now maybe looking for an opportunity here with the mid-control. Edinho trying to get sneaky. Has to play this very safely, but Tufa with the sneak attack. All the gems spilling out. Motep forced to drop a desperation super. It is back and forth right now. Only one gem in favor of Clash.
That was a crazy play from Tufa. They are so close gem-wise, though. Firecrow gonna pick up number 9 now for Mini Pekkas. They are spread out amongst 2 players on both sides, which is always a little bit scary. The pull is not going to connect. Firecrow kept that pull forever. Just to not connect it is a bit of a shame. But the Carl is able to get the kill regardless. Make it a trade. However, 2 gems difference. Another gem is going to spawn here. It can be interrupted by Clash, but they need to be careful. Edinho is going to go down. The Carl is the perfect distraction. Is that going to be enough? They need that next gem. It will be picked up, but it will be interrupted as the kill comes through. The pull from Firecrow is finally going to be landing. And FA Mini Pekkas might just be running away with this one.
There was a glimmer of hope here for Clash, looking to secure an LCQ spot today. They've done it for 4 months. It wasn't enough, though. Make it 5 and counting. The Kings of SA East claim another crown.
As you said, that ticket to LCQ was on the line for Clash, but they're not going to be locking it in this month. 5 monthly finals wins here for FA Mini Pekkas, and I think they can be very proud of their achievement.
I mean, they're the best for a reason. Impressive stuff. Clash looked great today, and I think in the grand finals we saw moments where the draft didn't feel like the strongest. I think we saw Mini Pekkas exploit that, but it doesn't matter what name you give them, they're still the best in this region. It's somebody in the preseason I was really looking forward to seeing, and now at the world stage, I think it's the team in the past that all of these players have shown up in LAN. I think this is a sneaky one. This region, very competitive in the sense that Clash, Mini Pekkas, it's been a challenge for Mini Pekkas a lot of the time, especially more recently. We've had a lot of 3-2s. This one was a 3-1. I think Clash can hold their heads up high, know they're a good team. No Mini Pekkas, the team that they've lost to all year long, are a great team. But we're going to have to see Clash wake up next month. The LCQ spot still left to be determined with 1 left.
Absolutely. So, I mean, they're still in a fantastic place to get it. Let's be honest here. They are ahead of their competition. Talking about Clash, of course, they're still going to be the favorites to take that LCQ spot, but it's just not going to be guaranteed. And if we've learned anything in the BSC is that sometimes crazy things just happen, and it wouldn't be the craziest thing ever to see them not make it. However, I mean, it's still a little bit crazy to think about. Clash have had a fantastic year as well, just outshined by FA Mini Pekkas, and not just once, not just twice, but 5 months in a row now. I mean, FA Mini Pekkas, they can be incredibly proud of their performance this year. They're one of the few teams that is actually aiming at a perfect year.
That's crazy to think about, too. I mean, they have not lost a single match this year, and another MVP for our main man, Pekka. Awesome plays here, and I think well-deserved. I mean, Motep, Firecrow, phenomenal players as well, but it seems that the people of home have been keeping their eye on Pekka, as have both of us here today.
Yeah, absolutely. So across the board, just a phenomenal team performance. There were some questionable drafts and stuff. I think part of the draft here as well is this is a region where FA Mini Pekkas really have had one team they've been competing against. So there might just be some insider information as well, you know, trying to play around Clash's weaknesses more. I don't know, man. I'm trying to justify things that don't necessarily need justifying. It's been an interesting sub-region today. But as always, I mean, if there's one thing that has been consistent, it's been FA Mini Pekkas taking the dub.
Well, when looking at the bracket as well, no surprise here. 5 for 5. You saw him holding up the hand. No, don't put a ring on it. He's telling you how many championships he's won this year. Undefeated so far. 3-1 against Clash. Again, Clash looked great against Mystic Esports. 3-0 win there. FA Mini Pekkas getting a valuable win over Super Renegados, securing their world final spot in that moment. But y'all have to stay tuned until next month, because we still have an LCQ spot to crown here. FA Mini Pekkas now 542, Clash with 371, Teddy.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, technically, on paper, Super Renegados not out. I think Mystic Esports probably can't qualify anymore for that LCQ spot. It's a little bit tough to tell just from the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure Super Renegados can, on paper, still make it. It is still quite unlikely. I mean, Clash are in a good spot, and as you said, I mean, FA Mini Pekkas, they're going not just to LCQ, they're going to Worlds. They got that spot already locked in.
I mean, that's what happens when you go undefeated. A very impressive team. Certainly somebody that I've kept my eye on all year long, and I know the people at home have. It's why we keep watching SA East, but there's more action to watch shortly after this break. A whole nother sub-region, the region of Set 5s, coming up very soon. Stay with us.
My headshot. My headshot. my headshot.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we are in South America. East is done, West is up, and I'm back with Kenny. Kenny, an exciting end to South America East, but we are not done yet. Much more fun on this side of the region still to come, and has been an eventful day. Some interesting drafts I put in the Twitch chat earlier today, and I'm expecting more interesting drafts still to come. Let's head straight on into our leaderboards and brackets today to see how this region is faring up. Speak through this leaderboard, Kenny, because it is really quite interesting.
Well, our top four teams, pretty straightforward. The most consistent all year long. Of course, the point's going to reflect that. But leave no witness. Have an opportunity to clutch up an LCQ spot today if they go all the way. The opposition has been strong, though. Reconic Esports SA last month broke my heart a little bit, man. This region, known for its reverse sweep, quite literally 1/3 of all matches in this region this year have been reverse sweeps. And unfortunately for Reconic Esports, it's a big reason why they're the ones sitting in second place right now. Leave no witness could do it today.
Yeah, I do feel for Reconic Esports, the former Juan Danilos roster, because, yeah, like you say, 3 grand final appearances, but 0 grand final wins. And just to reiterate again, you're absolutely right. 2 last chance qualification spots available in this region, but no world spots up for grabs here. Leave no witness, again, with a good performance today, could be gaining one of those spots. Here is the bracket, and where we're going to be picking up things off will be the semi-finals, our first match. Reconic Esports SA up against Shield Gang. Shield Gang, kind of like a former level esports squad, which we'll talk about a bit more in a second. Leave No Witness will face off against SK Kalalis, and that is always a fun matchup for our second semi-finals matchup here today. It's going to be an interesting one, Kenny. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Raconic recover from last month, because they took a bit of a beating in that grand finals, and they're still chasing their first grand finals win.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreaking stuff for them as well. And like you said, they have made it to the top of the top several times, but they just haven't quite hit the win category for the grand finals. And it's going to be a big deal here. It's a reason that will Leave No Witness are ahead of them on the leaderboards. 90 points, though, not impossible to come back from. But of course, as we saw earlier, Leave No Witness in prime position to be one of those LCQ spots and can, in fact, even do it today. I mean, we've only got a couple months left, including this one. So it's make or break time for a lot of these teams. You know, for Raconic, a pretty strong footing. A win here necessary, though. Otherwise, Shield Gang going to catch up to them. And of course, on the other side of things, if something goes astray for Leave No Witness, we could have some serious chaos in this region.
There's always chaos in this region as well. I love it so much. Let's take a look back at our predictions as well, because, like I said, coming into this one of the grand finals, okay, so Teddy is going to be going with Leave No Witness today. We're pretty much united until that grand finals. You and I, Kenny, we think that Raconic might just be able to pull it out the bag finally, and that July will be their month. Give me your thoughts on that. Why are we kind of thinking that this time round?
I feel like more than anything, it's a get-right spot for Raconic. Leave No Witness. Should they win it? Probably. They've done it the most this year. And normally I'm a man of logic, but this region is not a region of logic. We have at least one reverse sweep on average a month. We have almost 50% of our matches going to a set 5. Surely Raconic Esports can get it done at least one of those times this year. So I'm going to go with them this month.
Well, to get to the grand finals, to be with that chance of our predictions coming right, they're going to get through Shield Gang first. Let's discuss the very team that we are predicting might go all the way this month. JXCR, Christian, and Reese for Raconic Esports SA. Again, 3 grand final appearances, but 0 grand finals wins. Reverse swept last month by Leave No Witness, looking to come back stronger this time around. I feel like this squad has got so much going for them, honestly, but every now and again, there's a bit of a stone in the road, and they tend to get tripped by it. April being their worst month, and they lost in the semi-finals against Matt FA. It's a 3-1 scoreline, but I do feel like it is the right time for them. They've had a lot of downs, a lot of ups as well, but it's those learnings that they're taking along with them, and I think it is the right time for them. Got to get through semi-finals, of course, first. They do not want to repeat of April, but this is their opposition, Shield Gang, Weepy, Todd, and Brian. Talk us through it, Kenny.
Shield Gang, I mean, again, this is an opportunity for them to rise to the occasion. We've got Raconic, Leave No Witness in those top 2 spots as of now, but a lot of Brawl Stars left to be played. No room for error, though. Shield Gang need this win. If they lose this, looking very improbable next month. Getting to the top 4, already a challenge in this region, especially amidst all the chaos, all the close calls. So if Shield Gang can somehow get it done here today, Raconic Esports fans are going to be really nervous about their odds for LCQ.
Shield Gang are a good, worthy opposition, I've got to say. Dropping Jeremy from the last roster, bringing in Brian this time around. This is the former level esports squad who honestly got a good scoreline up against Leave No Witness, who obviously went on to win last month and previous months prior to that as well. Raconic Esports, 76% voted on event.brawlstars.com feel like they will take this win. But again, I've got to say, level esports can definitely put up a better showing than that 24% for me. I mean, they did go all the distance last month, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do fare again. Bans are in. Ruffs, 8-Bit, Bell, the side of Shield Gang is Shelly, Lola, and Squeak, Eve being that first pick. And again, it is a very common occurrence on Safe Zone having Eve first pick. I'm still not convinced by it. Nonetheless, a great brawler, going to have a great deal amount of maneuverability in that mid as a result of it. But Cordelius not banned out, and I'm just saying, it's been banned out every single match bar 1 today, and it is such a great defensive brawler to have on Safe Zone. Watching the EU and MENA region in the Snapdragon Pro Series just last week, we just saw how effective it could be on defense, especially with some tanky brawlers coming in. But it feels like a bit of a safer option to start things off from Shield Game. Brock coming in. As we can see, the win rates from the global perspective of things in the qualifying stages across the world. Shelly up there for sure, but banned out this time around. 8-Bit banned out. Colette, though, not unavailable.
Yeah, Colette definitely a look here. Not the best into the spawners, though, I will say, especially when there's 4 little Eve hatchlings on the ground. It can be a bit overwhelming, but Colette can more than make up for it in the damage category. Also kind of blocks the other team out from entertaining the idea of something tankier, which every once in a while you will see on this map. Bonnie now a selection here, and while I don't think Colette would be the best into somebody like Brock, I think taking it into not only this map, not only for this mode, but also into Bonnie could make a lot of sense here for Raconic.
Yeah, interesting choice. Like you said, rightly so. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what Brawler's going to match up into even. I think Bonnie's not going to have the best of times either, to be honest. Colette, yeah, it's a match. I don't mind that from Raconic at all. I think it's a pretty good, safe pair of hands, especially with the Gotcha gadget. You can get so much value on the healing side of it. But nothing too aggressive yet from Raconic. Pretty much the kind of range game that we tend to see more often than not. I'd like to see something a bit more daring join this comp, but Piper, that was not what was on my mind, to be honest. Piper's been a bit of a high-risk brawler to have. It makes a lot of sense to pair in with the Eve, though, so I didn't necessarily mind it. I kind of expected, actually, to be honest, like a buzz pick from JXCR here. We've seen him be so aggressive with those up-close and personal brawlers, but the long-ranged approach seems to be what Raconic Esports are feeling more so today. But Shield Gang got that final pick, and it could be something of an influential one if they really do see through the weaknesses in the long-ranged affair. Piper can obviously be pushed up against pretty nicely. Nani can be doing some work. It's not necessarily my go-to idea here, but the Warp Portal blast in, TP onto the safe can just bring back the flow of action more frequently than not, and it's definitely a great pairing in terms of a matchup to the Piper. I mean, we tend to see it played more often out in things like Shooting Star. It's a map a bit more of, sort of walls and that kind of thing to get in the way of the shots, but it's an interesting choice here. I didn't see it coming.
I didn't see it coming, but I think it's welcomed for me. I think Nani, similar to how I feel about Brock, you know, Colette does great damage on that high safe, oftentimes used in the tankier brawler. So Bonnie, one with a lot of HP. Colette doesn't mind that as much, but Nani is going to be a problem for both Piper and Colette here. The extra range, the heavy hitting damage, and on top of that, has that teleportation advantage, like you mentioned too, can just travel across the map like it's nothing. I actually really like that as a sneaky last pick.
Well, an interesting choice for Brian to break open the map, because it's just going to feed into much more of an ability for Christian to land these shots, but she does so again with the auto-aimer. Great homing recipe going into play. Now, shots were not quite on point there from JXCR, just coming short on the safe. Now the damage starts to rain in. 84% left now, but look at this. All 3 members of Raconic focusing their entire attention onto it. Damage gears raining in as well, and already Shield Gang on the ropes.
That's a heavy hitting start here for Raconic Esports. Again, I like the Nani on paper. I can see the vision for the Brock on paper. Gotta hit those shots, and that's what we're starting to see from Shield Gang now. RHC right-hand side playing the Eve here, using the spawners. Rocket Rain going down as Brian's gonna be able to delete those instantly. Weepy now with an opportunity here too. Christian with some nice shots, though, gonna make Weepy reconsider. Still dives in, though. A lot of 1K shots going down. Plenty of damage being dealt, but nonetheless, still a sizable lead here for Raconic.
Big hits coming in there. Christian will fall. The Peep as well be working his way around. Actually connects with the wall, but gets Reese on the way through as well. So he'll be healing up in the meanwhile. For the respawn in of Shield Gang now. We've been juking really nicely there for the Bonnie, who's got obviously a slow and sluggish pace. Another homemade recipe from Christian just eases up that left-hand side very efficiently. So, damage gear again for Christian, and a big push for his Reese gets the pick up. 3 versus 1 here. JXCR got your gadget there for survivability, gets another one off as well. Won't find the third, but nonetheless, a great position here to finish things off. An opening statement there from Raconic.
Look, they've got their eyes on the crown. They want a grand finals win, and they're kicking things off very well. I think the mechanics there were just really good for Raconic. Again, this is a draft on paper where I can kind of see where both sides are coming from. I think they've both got some favorable matchups on their end. No draft to me is just above and beyond the other, but at least in terms of mechanics and how they played it, Raconic looked tough to beat there.
Again, that same opening hand from Brian to open things up. It will help out Todd for sure, but that's a great way. Well, return to center as well, clears things up. 3 versus 2 now. JXCR just trying to buy his time here. That Weepy already locking on now to the safe. There's 5% dealt, and a good amount of control and positioning power on the side of Shield getting a much better start in that respect. Christian as well, still struggling to get back into this game already, and that's much, much better. Shield getting learning from those past mistakes, it seems.
Weepy with a nice dive in here too. Ooh, the damage pouring in. Shield Gang coming alive. Now a Rocket Rain left-hand side as well. Rock dropping some rockets on the map here too. Nice connection as well. Brian looking good right now. The connection there and showcasing why Nani can be valuable into somebody like Piper. Return to Tinder Gadget can be very lethal into somebody like Christian here. Another nice pickup here. Shield Gang not letting go of this mid control. In fact, they're dealing a ton of damage in the process.
Oh! JXCR there with a beautiful super coming slap bang back into the deep and just deflecting it completely from the table. Love that from him. Christian though can't quite find the homemade recipe pickup onto Brian on the left hand side, and now JXCR healing up, coming back into the mid. Rocket Fuel will do nothing at all as a shot from JXCR will land prior to going on the super as well. Gotcha Gadget coming in. A great amount of pressure here from Raconic, and it's not over yet.
They're just letting it loose now, close to tying things up. That Piper shot will be the one that seals the deal there. 45% for each side. I love what Raconic did there too. They used the Eve super and led the charge going on offense with 4 spawners on the map and a lot of single shots going down from the other end. It could be a lot to deal with. So you had 4 mini brawlers on the map with the 3 that you got. Might be seeing something similar here. They're going to be using them as meat shields almost just to climb up the map a little bit. Colette popped off there too. Christian dealing some damage as well. It's starting to add up quickly. Still staying alive here. Raconic as well. The shots flying through. 0%. Raconic Esports SA, nice comeback there in game number 2.
Well, Shield Gang had some moments, but they just seemed a bit flustered when it came to their defenses, and that's where Raconic seemed at home, didn't they? I mean, when it started to crumble down, it really did then all falter, and for Shield Gang, a tough one, but they did make a much better stand when it came to that second game, I felt. The match was much closer on the percentages as well, but as soon as they lost control, they were just not able to regain it more often than not. I think Raconic deserved the set.
I do too. I think ultimately the Eve spawners really helped out. Piper was hitting some nasty shots as well. And again, not all their brawlers had the easiest matchups in the world. I think they just kept their eyes on the prize. And even when they were down a lot, they still had so much firepower on offense to get the job done. Between Piper, Colette there had moments where that super, every time it connects, 10% damage, pops a gadget like you see here, regenerates some health points, that shield keeping them up a little bit longer, the fancy footwork as well. Colette was one to watch for me that set.
Absolutely so. I mean, there's some really nice intricacies there from JXCR that just kind of helped out so much, and a missed shot there in the replay, but nonetheless, I mean, he landed those gotcha gadgets plenty amount along the way and just made the space for his team as well. I mean, look at this. Everyone's working together, juking their way forwards. Reese would then change direction of the shot to Weepy onto Todd from the safe, and just like that's the kind of thing I look for in a team, just to have that unpredictability of where they're going to be landing their shots next. And stats in for Raconic, 6, 6, and 4. A nice starting hand for sure. Highest DPS though was Todd on the side of Shield Gang, and like I said, don't underestimate this team. Fully capable of a comeback, and I think with a bit of a better drafting hand in this next set, things could certainly still go their way. But Christian, surprisingly so, on a bit of a lower amount of DPS. Nonetheless though, we're just getting warmed up. Raconic with 1 on the board, and Toxic subbing in as well for JXCR, so we'll be seeing him in the next match. He's on our webcam as well, but wasn't in that last set, coming in now. And that's obviously a scary prospect for Shield Gang.
Yeah, a little rotation here, strong 4-man roster, and they're going to try and take advantage of it. Like you said, I have a lot of respect for Shield Gang too. I definitely think this is a team that is worthwhile of being here. I think they have an opportunity to win, even though I picked Raconic, even though I think they might have a chance to win it all this month. I think the competition in this region's been pretty high for the most part this year, and across the stats count too, you can kind of see it as well. That's the start you're looking for if you're Raconic though, 1 set at a time, building a little more confidence, and again, especially after, you know, the mental turmoil I'm sure they faced after last month, hopping in here, getting a nice convincing win would be something I think that would be very favorable for them, especially if they made a grand finals.
Also as well, the way that Shield Gang or former level esports have kind of, you know, continued to grow the competition just does set a good example. You know, their best performance was last month, so, you know, they almost made the grand finals, and they could easily do so again in just this next set. Let's see though, Crystal Arcade for Gem Grab is where this draft will land, and, you know, ultimately, I want to see a bit more of a stronger mid than we saw in South America East earlier today. It's definitely favored the Stu pick more often than not, and I think the long-ranged approach is definitely a better one. Is Cordelius banned? That is the first question. It is on the side of Shield Gang. Ruff's coming in. Love that for Raconic. A brawler which does sometimes escape through the draft here. Not sure on the Macy ban here myself. So that some kind of catered towards it being okay. I'm very much not. Sweet. I love that coming in on the side of Shield Gang. Crow as well. Wasn't banned out here. A big brawler on the rates and the ban rates in this region and Gus as well. This is a great draft, Kenny.
I can't complain about any of these 4 picks. I mean, obviously, you see there too, Squeak with one of the highest win rates, and I think for good reason right now. Crow, one of my favorite brawlers currently in Brawl Stars in general. I think the Carl pairing with Gus makes a lot of sense too. You know, you mentioned a little bit earlier in SA East, we saw something a little more unorthodox from somebody like Team Mystic, ran something along the lines of a Stu, an Otis, and a Carl. Here, they're just keeping it simple. It's Gus, who's a good mid, can dish out the bubble as well, so it's going to power up Carl. Colonel Ruffs with the bounce shot in the left-hand lane can do well and power up his teammates too. On the other end, it's just a bunch of good brawlers. So I think this one is another interesting one, and just I'm a little shocked in the sense that this region's shown some pretty wild drafts here today, and we're just keeping it textbook.
Quite like everything I see, for sure. I think this Pro Slow is going to have to be on point. But having said that, you know, Defense Booster as a gadget is quite common in South America, and I would not be at all surprised. But I think with the Carl on the other side of things, Slow is probably needed. I want to see some good cookie poppers as well on the side of the Gus there. The Raconic, you land those in the right timing. The Gem Carrier could be definitely at a disadvantage very, very quickly. I'm assuming an RT mid, but you never really know in South America. They like to mix things up time and time again, but Squeak on the lane. Can be mid as well, though, having said that, on the side of Shield Gang. But this is definitely a bit of a scary comp to face off against. I'm a bit more in favor of what Raconic are bringing to the table here. But nonetheless, if Shield Gang can just like harness in some good communication here and work out to iron some of the issues that we saw in the first set, then things might be able to turn. For Raconic, though, some good starting pressure. I do love the look of this draft. I mean, everything with Carl and Gus and Ruffs is going to do well as far as I'm concerned. Jumping in a little bit late here. Christian there, obviously had a very good start. 8 gems in the pocket. Toxic on the top right-hand side could go down, and that will be a gem handed over. But Raconic looking for countdown here, and looks like Shield Gang putting up some resistance now.
Looks like Christian's powered up. We see a wall break top right as well. They've got an extra dog treat as well, so they can help somebody else out as well. Nice shot by Christian there, keeping himself alive. Low HP, though, needs to dodge these shots. Well played. Going to keep himself up with 9 gems. RHC taking some heavy hits as well. They need to find their footing, but really all they need is 1 gem and to walk away. So still strong stance here for Christian, especially after that cookie popper.
Yeah, solid connection, and it is Defense Booster being ran on Sweepy there as well, but countdown for Raconic. 10 gems, and there's plenty more still to go. Damage gears rolling in all round, but there's no time realistically here for Shield Gang to get a push. Weepy needs the super to jump in and do anything at all. With no slow, it's going to be very hard to make much more of it unless he wants to go in with no gadget at all anyway. Not going to happen, not enough time, and left a bit too late. Raconic with a good start in gem grab.
Starting to get nervous here for Shield Gang. I mean, that was a pretty convincing win right there. 3 games in a row could be an issue here. Set number 2 being up 2-0. Raconic have been in this spot before. They've made several grand finals this year, looking as strong as ever. And again, I think that's the confidence boost that they need. An immediate dive to the left-hand side, looking to fight against Squeak. Nice cutoff there, though. I think Todd using a gadget just to try and help the cause here, being forced away because Christian's joining in the fight. A little bit from Colonel Ruffs here from the gadget to push them back as well. And now we're kind of starting to see what likely occurred in game number 1 and how Raconic got that control so early.
Christian low, but another good gadget there to keep Brian at bay. We'd be having a tough time, and pops the gadget down. Not really too convinced on it. I mean, it was to make him survive on, but in that regard, I'm just going down and coming back in with full HP. We'd be more or less the same amount of time spent. Brian's in a world of hurt here as Christian's tapping to the right hand side. Will scathe away from it, but the finish is there, and a jump in again. I don't really kind of make sense of a lot of these plays. You're wasting supers and gadgets, and with a Crow, if you're going to run defense as a shield kind of option, then you need to go to the gem area and come out with the good.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I mean, you got to use those valuable resources in really smart ways. Right now, though, the red roster trying to gain some map control here. Christian just refusing to go down. Now a branch out on the right-hand side. Weepy not going to have a ton of fun with this. A kooky popper, a super coming in from Carl as well. Toxic goes down. Brian, though, the main gym carrier, low HP, forced to go away. Attempt there to get out of that situation. Christian keeping an eye on these gyms, though. Won't go for him, and I think a smart decision here. Don't risk them all for just a couple here, especially when you've got the lead. The overall sketch score is in your favor, and when you can hit shots like that.
Great stuff. I've got to say that watching the Crow into the Gus with the shield is kind of hard. It just takes so long to whittle Christian down, but He's doing a great job on the left-hand side, though. Reese goes in, Whippy goes down, and that's going to put pressure onto Brian. The pitch is strong there, and Reese and Christian giving it their all. Oh, perfect timing as well. And Reese knows it. The jump in from Whippy is going to do nothing at all. Maybe Reese might burn down here, but it won't make a difference. The countdown will remain, and again, plenty of time for Iconic. Fantastic value coming in as well on this push. It's not really going to be able to avail to much. Showgang really not able to do much here as Iconic take yet another set.
A very convincing set at that, too. I think Raconic are looking like the stronger team right now. We gave a lot of credit to Shield Gang, and I think deservingly so. It's a strong roster, been solid throughout the year, but Raconic Esports just coming out with some strength that I don't know if we've fully seen yet. Again, this is the moment where they need to make it count. A grand final is almost a must for them in order to try and attempt to grab an LCQ spot, or at least give themselves a really big advantage going into next month. I'm sure they got their eyes on the prize. I'm sure they'd love another attempt at a grand finals and leave no witness if they won later down the road. 2-0-2-0, man. Strong start here for Raconic.
Really good start. Really good. I mean, the drops have been great, honestly. I mean, Crow is often banned in this region for good reason. I mean, and they always tend to run that kind of shield booster gadget, much to the kind of comparison of other regions always running the slow as base kit pretty much. But I mean, in this instance though, it needed to be slow. I mean, realistically, you can't do much going in alone. You want to have the RT really be able to pick up the scraps against the Gus when it's slowed, and it just didn't really kind of make much sense what we saw on the side of Shield Gang. Weepy just going in a lot of the time, just alone, utilizing some of that utility in all the wrong times. But and you look at the stats, exactly saying the same story. Todd on the 7, the 0 of Weepy there, Brian on 2. But Reese, Toxic, Christian, I mean, pretty much everyone there having a better time of things. High DPS for Reese as well. They're just getting it right, they absolutely are. And they're also making changes along the way to keep their whole squad, fresh and to the table. And JXCR is coming back in as well for Toxic. So they're keeping the whole 4-piece just on their toes the whole way through. They are looking today like a team that are just waiting for that grand finals. They come prepared for it. They're making sure that everyone's ready for it. And so far, Shield Gang haven't really been making the decisions. But let's see. Going into Hot Zone next for Open Zone, the map. It's now or never for them. I want to see them start to bring this one back around because they're not looking like the same team that we saw last month.
Yeah, just not as impressed with them this month. And again, they've got an opportunity here down 2-0. It's going to take a lot, but if there's one region where I can count on at least one reverse sweep a month, it's this one. They will have that opportunity, but it's easier said than done, of course. Raconic Esports up 2-0 going into a set 3, patiently awaiting to try and make it to another grand finals. Crow going to be the first overall selection. We've talked about this brawler a lot here today, Ark, but this is a map especially where I think it makes a lot of sense. I like Crow in the current state of the meta, but in a wide open map on Hot Zone specifically, it's as good as it gets for Crow.
Yeah, it's going to be a good spot, but the PAM is worrying me a little bit here because if Shield Gang want to go for that, they can get some great value with both defensive and aggressive healing stations, and Crow into that can definitely struggle, but leading into that, Bonnie, okay. I mean, it's going to be great on this map no matter what, but, the question really here is, in terms of gadget for Crow, defense booster, slow. It kind of has to be slow, right? But I know this region is going to bring defense booster in yet again. Shield Gang, though, Stu is not banned here. It's a great brawler to have on Open Zone, and I wonder whether they are thinking that another high-picked brawler in this region for sure. Great to see the Cordelius ban and the Shelly ban and the Amber ban here. All 3 brawlers that can really, really thrive. And yeah, and here's going to be Pam. You see, that should have a better time of things. But at the moment, the way the Raconic are playing, maybe they'll be able to outplay it with their mechanics. That tends to be more often than not the approach here. But that is reading through the draft nicely for Shield Gang.
Yeah, I think he made a good shot with the PAM, and it's clearly going to come through here. It's a brawler that I think saw on this map, and we even saw banned a little bit earlier today. I mean, we've seen a few brawlers that succeeded here today and this weekend in general hit that ban count. Shelly, Amber, Lola, all being those brawlers. Colette now going to be a selection here for Raconic. I'm interested to see how this goes down. Another 8-bit pick here, too. It's one that surprised me a little bit earlier today, but again, with the teleportation, it made a little more sense. Once I saw it once, I could get behind it a little more. I still don't think it's going to have the easiest time, but at least I can understand where these teams are coming from.
Love that pick. I was literally thinking it's going to be great against the 8-bit. I mean, we've seen this before already today from Clash, and to their credit, it worked. I'm still on the fence with 8-bit on Open Zone. I think it's kind of wild, but I can understand the thought process with it. I mean, TPing into the map is definitely a fast way in, but that belt, I mean, realistically, you're kind of doing yourself this service from being within that close proximity to your damage station, and the plugged-in star power is going to kind of be needed for the speed. And I'm not really sure, realistically, if Shield Gang play it right. That's the kind of big reservation that I have here. Their comp should really do a lot better into what Reconic could bring to the table here, but the way that Shield Gang have been approaching things, a bit questionable for the most part. Mythic gear and rolling for JXCR here. Brian already tapping things very early on here. And Todd as well, closing in on Christian with Brian. Good landing shots for the most part early on here from Shield Gang, and the first death is going to be on the side of Reconic, jumping from Todd. That's a great start. A fantastic opening statement from Shield Gang.
Yeah, I think that if Reconic are going to win this, they're going to have to more than earn it. I love the shot with Bell that you brought up too, the distance that it can have on Crow, the bounce shot that it brings against a slow 8-bit, outranges somebody like Colette, who doesn't do well in the long-range brawler. So I do think Shield Gang, in theory, should have a really good opportunity to take this. But despite all that, it's a 10+% lead now. Christian getting the job done here as well. Ultimately a trade, but 8-bit still hunkered down and not afraid to fight against Todd. There's that teleport that can do so well on this map. Christian there to swoop up a kill, and just like that, it's still all Reconic.
Lovely little cheek cartridge there just to swiftly get back around. And I'm surprised to be seeing, like, the boosted booster as a star power choice for Reese, but hey, it brings in more of a radius into the mid, and that's going to only aid your teammates as Reese stays firm in that. Moving swiftly on to a potential match point situation here, as Shield Gang just really haven't found time on the zone, and that is where the objective plays out. Now some Bell value in from Brian, a good mark on JXCR, tapping his way through, and you can just see the difference that really does make. Christian should fall through as well. That is a fantastic turnaround, but Shield Gang have got to keep this up, as we've seen Reconic can turn things around so quickly here.
I think a good opportunity for Shield Gang now. They've got control, they've got possession, and climbing out of this spawn side can be really difficult. It took Bonnie a second to come back there because it is a long walk from that spawn, but now piercing shots going down for 8-bit. That's going to be a big one there, and I'm sure Shield Gang going to be feeling the repercussions of that. 75% now, an aggressive turret being put down for 8-bit here too, lasering the right-hand side. These guys can do no wrong. Only about 10% left for Reconic Esports.
Oh no, Todd, you're not going to be able to get into the mix at all. There it is. Surely Reconic will move on to match point, and looking so comfortable in the process. That's the concern. It's one thing to kind of speculate whether Shield Gang have got something left in the tank, but when we haven't really seen much resolve to speak of, it's hard to see how this is not tied up in the form of a sweep. And it'd be a terrible way to go, because again, Level Esports last month had a fantastic performance against Leave No Witness, the team which are in the best position of obtaining a last chance qualification spot here today. And it's just not looking like it's going to go their way. Certainly not with that opening stance, as Todd will go down very quickly. And it is the slow there from JXCR. Look at the value that it brings. It just goes to show that sometimes N.Amerika can make that choice over from that shield.
And I think the wise one as well. I think the slowing toxin is so good, especially on a map like this. The dive in from Christian, the connection there as well. Todd receiving so much damage. Another one from Christian too. Lights out with the supers from Colette, using the gadget to keep himself healthy as well. And another super. Ooh, just trying to call his shot, I think, there. And I can't say I blame him. It's worked out so far. 50+ % points, and Todd finally touching down and claiming the first percentage points for Shield Gang, but it won't be for long.
Yeah, not for long at all. I mean, there's just no real team synergy right now from Shield Gang, and they're going to need it. They're going to be able to get something substantial in terms of objective. 11% now, creeping closer, but it's the positioning that's most important here. Weepy might fall to 10 HP and he will burn down, but JXCR surviving on now, healing up. That shot from Brian was crucial to slow the advance. The connections onto Christian and Reese are great as well. Brian is doing wondrous work, but he needs his team there as well, and it's Christian in the mid. He's able to get down to 81%. Weepy in the 2 versus 1. Should be going for Reese, but he's spending his time with JXCR. 10% now is all that is needed for Reconic. And surely, with this amount of defensive measures, they will be able to seal it in a sweep. Christian holding things on with one last super, and then it's done. Reconic Esports move on to today's grand finals in convincing fashion.
Well, for a region of set 5s, we're not going to get that to kick things off for semi-final number 1. Reconic Esports clearly want another attempt at a grand finals, and I think they more than earned it there. Again, a lot of credit to the Shield Gang draft. I actually felt pretty good about it. I think their selections were pretty solid, but Reconic Esports mechanics just looked unmatched there. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. That's going to be tough stuff, especially mentally for Shield Gang for going into the last month.
Couldn't agree more. For a team that are chasing their first grand finals win in a monthly final, that is how you start things off, isn't it? That's going to be great for their mental going in to the grand finals, and we'll soon find out who their opposition will be. But, you know, that is exactly what they wanted, really. And the choices and the decision making, and again, the mechanics, like you say, absolutely on point. Shield Gang just left with no real chance at all majority of the time, and I was a little bit unsure of the Colette pick. Christian played it very, very nicely. Reese as well on 11 takedowns as well. JXR on 9. Everyone on the side of Reconic just looking so good. 2 of their players out of 3 over 300 DPS. That's a solid showing.
I mean, that's really crazy if you think about it. I mean, 4 kills and 332 DPS is the worst statistically on that team. I'll take that all day, every day. If that's the worst in the third in terms of stats, you're doing pretty darn well for yourself. That was an awesome set to watch. I think this team is looking as fierce as ever. Certainly one I'm keeping my eye on. And of course, Ark, we picked this team to make it all the way to finally get the job done. So when I see something like this, helps boost my confidence a little bit.
Absolutely. So we predicted them to go all the way today, and after that performance, I'm feeling confident that they've got what it takes to do just that. But again, coming up next, Leave No Witness and SK Kalalis to decide who is going to actually face them, and that will make a big determining factor as well when it comes down to it. But, you know, for Shield Gang, you know, some learnings probably to go into more like next year at this point in time. Christian going to be getting the MVP as voted for you over at event.brawlstars.com. A fantastic performance, honestly, all around from Reconic. Could have been either one of them as far as I was concerned, but deserving of it nonetheless.
I think so too. I mean, Reconic were simply the better team today. And I think for Shield Gang, you know, mathematically, you may be right. This is looking very scary for Shield Gang. We'll have to take a look at the leaderboard a little later, tally all the math up and see what's going down. But definitely nervous if you're a Shield Gang fan. But if you're a Reconic Esports fan, another opportunity at Grand Finals coming up a little bit later.
Well, one match of our semi-finals down. One more still to come up next. SK Kalalis take on Leave No Witness. It's set to be a banger. That's a tough one to say. Don't go anywhere. Back after the break.
Welcome back to the region of set 5. However, Teddy, today it did not start out that way. Our opening match was a 3-0, which surprised me a little bit, but nonetheless, I think this one will be another exciting one too. Leave No Witness and SK Kalalis going to be taking off here.
Yeah, unusual so far, getting a sweep this early on, but as you said, this is going to be an interesting match coming up. Shield Gang just didn't really stand much of a chance against Reconic Esports SA in the semi-final number 1. Got swept 3-0 there. But this time around for semi-final number 2, I think that's where things might get a bit more interesting, because Leave No Witness, they've looked really strong so far, but SK Kalalis as well, they've achieved quite a bit this year too.
Yeah, both of these teams have been very big contenders for this region. Of course, Leave No Witness, the one with the most success. Alonzo, Loco, Doritos. If they win it all here today, can be the first in this region to claim an LCQ spot. They're within striking distance after their strong performances coming into this month. Shades on. This man means business. Gonna be tough to beat these guys.
Absolutely. So, I mean, they have been the best performing team in the region so far this year with 3 monthly final wins. The only one they didn't win was in April, and that one turned out to go the way of SK Kalelas.
I think a very good shout. One thing to keep in mind that the ceiling for these guys is a grand finals victory. Alchemical, Lukitas, Prosy on the other side. I mean, these guys are fierce as well. It hasn't necessarily gone their way as of recently. They got that grand finals victory a little bit earlier ago. And against a team like Leave No Witness, they are no stranger to getting these big SA West wins. But I think nonetheless, this one in my mind should be at least a little bit closer than what we saw. I think I was a little surprised by the 3-0. This is one that I don't expect to be the same.
I agree with you. I think this one is more closely matched. I think that last month for the May final, June finals, sorry, there were no May finals, the June finals, there was a little bit of a surprise for me because it turned out that SK Kalelas got swept by Reconic in semifinals, and it left a little bit of a salty taste in my mouth because I was feeling like SKC were improving and improving and improving, and to get swept so easily by Reconic was a little bit worrisome, and therefore, even though they did beat them last time those guys faced each other, it was SKC that won with a 3-1 scoreline. I feel like Leave No Witness just seemed to be in a better shape.
I think so too, and I think all of us at the desk ended up picking Leave No Witness, and I think for good reason in this matchup too. They've been the most consistent this year, winning the most grand finals in this region. More recently, they've looked really strong as well, and it's hard to forget the attempt of a comeback that they made in that last month's grand finals. They've been so strong throughout the year, and although SKC have been the only other team to claim a grand finals victory, I still think Leave No Witness are the favorites in this spot, but I'll let the people at home at Event.Brawl Stars decide that. It's going to be 50-50 on the dot. Okay. I mean, I think it would be an upset if SKC won this, but I respect the people at home feeling so strongly about this take.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Leave No Witness still come in as favorites, but if they have had any sort of kryptonite, it has been SKC. I believe they are the only team that's beat them this year in the BSC monthly finals. So if they've done it before, they can definitely do it again. We're going to be kicking things off on Gold Arm Gulch for some knockout action. Great. Carl and Bonnie are going to be banned out by Leave No Witness. SKC taking out the Gus, the Tick, and the Shelly.
Interesting stuff here to kick us off. No surprise to see Tick or Shelly banned in my mind. Shelly is the brawler that she is, needs no introduction. But Tick, somebody, especially when chatting with a lot of pro players, at face value, not the strongest brawler in the game, but on the maps that he is good at, especially ones like this, he is super annoying to deal with, can add the area control, and even has a super and a gadget that can kind of mess with some of those tankier options and at least push them back temporarily if needed. Sprout, though, another very worthy thrower here, and especially a good Sprout player, going to be able to rotate and cycle in those walls with the gadget properly. Can be really threatening, especially with that storm closing in, so that's one reason that I really like Sprout, especially in this game mode.
Yeah, what I think is quite interesting as well is that earlier today on Gold Arm Gulch, we also saw that sort of, you know, massive thrower bans and also early thrower picks, which is not really something you'd see as typically in other regions where they wouldn't necessarily, you know, try to get a Sprout or a Tick or a Grom early on into the draft. It seems like in South America, it's a bit of a recurrent theme, but we'll see the Gene here on the side of SKC. Want to point out as well, Cordelius is open, and he has been banned quite a bit today. When he wasn't, he was most often, he ended up being played and played quite well as well. They'll have the Eve to follow up. Not entirely sure about that one, to be honest. It's not terrible here. It's also not unheard of either, but it was more when Eve was really, really strong in the meta that we would tend to see her on Gold Arm Gulch, and she's not really in that place right now, so not really my go-to.
Yeah, the Eve, an interesting one, but I think you make a great point with Cordelius. In our first region of the day in SA East, banned 10 of 11 sets. Teddy, the only one that he played in, happened to be on this map and a victory. So I'm curious to see if they end up pulling that out. Like you said, they're going to go with RT. I got no qualms with RT, though. I think RT is somebody that in those closing moments with the storm circling in, you've got him for that Jackie-esque form where he can dish out a ton of damage, let go of his feet, and just charge forward. And of course, he can keep the long range as well. So totally understand where that comes from. But there's the undefeated man of the day. Well played, brother, and a good prediction from you seeing the Cordelius coming.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, you know, they're here to leave no witnesses, and I feel like there's no brawler that's quite gonna do that job. But Cordelius, he's in a really, really good place right now. When I say good, I don't mean balanced, I just mean broken.
Look, he's pretty good, I won't lie. That Shadow Realm is a problem. You can bring people in isolated situations. Keep in mind, too, that super goes through the wall. So you got to be really careful, and you got to have some fancy footwork if you're going to dodge that, too. Final selection here. They're just committed to the spawners. We've got Eve now pairing that with Mr. P. Okay, not the strategy that I expected from SKC. I kind of see where they're coming from, though, at least. I think the spawners could be a problem for a single-shot brawler like RT. I think if they can get enough of them down, Sprout will be annoyed with him. I don't think it's too overwhelming. I still like Cordelius's odds here, but definitely an interesting one to say the least for the red side.
Yeah, I prefer the draft from Leave No Witness as well, but I don't think it's unwinnable for SKC either. They are going to have to do a really good job at scouting out the bushes, which is exactly what the Gene is going to be for. Make sure that the Cordelius doesn't really manage to sneak up on them, and then try to outrange him, because every single one of their brawlers does outrange him by quite a bit. So to that extent, I can see some potential, but still, they'll have to approach things carefully.
Agreed. I mean, Cordelius is going to have to find a way to close that gap. Maybe closer to those end games can be a better situation for him. They'll probably leave it to Loco and Alonzo here early on to get those shots. Of course, Doritos, when he has that super, going to be much more valuable as well. Everybody, though, kind of holding still, charging up those supers, because again, when those storms start to close in, Sprout walls being rotated, super coming in from Loco could put in a ton of work. But of course, a Gene hand, you know, Mr. P porters, Lukitas with some extra spawners as well could go a long way. So a lot of the times, that's why you're going to see more of this passive aggressive start. Nobody wanting to lose their footing or give up too many shots.
So far, still just a poking game, trying to get that supercharge out. Doritos playing aggressive. That's a great spot to start charging his super as well. Alchemical is low. He goes down to Doritos, and it's a 1v1, but that Sprout wall is going to be a nightmare for Doritos. Nothing he can do at that point, and he kind of just dug his own grave by going there in the first place. That is going to be an opening round going the way of SKC.
Yeah, it ended up being that the Sprout wall, his own teammate, you know, kind of put him in a tough spot. I don't really want to blame Alonzo for that, though. I do agree with you. Maybe a little bit of an over-aggression there from Doritos to pop the gadget, dive in there a little bit. Interesting stuff, you know, want to go for that kill, but I think it just didn't end up working out for him. Maybe something that you can't necessarily predict, though, and I don't think you can necessarily blame alone on the Sprout wall. A lot of decisions got them to that point. Maybe they want to close things out here a little bit earlier, or take advantage of the Sprout wall, control the map, and craft it the way that they want. Be curious to see how that goes down. Right now, though, SKC holding back, taking advantage of those sweet borders that Mr. P provides.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well that Doritos used to play for Super Renegados in the other side of the region, so a bit of a region change for him as well, or a sub-region change rather, which is worth mentioning, as he is going to be on that Cordelius for now, as slowly but surely the gas is going to be limiting the size of the playing field. Doritos trying his best to survive, but it's only Locos left alive, and he's going to go down. SKC picking up the opening set.
Well played to SKC. I mean, again, Cordelius, in terms of the numbers this weekend, has been around between the pick and ban stage 85+% of the time coming into this region. I mean, that is a crazy feat, and I feel like they're handling it really well, especially towards those end games. We haven't really seen big moments from Cordelius. The Sprout wall hasn't been too much of a factor. I think the spawners have been very pesky. I think overall keeping their distance here, using Alchemical to use those fanning shots to scout out things here. And that's exactly what they're going to do to kick things off as well. No brawlers left-hand side, everybody engaging on the right. We're going to see a rotation, though. You can see the little Cordelius circle down below peeking out, so we knew he was going to that left-hand side. SKC, SKC, though, taking advantage here with an early lead. And again, the chat believed in these guys 50% on their side, despite Leave No Witness having the most success this year.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, you know, if there's one team that's been really giving them a run for their money, it has been SKC. So far, definitely able to maintain that reputation. Is looking at the positioning, it is Leave No Witness that are in a better spot right now. SKC is really careful. They want to make sure they don't feed any supers away. Don't get within that circle of Doritos. Doritos in a bit of a crazy position here. He's going to find one regardless, which is pretty good all things considered. And leaving that Eve in a 1v2 should be something that Leave No Witness are able to close out. And indeed, he's going to be falling back into the gas and giving that run away to Leave No Witness.
Alonso with no super walking into this one too, but Doritos has a very valuable super. Again, that super can take you to the Shadow Realm and put you in a 1v1 situation where Cordelius has a natural advantage because of the stats that he implements on the opposing side. So I think it's a really interesting one to watch. I think it's a reason that this brawler has been in the ban stages so much this weekend and why it's undefeated so far today. Of course, only showing up once, but it was on this map. So a lot of credit to that pick there. Once again, the spawners kicking off here. Chemical with the super available, Lukita's with the super available, so plenty of utility for SKC here to maybe take a round of their own.
Still slow approach here from both sides, but there are some supers that are going to be ready for that end game. Two on each side. The gene pool could be a massive opening if he manages to get that connection. So far, we have yet to get to that point. Just, yeah, Gas is going to be spawning and Shadow Realm onto Alkin. I think that countered the gene pool as well. Doritos should be able to get that kill at least, but he will be traded out. Loco is low HP as well, but still gets a kill. Prozy in a world of trouble behind that Sprout wall, and that is going to be Leave No Witness quickly retaliating by getting a set of their own, a game of their own rather, and that is going to tie the setup one each.
I think that round number 2 really showcased why their composition can be so solid. I mean, one thing I didn't even consider, even if there are a bunch of spawners on the map, say we got a Mr. P Porter on the ground, 4 Eve hatchlings, just take off to the Shadow Realm. They're not there. He just disappeared, walked right through them. I mean, you can see it on our side. Something I didn't even consider, but actually something so clever there that I think ended up helping them get the win. But now Alonso over-aggressing maybe a little bit here in a 1v3 kind of situation. RT now just gonna feed it in this time. Not sure what the deal is there, but ultimately maybe just feeling like they can't win it. Doritos just sprinting forward too. I think they might just, you know, want to toss in the towel on that one. I think that's a situation of, we didn't want to deal with that, on to the next.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. A tough start here for the first round. Let's see if they can do a better job in the second one. There is still that pull available on Alchemical, which can be a bit of a problem here. No supers whatsoever for Leave No Witness. I'd love to see a replay from the previous round as well later on to see if Doritos actually did counter the gene pool by taking him to the Shadow Realm. Regardless, for now Alonso will be able to get his wall, and with still most likely all 3 gadgets available, that can be an incredibly valuable super.
Yeah, I think the gene pool is an interesting one to point out too. I mean, there were so many just little interactions in one super from Cordelius that really changed the entirety of the way that round went down. Of course, favoring Leave No Witness. SKC though, strong start again. Alonso maybe over-aggressing there, especially as Sprout. Not a lot of HP. Didn't necessarily have a spot where he could pop that wall and defend himself. Didn't work out in their favor. Storm starting to close in, and those Eve hatchlings are going to have to hatch quick if they want a chance at staying alive. Sprout wall to cut things off. Alchemical, though, does have a super in his pocket. Connects there as well. No countering a gene pool that time. 3v2 situation. Loco feeling the pain as well. Alonso, though, the lone thrower, no chance in that spot. It's going to be SKC taking that one there. Impressive stuff to close out that game.
Well played, very well done. It was tough drafts on both sides, really. I think both had their merits, but a little bit more consistency on the side of SKC. And so far, they're doing what they did in June. Just, you know, making it work here, getting some big time value. And I said June, I think I meant April. But regardless, you know, time is relative. Time is relative. So far, so good for SKC. They are looking incredibly strong in this one, and I think Leave No Witness is going to have to be just a little bit more careful in the drafting stages.
And the people at Foam were very split on this. Quite the opposite of how we felt in the casting desk. Again, a lot of credit to SKC. We knew this was going to be a tough one coming into it, but they're the ones actually taking advantage here. And I still feel safe saying that Leave No Witness should be the favorites. Recent monthly finals have gone their way. They've got the most on the year as well. But SKC, a very strong showing there. I think that set was close back and forth. Definitely not looking to give up on Leave No Witness in this spot, but certainly advantage SKC here as we approach set number 2.
Yeah, SKC in a really good place. Stats-wise, I mean, Alonso doing quite well for Leave No Witness was 140 damage. It's going to be the highest DPS here across the board, but SKC kills-wise just have the upper hand in this one. And it makes sense. I mean, knockout is always around kills anyways. It was a pretty close set. It was a pretty close set. Could have gone either way. SKC, I think, just had a little bit of an advantage with the draft, and then just a bit more consistency with their execution as well. But moving on to the new set, it's going to be a fresh start here for Leave No Witness to make sure they iron out some of those issues that showed up in that previous set and try to apply themselves a bit more getting into set number 2.
Yeah, fresh start for set 2, and they're actually going to be going with a different lineup as well. Maybe not loving the result that they got in set number 1. So it's going to be Exec coming in for Alchemical here as we approach the second map. Interesting stuff to say the least. Again, that was a draft that I kind of went back and forth on to how to feel. Sure, Cordelius came in, but there were a lot of spawners as well. I don't really think, looking back, that I had a firm stance on either side, but obviously looking back, we could see kind of why both sides shined there. I think the spawners were very overwhelming, and I think at the same time, too, if Cordelius can't close the gap and get close to those enemy brawlers, especially with no super, can't really do too much. So I think SKC played that one really well, and a lot of credit to them, and a big reason why they're up 1-0 here.
Yeah, I think that really did. Maybe part of it was also Leave No Witness, maybe relying a little bit too much on the Cordelius to pop off and have as easy a time as we've seen it, you know, have on this sort of map before. But it really didn't. They just shut it down really nicely. It had its moments, but overall, I think they just did a really good job at shutting down any sort of aggressive ideas from the Cordelius. And once he was out of the picture, I feel like there wasn't all that much for SKC to worry about regarding Leave No Witness's comp.
Yeah, and I think having the Gene and then the spawners on your side, less ability to counter out Gene there as well. And again, though, it's something we're definitely have to keep our eyes on. I'm sure a reason why these pro players are just getting rid of Cordelius so much. The random interactions, I mean, he was able to avoid all those spawners, and it looked kind of similar to me too. I think you brought up a good call there and caught a very brief moment very well. I mean, seemingly avoiding that Gene pull as he dove into the Shadow Realm. So many little things like that, especially for a new brawler that I'm excited to keep my eye on, see how things develop there. I still think he's a pretty solid brawler. I mean, the numbers speak for himself this weekend, but nonetheless, I really respect how SKC handled it, especially considering how strong Cordelius has been.
Yeah, it's the thing with new brawlers, especially when they are on the stronger end, is you need to figure out a way to deal with it if you're not going to ban it. And we've seen plenty of teams make the mistake of leaving it open, and then they end up facing it and get absolutely destroyed. SKC seem to just be ready to make sure that, you know, they can make that work.
Yeah, and of course, this match, a very big deal as well. Keep in mind, Leave No Witness could secure one of the 2 LCQ spots for this region. SKC, a team that has won a grand finals this year, they're sitting at 3rd. Imagine if they could somehow climb their way up to a big leaderboard victory here, taking down the #1 team in the region, Raconic Esports. I'm sure they want revenge at Leave No Witness, but I'm also very confident they wouldn't be the most upset to see that team lose. It's kind of neck and neck here when you look at it, though. Shield Gang, of course, being in 4th here, losing a little bit earlier ago, not the best, but SKC might smell blood in the water here. 295 versus 306 in second, Teddy. They're back-to-back. A win for both of these teams, crucial to keep themselves close going into the final month.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, Leave No Witness so far definitely topping the leaderboards, but between spots 2 and 4, there's really not that much of a jump, and every single point teams like SKC can get will get them, you know, just a little bit closer towards reaching the World Finals, or LCQ first, and then potentially the World Finals, but that's the ultimate goal for them for sure.
Well, now going into Kaboom Canyon. We need to see Leave No Witness look alive here, going down 2-0, especially against such a strong team, one that our chat at home believes in. Equally believes in is Leave No Witness, but again, it's something in the casting desk. We felt Leave No Witness were the best, so far so good for SKC. Again, we gave them a lot of credit, but chat may win this one. We'll have to find out here, though. Still a long ways to go. Lola, first overall selection here on Heist. It is a heavy damage dealer. It's one we've seen a good bit this weekend, especially on this map. Got no complaints. It's kind of one of those safe picks. We'll just have to see what SKC can do. I still think there are a lot of avenues they can go.
Yeah, it's an interesting place right now for Lola as well, because Penny is not really a brawler worth banning anymore. You just rarely see it being taken out. And with Belle already out of the mix, and same for Colette, brawlers that can usually deal quite well with Lola, it makes sense that you want to bring it through, but here the options that are picked up by SKC all just fare really nicely against Lola. Just by having AoE damage, pierce damage, whatever you want to call it, they'll be able to get connection on both the Ego and Lola, so it's not really gonna be an easy time, at least on paper, for the Lola in this one.
Agreed. I think you make a good point there, too. Both of these brawlers not only solid on the map, but solid into their opposition. The Eve spawners as well. I like Eve. I think Eve can charge up super fairly well against somebody like Carl, but both of those brawlers can still pierce the same way that they can pierce through a Lola Ego. So I guess that's why I'm a little surprised that they end up going with this. You know, maybe they can charge up that super a little easier against something like Carl, who, you know, they can kind of keep the range with Eve, but I'm not 100% convinced yet. I need to see what this third brawler is to really have an opinion. And it's going to be Daryl. Okay, that is something, however, that I do think can be really good into somebody like Carl. Has to roll into the Amber to be valuable as well. I see it. It's not the easiest to play, but on paper, Daryl into those two brawlers can work out just fine.
Interesting. They will end up picking up that Penny, which is going to do... I mean, to be honest, I feel like all three brawlers from SKC do really well against Eve as well as Lola. They will struggle maybe a little bit more against the Daryl across the board. I think the game plan is just going to be keeping the Daryl at bay, making sure they have enough distance between them and him, and just, yeah, get that damage from afar, try to predict his rolls and play it safe. It's not going to be easy, though. The Daryl definitely is going to be piling up quite a bit more pressure onto them. Let's see how it's going to fare. Exik is going to have a free push to the middle, but still decides to go more towards that right lane. We'll take care of Loco. Exik is low, but Prozzy, I would have expected him to close out that kill against Alonso. Instead, he's going to let him stand, and he will manage to find Doritos right after.
Yeah, way to make up for it there, picking up a kill on the left-hand side instead. Loco, though, looking for an opportunity here for the super roll. Exnik, though, popping the protected pirouette and that super. Going to make things much more difficult for Carl. There's the interaction as well with Lola that we'll see. We'll see shortly as well with the Eve spawners. Penny, Amber, Carl can all slide shots right through all of that. So I think this is going to be a very uphill battle here. Loco, once again, going through. They're just going to leave him behind for now. Prozzy, Lukita's focused on offense right now, but I'm sure Daryl's doing the same on the other side.
Yeah, it's an interesting player from SKC. They saw the Daryl slip through, and they decided to still commit to that push and try to see if they can match that sort of damage. Daryl is going to be a problem on the safe. He deals a ton of damage. He will eventually get cleared out by Exik, but... low, and they need a quick couple of kills if they want to stand a chance at getting some more shots on safe.
Time time running out here. 15 seconds ago, Leave No Witness with map control as well. Lukita's Prosy taking on this right-hand side. Loco with the roll in, a lot of HP, a desperate Salty Barrel. 6 seconds ago, now a Penny Turret down there. They need to focus on this high safe and quickly as well. Carl trying to close the gap. The pickups on the right-hand side. It's ultimately not enough. The gap between Leave No Witness and SKC, too big to end that game number 1. So it's going to be Leave No Witness taking this one to start things off.
Strong game from them. They got to keep it up in the next one, and I don't know what to think, you know, because on the one hand, I kind of respect them not overcommitting in that draft to dealing with that Daryl and making sure they get as many good matchups as they can. But so far, Loco has been a problem on that Daryl, and even though in the early game, SKC were able to deal with him from afar quite well, once he got towards that first super, he just kind of started chaining them, and even though he would go down and mostly not get all that much damage on save, he would still end up, you know, buying some time, creating some space, and creating a whole ton of problems for SKC.
Normally, Carl is somebody that doesn't do great into Daryl, but they're doing a great job of cycling in those supers, and then also the choice of the star power is really allowing them to shine here. A double kill, though. Opportunity for offense suddenly stopped. Lukita's the only one left standing. He's just going to turn over his life here, get a trade onto Daryl, who is likely their most threatening offensive person that they can go to. That's going to be good stuff for them, at least. Now, full defensive effort for SKC. Ivan here as well. Carl just getting the job done. That tailspin has been so valuable throughout the set.
Toxic, low HP, and that is a pinch he's not going to get out of. Loco pushing up against Lukita, is trying to get that kill, but somehow Lukita survives, gets the kill, and SKC still have the defensive position they need. 24% difference right now between both teams, and it's SKC in the lead this time around.
Penny Turret on the ground as well to help things out. Another roll in from Loco. He's looking for some heavy offensive firepower. They have yet until just now to do some damage onto that high safe. Less than a minute to go. Loco once again flanking this left-hand side. Alonso trying to take some space on the right. Ego shield being popped there. Alonso, though, low HP. Staying alive for now, but not for very long here. They've committed Loco. They've now thrown in a super from Doritos, but on the other side, it's going to be a base race here. Carl causing some mayhem at the bottom here. Alonso struggling to deal with this by themselves. Doritos throwing in some long-range shots as well. Neck and neck right now, Teddy. 2%, now 1 being the difference maker.
Yeah, that was a crazy situation on the top left as well. The Eve Ashlings spawning just in the nick of time, taking down Lukitas, and one of them connecting onto the safe as well to even things out. It is Leave No Witness with just a little bit of a lead, and with the current positioning, it's unlikely that SKC will be able to change that, as right now there's only Prosy near that safe, not even in range just yet. Leave No Witness, they strike back, take set number 2, and we are all even moving into set number 3.
That was a nail-biter of a game number 2, though. I mean, it was just a base race through and through, something that I love to see from time to time in Brawl Stars. You know, Ice is an interesting meta. Sometimes we see the defend the territory, hold the mid, your classic Brawl Stars, win your lane, push up. But this time, nah, it was just, let's just get on the high safe. Let's just generate some good old-fashioned offense, heavy firepower from both sides. And, you know, Carl has that opportunity. Daryl has that opportunity. Lola can seriously dish out some damage, especially with that ego on the ground. So a good changing of hands there. Games 1 and 2 going very differently, but nonetheless still resulting in the same. Leave No Witness getting a tie here. And now it's 1-1 going into the third.
Yeah, I think Heist is one of them game modes, very similar as well to Hot Zone to that extent, where you're getting your damage, where you are getting your kills massive, just, it's so important to get them in the right place in the right time, because that's how you actually convert into damage onto the safe and completing that objective, getting you closer towards victory. And Leave No Witness just did a better job at that. The Daryl creating just so much space across the board and ensuring that his teammates had enough space to just do their thing, get some more damage on safe, and get some nice pinches lined up as well. So really well played by Leave No Witness here for set 2. Set 3 is going to be, you know, a fresh start for both teams here, but Leave No Witness, just a little bit more momentum to be carried over then.
Nice pickup, of course, for Leave No Witness. The numbers speaking for themselves. Some good ones to be said, though, for SKC's side. It seems that they are going to rely on this 4-man roster once again. So Alchemical actually coming back in here for Luquitas going in to this next set. Interesting stuff to see both sides kind of just rotating in and out, going with what they're best. And I don't know, it's always interesting. I love seeing these rosters go with a 4-man approach. It's something that we see in some of the other regions as well. Somebody like Chasmic Gaming, NA comes to mind for me, just being my home region. But I love kind of seeing this. It's hard to balance EO sometimes and make the decision between choosing between such powerful players. But clearly they have an approach that they want. Maybe they've got maps designated to certain players. Who knows what it is, but nonetheless, going to be going with another swap here. And this time it's going to be for somebody completely different. So love to see that from SKC and a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. So I think both teams have swaps as well, which is interesting for the least. I mean, not swaps in this round, but in general, they've been they're both 4-player rosters, I believe. And yeah, I think usually it depends mostly on what kind of brawlers you're preparing to be playing. And as you said, that will depend on the maps and game modes where they are meta, and try to make sure that you get a full comp with your best players for that specific map. But moving on, it's going to be Hard Rock Mine coming up, and we'll be moving forward with some gem grab. It's been interesting so far, gem grab today. I mean, I think Cordelius is an absolute threat here, so you need to make sure that he's out of the picture, and I'm trusting the teams to bat him out. Well, I guess we'll find out in a second. It is man. Let's go.
Good call out there. Shelly pairing alongside that as well. Grom, one I definitely did not expect to see in the band stage, and I hardly ever see it on this map, Teddy. So curious to hear your thoughts kind of on that, why we might see Grom there. Maybe there's an idea or a draft combination that I have yet to see from this region. Mr. P, Tara, Squeak on the other side. Those are a little more standard to me alongside the Shelly and the Cordelius.
Yeah, I mean, Grom is definitely not a normal pick here. And I also don't really know if there's anything he would counter that they really want to be bringing to the table. Just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, my biggest guess would be that, you know, they just fat-fingered it and misbanned that one, because I just don't see why. But Ruffs is a first pick. I really don't mind. He's still in a very good place. He's been solid for pretty much forever. Has there been a meta where Ruffs is not at least decent? I don't think so. And he's, you know, ready to just support his team and still be an absolute threat on his lane, just in a really good place for the longest time now.
I'll second that as well. It's hard to complain about a Colonel Ruffs. I mean, the bounce shot off that left-hand side, a lot of the time pro players love Rico for that reason on this map, but Colonel Ruffs can do the same thing in that sense. Power-up teammates can go for the wall break if you want, has the sandbags as an option for a gadget, has the rocket rain as an option for a gadget. A lot of versatility coming in from Colonel Ruffs, so I think as a first overall pick for that side, it makes a lot of sense. You don't lock yourself into too much. On the other end, though, 8-bit a brawler I love seeing on Hard Rock Mine in general. Again, he's somebody that can teleport away if you need. We talked about him a little bit earlier. We've seen him twice on an open zone, which is a little surprising to me, but this makes a lot more sense. It is much more at home for 8-bit.
Yeah, that means that we'll have a penny on lane coming up from SKC, which I don't know how much I love. I mean, it's all right still, you know. It's one of those versatile brawlers, but I don't know if it's quite going to cut it for me. We'll see the Bell mid coming up here for Leave No Witness, hoping to maybe get some cheeky bounces between 8-bit and his TP, or I mean TP is damage booster, or get maybe a mark onto him. That could be huge, as he is quite the tanky brawler.
Yeah, a lot of times people will go towards Bell to try and mess with 8-bit a little bit. Has the range to keep up, and like you said, the bounce shot that Bell provides can mess with the 8-bit turret. And now that we have a penny turret in the mix here too, could also add to the cause there. Stu going to be the selection as well. Love to see it. Stu, a very aggressive brawler, a very fun one at that, a very mechanically driven brawler. So we'll see if Loco ends up playing this, and if he does, how he can do.
Yeah, most of the stews we've seen today have not overly convinced me, to be completely honest. I still have some PTSD from our SA East Grand Finals, but this is a better game mode for it. Again, most likely going to be played on lane, which I don't know if I'm convinced as much. Spike is one of those kind of classic counters to Stu. It's still in a really decent place. His super and his gear as well are really strong. So I really don't mind that pick either. Would assume that it's probably going to be ran with Curveball since there aren't any tanks, and I hope Leave No Witness are going to be ready to get those dodges in.
Yeah, I like the life plant going into Stu as well. It is one of those more classic kind of plays that you're going to see here. And again, it seems to be a brawler that SAA especially has played a ton here today. Seen it several times, and it's just a safety net, right? It's you can't do too much wrong with the spike pick. I don't think it's necessarily going to be the reason you win a set, but it's certainly not the reason that you lose one. So to kick things off here, it's going to be Alonso in the mid, Loco playing the lane on the right-hand side. Doritos going to be facing off against the long-range Penny here. I'm curious to see how the Penny lane does as well. Makes the most sense to keep Alchemical in the mid. I think that's necessary. Spike definitely going to be more of a lane option, and a good choice there going into this too as well.
Yeah, Alonso tempted by those two champs, but just really couldn't afford to commit. Alki was already quite high HP-wise again, so I like the safe approach. Doritos is going to be creeping up onto that left-hand side, getting some nice connection. Not quite a kill just yet, but the wall break is there. The kill eventually, and Alonso finds Alchemical as well. 6 gem now to their name, and even though there is a bit of a flank from Proxy, actually not half bad. He's going to get that super to connect onto Loco and isolate him from those gems. However, Exit can't commit. He's too low HP, already has 3 gems picked up. Can't afford to drop them, and left those gems for Alonso to pick up.
Major play from Colonel Ruffs to kind of get them all of these gems. Nearly a good save and attempt there from SKC to claim them back. But like you said, just not enough HP to commit there. And as fortunate as it is, I think the right decision ultimately here. But Alonso, for the most part, has been hitting shots. There's the teleport away as well. The nest egg nearly tripping up 8-bit, but he's ultimately going to survive. He gets 3 get out of jail free cards a day. But so keeps hitting the shots that he's hitting. It's going to be a very tough year. Only 1 gem away now from a countdown for Leave No Witness.
And no room for mistakes here for SKC, as Alonso is going to be picking up the final gem to initiate that countdown. Not enough gems on SKC to interrupt it with a tie. They need a kill onto Alonso, and Alonso only. Alchemical pushing up with Exit. That nest egg is going to be nasty as Exit gets slowed down, tagged up, and Alonso is already 4 out of sight, out of reach. And 1 setup now, 1 game up. Sorry, for Leave No Witness, looking to make it 1 setup.
You know, they didn't look as good in that opening set. It was back and forth that whole way through knockout, but the last few games here have certainly been on their side. Another impressive set here. Again, that Colonel Ruff's play, I think, really dictated how that game went down. The big kill, and again, because of all the work that Colonel Ruff's put in, even when all the gems were spilled out for the side of Leave No Witness, they'd already dealt enough damage in somebody like Penny to where she couldn't grab them. Alonso kept the distance, kept lasering down the other side, and it's really made this sharpshooter battle one to watch. He just refuses to miss his shots. Another nest egg nearby as well. Alchemical with no super available. Pressure being dealt down by Leave No Witness. Finally, they grab a kill as well, so maybe they'll have some space to work with. But in the meantime, it's Leave No Witness with a nice little lead, 5-0 here.
Yeah, a fantastic start here for Leave No Witness. Loco and Exit in a bit of a duel. It's going to be Loco that picks that one up. Alchemical getting bullied away from the mid, and that's going to be a full-on team wipe in favor of Leave No Witness, taking full map control now as well. And Prozzy does have super, can try to catch someone off guard with it. Chemical, low HP, still marked up as well. Leave No Witness just a singular gem away from a countdown. Alonso picks that one up. Alchemical trying to get that catch onto Alonso, but it's not going to be happening. And Alonso is so far away from the action, has so much space to work with. There's nothing that SKC can do to stop Leave No Witness from taking this game and set. Leave No Witness are up by a set and just 1 away from the grand finals now.
I mean, that was a little unexpected for me. They dominated that game number 2. And the set here in general, you said it best, bullying. I mean, they were relentless there in game number 2, hardly giving up kills, barely giving up lanes. They kept the pressure down. 8-bit wasn't able to cycle in those turrets as successfully, and as a result, hard to claim those gems. This is a little instance from game number 1 where we see Alonso scoop all these up. They had an opportunity right before this possibly to make a comeback, but it just wasn't enough in the tank. I mean, Alonso hitting some big shots, Dorito making some big play, Loco, a real test on the other side. Leave No Witness could simply do no wrong in that set.
Yeah, they did fantastic. SKC just didn't really have any sort of answer. to that aggression from Leave No Witness, and they tried to switch things up a couple times, just nothing really seemed to work. The first game, even though it was Leave No Witness in the driver's seat, SKC still really stood a chance here and there, had some good plays and some good opportunities. Game 2 though, that was a whole other story, and Leave No Witness were incredibly dominant. Looking at our stats now as well, a 310 DPS for Alonso. That is quite impressive and quite ahead from the rest.
Agreed. I mean, again, the DPS was something that caught my eye. Sorry, Teddy, had to cough there for a moment. But
Oh, good.
310 DPS there from Alonso. Insane stuff. 4, 4, and 4. You know, looks close in the kill count, but the DPS is where my eyes went. And I think that really illustrates, especially how game number 2 went. Very strong stuff from Leave No Witness. 2-1 situation there. I'm impressed with Leave No Witness, and it gives me a little extra confidence for why the desk ended up picking these guys.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, the first set was not the most convincing, but in all fairness, if we look over to SA East, first set for Clash was also not that convincing, and they still managed to take that match home, and we'll have to see if SKC still have some surprises in store for sets number 4 and potentially 5 to turn this one around. But right now it is Leave No Witness that is in control, that have been dictating the pace more often than not, and that are putting the world of pressure onto SKC.
Well, SKC, do or die kind of moment here for the month. Leave No Witness, gotta be feeling pretty good about themselves. They still have to close out one more. I mean, there is a reason that chat believes so much in SKC here. They're one of the only teams who have gotten the job done this year with 8 different grand finals. Leave No Witness have certainly put it together a few times, but on Infinite Doom, this is a newer map into the meta. If there is an opportunity to cause a ruckus, it's right here, right now. We're gonna need to see SKC have a nice draft, some nice gameplay as well, if we want to see this go to a set 5.
Our bands are in here for Infinite Doom. Poco, Cordelius, and Amber on the set of Leave No Witness. I like that across the board. SKC banning out Bell, Crow, and Shelly. Not sure about the Bell ban here, to be honest, but Crow and Shelly makes more sense to me. Besides that, I like the bans overall, taking out a lot of strong brawlers here. Squeak is still going to be open. I still think that can be quite a threat here, especially M's absolute threat as well. More defensive, but can definitely do some magic with that super as well. Let's see what the reaction is going to be from SKC.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the reaction is as well. This map is just so interesting to me. It's a little bit newer, obviously, but we've just seen so many different kinds of strategies be implemented. Sometimes there are teams that are just gearing to keep the long-range brawlers. Sometimes they go for the more area-controlled approach. So somebody like Ims comes to mind there, and sometimes they just want to tear the whole thing down. So I'm curious to see how each side approaches it. Leave No Witness, of course, going for an Ims. I think just a very standard, safe pick. Again, if they end up picking tanks on the other side, Ims can handle that pretty well, but SKC going to be going for the ranged approach with a B. They also have a brawler now that can deal with those tanks a little bit better, and somebody that you kind of like to see in Bounty especially, but on this map where there's a lot of grass, Jean can provide a lot of coverage similar to Tara as well, can do a good scouting report into the bushes. Both of those brawlers, Tara and Jean, have some very dynamic supers that can win you a big kill, win you a big moment, and can undo a lot of problems for your team, especially if an enemy brawler has a lot of stars on them.
Yeah, I like the Jean here as well, because I feel like, I mean, the scouting capability, as you said, incredible. I think even the heals on this map can be quite valuable too, because there is only limited cover, and you do end up being quite clumped up together, often around those bushy areas. So I can definitely see some good value from the magic buffs coming through as well. We'll see Lola as our final pick for Leave No Witness. Don't mind it, it's going to be quite decent here. It has some decent matchups against both the B and the Jean, so not too much to worry about. And it's going to be a Squeak last pick, which is really interesting. For me, he would have been one of the early picks if I was in that draft.
Agreed. I think it's something that I'm a little surprised to go that late as well. I think Squeak just such a powerful brawler in the meta. I mean, I got no complaints really with what anybody has selected here. I think the Lola Ego can maybe help into the single shot brawler of somebody like B. We've got Tara and Ims who can be really lethal, especially if they creep into that grass, maybe get a speed gear going, get close to the enemies. That's something that's very threatening. But Squeak, the name of the game for him is just map control, piece control, can use that gadget, can use his regular shots, has a super, which no matter how you spin it, either star power is going to work out just fine for him, I think. So SKC, these are the brawlers that they are entrusting to get a win here. An immediate gadget pop here from B as well. Only connects one of those shots to slow down though, so Loco going to be in trouble, dropping that blue star. Immediate advantage now for SKC. Well played as they're looking to clean up their other brawlers as well. Alonso, low HP, barely holding on. The damage already done. 3-star lead now for SKC.
What a dominant start from SKC. Incredible stuff. Krause playing incredible on the squeak already. And look at Alchemical surviving with 100 HP as well. Exic on an absolute killing spree as well. 5 stars to his name now already. Doing a wonderful job on that beat. And only that blue star that was picked up by Leave No Witness, that's all they got. Because the rest, it's all going the way of SKC so far.
And we were just gassing up Leave No Witness for a great set number 3, but all of a sudden it's SKC looking alive and well. Another gadget going down. Alonso feeling the pain. Oh man, the Rattled Hive putting in work right now. Not to mention too, they still have a gene pool on their side. Sure, they're being backed away here. They're much closer to hitting the 20-star threshold than Leave No Witnesses to even grabbing one singular kill.
A pull at last from Loco is going to result in a kill. Exit quite low HP. Super from the squeak will connect onto Alonso, but he's not playing the slow star power, so they'll get away with their lives. Alonso looking to get that connection onto Alki, but wasn't quite able to do so. Alki up close, goes down once again. Things slowly starting to line up now for Leave No Witness. Another kill coming through. Exic survived with 70 HP, but he's still alive. The pool once again coming through. The squeak still fighting more value, but Doritos in a perfect spot to get 1, get 2, and turn around this game. Leave No Witness on match point.
There's no way. There's no way they just did that. They were down 14-1, 0 stars in their pocket, 0 kills at that point. That's a series of the day. We normally do play of the day, but I mean, that last 15 seconds or so, incredible work from Leave No Witness. The Tara supers though, unbelievable. It goes to show that if SKC are backs against the wall, Loco can just pop one singular super and suction all 3 of them in. Insane stuff from Leave No Witness and a very deserving match point after that comeback.
That has to be one of the greatest bounty turnarounds of all time. Incredible stuff here. Loco taking a big risk though, needs to be careful. Starting to fall back. Alchemical is going to get caught off guard by Alonso. Alonso with an ego looking for the second, but Prosy is able to get out of range just in the nick of time, find cover, and he'll back up. 1 star this time around in favor of Leave No Witness, but Alonso and Doritos both low HP. Exit is going to find a big connection, and Alchemical gets the kill. Doritos trying his best to make something happen on the right-hand side, but suddenly it's back to 3 stars in favor of SKC.
Once again, SKC with an advantage, not nearly as much as it was in game number 1, but I think the issue that they had in game number 1 really reflects that they can't let their foot off the gas pedal. If they get backed into their spawn, Tara gonna have an opportunity. Ims with such long range, a fanning shot like that, especially when their backs are against the wall, man, you can't give up positioning there. So SKC certainly learning from their mistakes, holding this mid, hiding in the grass, just trying to keep control of the map. 5 stars being the difference here. About 30 seconds to go. Leave No Witness and have to once again try and make a comeback.
Yeah, Leave No Witness need a miracle. They did make it work in the previous game, but this is going to be a lot to ask for as well. They have the Tara pool, they have the M Super. Those were instrumental to their success in the previous game. Pool is going to connect onto Exig, but that's pretty much all that's going to happen off that. A double kill for SKC, and surely they'll be taking this game home.
Yeah, no comeback this time. I mean, 14-2, SKC closing things out in game number 2 very well. To be honest with you, they probably should have had game number 1, but this is the situation we are in, and they know it. They have to do it again here. They've been the better team, in my opinion, for most of these 2 games. About 15 seconds were Leave No Witness for the better team, and of course, it gave them a win, granted them a match point. They're going to have to do it all over again, though. 1-1 overall in the set. A second opportunity here for Leave No Witness to get a W.
Let's see if Leave No Witness can bring this match home and make it to yet another grand final, or if SKC can bring us to a set 5 so far. It is a fantastic start for Leave No Witness here. 3 stars up. Alchemical nearly goes down. He actually will. It's only going to be 1 star at the end of the day. Doritos needs to be careful. He needs to make sure he doesn't get hit by any of those 3K shots, but he's going to dodge them wonderfully well. And it turns out that Leave No Witness will be able to keep their lead for just a little bit longer at least.
Prozzy and Doritos, a battle to watch here. Prozzy trying to keep the distance. A nice Tara super once again here. Alonso with the follow-up shots as well. 7-4 right now. Advantage, Leave No Witness. A little over a minute to go. A cutoff from Squeak, and every single one of these shots counts. If Leave No Witness go the distance today, they can have an opportunity in an LCQ spot. On the other end, though, SKC need these valuable points. They need to overcome this deficit and to defeat the current #1 team in the region if they want a chance at an LCQ spot.
2 supers for Leave No Witness. A pull for Loco, a pull for Alchemical. Loco needs to be careful. Can't stack up like that against the Squeak. That's going to be dealing lots and lots of damage. Loco trying to go a bit aggressive. Still 6 stars in favor of Leave No Witness as Exa goes in, finds a kill. Finds 2 more stars for SKC. But is that going to be enough? 25 seconds left. And SKC need another kill. If they can find a pull onto Alonso, that would be enough. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, so cancel what I just said. It's a 5-star difference now. They'll need 2 kill at least, no matter what, and that's if there's no trades whatsoever. The pull is going to be a miss. Exit going for the slow. It's not going to connect either. Doritos finds 1. Exit is in a world of trouble, and the journey is going to end here for SKC because Leave No Witness are going to the grand finals.
Another grand finals appearance here for Leave No Witness. I feel like it would have been almost wrong if they'd lost that set, especially after the monumental comeback that we saw from them in game #1. I mean, absolutely a play of the day. It's going to be very tough to tackle that one and beat it later on. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we get some even crazier plays, but that's just about as good as it gets. Leave No Witness going to get a big dub here. The final moments of this game #1, absolutely insane. Taking a look at it again, the pull going down straight into an ego wall opens up. Tara super, another one piling up. Pushed into the bottom right-hand side or top right-hand corner there as well, and they're the ones that actually hit that 20-star threshold. Before that interaction, 0 kills that entire game for Leave No Witness.
What an incredible comeback that was. I mean, as I called it earlier, one of the greatest turnarounds in Bounty history. It is a hard game mode to come back from when you have a tough start, especially when you're like 10 stars behind. But somehow they managed to turn that in their favor, claim the victory. And look at those stats. SKC, they have more kills. They have more kills, but they were farming them down when they had 2 stars. Leave No Witnesses in that first game of Bounty. They farmed them down when they had 4, 5, 6 stars to their names, and that makes a world of difference.
Wow, I mean, great point there, Teddy. I think just going to show how much fun that was. I'm curious to hear Ark's thought on that insane play there to end that set. Leave No Witness doing it again, Ark.
Very, very spicy. I've got to say, if only there was a camera in the studio here when that moment happened, because I was jumping out my chair. What a turnaround. I mean, so exciting to watch, as it always is in Bounty, but nonetheless, I mean, that was a moment, as Teddy put it, for the history books. It is always a region for me that I just love to watch go down. Has the unexpected more often than not. But what a day. And we're not done yet. We've got our matchup set for the grand finals, and it is that grudge match that we all know and love. And again, a chance, a real opportunity here for Leave No Witness to give themselves that last chance of qualifying. Take it. As we see the bracket for today, the way things went over, Reconic Esports had a great shot against Shield Gang. That sweep, which landed them in the grand finals. A much closer matchup, though, for Leave No Witness versus SK Kalalis. But nonetheless, Leave No Witness come out on top, and our tables are set. Will it be Reconic Esports with their first grand finals win of the year, as they've been craving one? Reverse swept last month by this very team, Leave No Witness. Or will it be potentially 4 grand final wins out of 5 for Leave No Witness? It has been quite a day, but let's take a look at our predictions as well, see how they're shaping up to be. We're all equal every step of the way, but Teddy, you deviate in this grand finals. Talk us through it.
Well, so far, you know, I'm just a man of logic. I look at the previous results. It's been all leave no witness, you know. Reconic, they haven't had their time to shine just yet. This month, though, I feel like Reconic definitely have a good shot at making it work. I've seen Leave No Witness look more convincing than they have today, and Reconic looked good in their matchup in the semifinals. Now, they had very different semifinals opponents, so it might be a different story here, but I'm still going to stick with Leave No Witness and believe they'll get their 4 out of 5 monthly final wins.
Well, I do feel like Leave No Witness have had a very good day today, but Reconic Esports, Kenny, we can't forget, in the semi-finals looked very, very convincing. JXCR, Christian, and Toxic, they could be on to something here. They are cooking something up.
Yeah, I think this is Reconic Esports' moment. They need to win this one. You guys see yourselves put one on the leaderboard, and again, this is an opportunity where Leave No Witness can claim that first LCQ spot. In all fairness to Teddy, I'm also a man of logic and reasoning. They have not won this situation all year long. But I think this isn't a region of logic. It's a region of reverse sweeps. We haven't had one yet today. I feel like this is a spot where Reconic Esports go the distance and finally possibly get it right. Again, I think Leave No Witness should be the favorites. But let's have some fun. Let's have some chaos. It's something this SA West region has been known for all year long. So I'm going to join in on the fun. Give me Reconic Esports here in a close one.
I love that. You're right, though. SA is one of those regions which always delivers, and always the unexpected seems to be that which is. Toxic getting geared up. They've been here many a time. They haven't quite gone the distance. Reverse swept last month by this very team. Alonso, Loco, Doritos coming into the mix as well, as you rightly pointed out earlier. These are your favorites, so you should probably be the ones to introduce them.
Well, Leave No Witness, they have been the most dominant team in the region. 3 monthly finals, 1 out of 4. The only one they lost was to SKC that they just managed to beat. And as you guys said, they did reverse sweep Reconic last month in the grand final. So they're a team that is not scared of going the distance, going all the way. And even when they are on the brisk of defeat, are still able to pull through with, I mean, everything they have in order to come back and claim victory.
This is the 4th time we've had this matchup for our grand finals. I definitely feel it's quite fitting as we approach towards the end of the season, as they just look so closely matched. The question today is it going to be that 3-2 that we've seen for 2 months running of this grand finals battle, or will Reconic edge a little bit closer? Will they get that grand finals win? Or will Leave No Witnesses on this one and keep it that clean sheet? Off the back of that moment in Bounty, I'm going to be honest, Kenny, it's going to be some serious momentum coming into this one for Leave No Witness.
I agree. I mean, that is one of the craziest interactions we've had. If they can overcome in that moment, they can do it against anybody. SKC, a very strong opponent as well. They had a good composition. I mean, solid drafts for each end. It feels like Leave No Witness are in just as strong of a spot. So I did pick Reconic. I did ride alongside the chaos. I'm not sure if I'm fully 100% bought in that they're going to win at this point, because Leave No Witness are a good team, but I'm a man of my word. I'm going to stick with my prediction.
Well, as the leaderboard is concerned, Leave No Witness still out on top. SK Kalea, despite exiting in the semi-finals, still very much in contention. But if Leave No Witness are able to do the unthinkable today and get this win, I say the unthinkable, they've done it plenty of times before, so it would leave to be assumed that they could do it again, very likely so. But nonetheless, if they get this win, they are locked in for the last chance qualifier, and that is a huge outcome for them. 2 spots for it in this region. No Worlds Finals spots though available in South America West. Just that last chance qualifier which everyone is fighting it out for. And it'll be a long time coming for Leave No Witness to be able to obtain it. They are very, very close to doing so now. And most importantly, they've got the sunglasses buff. And that for me goes a very, very long way here to gear up for our first set draft. Toxic as well, breathing a sigh there. Just getting focused on the task at hand as we go into it for Pinball Dreams, for Brawl Ball. Kenny going to come back around to you after the match to get your thoughts on it. Teddy, you and me taking the reins on this one, and that is a very, very close prediction at event.brawlstars.com. 52% for Reconic to the 48% of Leave No Witness. This is going to be a close affair, I feel.
I'm with you with this one and with everyone at home. This is a tight grand final between two teams that are definitely gonna give it them their all. Leave no witness here. They want to make it. I think that, you know, the fact that they can lock in that LCQ spot might be enough to motivate them just a little bit more. But moving into this draft, it's gonna be the M's first pick for Reconic Esports SA as they banned out Stu, Gus, and Maisie. Leave no witness with the Nina ban as well as Shelly, and the last brawler was Cordelia. So bans overall, I'm pretty happy.
Interesting that Maisie is so highly valued as a ban, to be completely honest, because we never see it in other regions pretty much played or banned here. But nonetheless, I don't mind the Gus ban. I think it's pretty solid. And the Bonnie is always a good shot. This is an interesting early idea here from Leave No Winners, and I admire the aggression of it. Still plenty of time to shut things down. It's being picked into the M's, and Reconic can double down here with a Spike or an Otis or something along those lines if they wish. Willow as well can get some great results on Pinball Dreams and can have that Primo used against them. But it is an aggressive one, and Reconic have got to treat it as such. Max for speed. I didn't mind it, but it is not still going to solve the problem that is that Primo. They're going to be banking on the M's to do all the hard work. That's the question for me. I kind of feel like they need to have something to add to this in order to defend against it. This is, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I didn't mind that. I'm down for it, Teddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. Doesn't Primo counter Sam? Like, I get the idea, right? You matching energies is what I'm thinking. But wouldn't you want to be the team with the Primo if you're matching the energy? That's kind of what is confusing me a little bit. I don't know. It's a bit of an odd one for me.
I think it depends on how it's played for sure. The heals are going to be on point, and the Primo's definitely a better defensive brawler. Sure, you got the gadget on the side of the Sam to be able to cancel out the ball a little bit, but Primo certainly is kind of where I would like to have my money. As the Crow comes in for Leave No Witness. Definitely going to deflate some of the max speed with the slow if they go for it. But again, you never really know in South America. They bring in defense booster more often than not. And it's kind of an interesting thing to see. Unexpected for sure for those watching at home, but definitely very similar ideas that we see flaunted around in South America. Sam here is going to have some moments of push-up potential for sure. I do like the addition of the max with it. Leave No Witness, though, so aggressive with these kind of comps, and I do worry a little bit in that regard for Reconic. Let's see who has the early start as utility pops there from Leave No Witness. Christian low HP as well. Poison trickling down. The XCR getting some value, but pushed up now. Potential goal scoring opportunity as we first start. Oh, the line just about. It's defense from Leave No Witness. Whew, a close one.
Yeah, that was a very close goal. Explosive start here from Reconic. Is that going to be enough? No. The Primo does have a super, a pull from Jacer. He will end up going down. Loco is an interesting super of his own. And certainly, it's Reconic with a man advantage trying to lock in a goal here as well. Pass to Toxic, and surely that one is going to be going in. Well done by Reconic, and an early goal locked in.
Solid stuff to start things off. The XCR here being slowed out, and that's going to be very hard to deal with. Toxic was the best line defense, and he went down mid-super there. The XCR's got to try to defend against this one. That's a gadget that I don't think was quite necessary, to be honest. I mean, Loco would prefer to have that on a potential defensive moment for one less. Nonetheless, good friend zone there from Toxic, just keeping Loco back, and they've got to do that. He is dangerous. Absolutely so. Almost gets the kill there as well. JXCR coming in. Pops a gadget. JXCR comes out on top as well. There should be a goal. This is going to be done. This is the first game going the way of Reconic.
Well done. I mean, so far, Reconic looking like they have the better comp, and I think the biggest problem is just that last pick from Leave No Witness, a Crow, is just so weird to me. It just doesn't really feel like a good last pick in that sort of situation. They probably needed something with a bit more damage and a bit more stopping power for that Sam, for that Max. The slow is nice. There's only so many of them, and I'm not sure if they're providing enough value. Look at Christian Goder as well. Face shifter to dodge that Crow super and just easily get the kill for himself.
And Another gadget by Loco. And again, like, they're so valuable on the primo for defense, and it's just going with them and cycling some aggression, but not much more than that. A chance here, Alonso jumps in. Christian face shifts away, but nonetheless goes down. JXCR passing to the side in just the nick of time, but this should be a pass through to Alonso, and he might have to force it through, but he doesn't get the ball on his feet, gets the takedown instead. He's not really too decisive in this moment. That was a goal-scoring opportunity for sure. Ball pass to Loco now. He might try for it, but this is going to be a defense. I think a bit of a wasted opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a beautiful attempt, and I think that he could really have gone through with that goal. I get why he wanted to kill onto the ends, right? Because the knockback could have been too much of a problem and just get him away from the ball. But after that, I think he just sent the ball a little bit wrong, and a bad self-pass there from Loco as well, which is not going to enable him to score here either. A lot of opportunities for Leave No Witness, but they seem to be messing them up.
Well, we'll reset here. Still no goals on either side. 1 minute fast approaching. Knuckle busts in from JXCR, but a jump away. Questionable there on the side of Doritos, but low HP as well. Won't mean there's much help. But now it's a team wipe. Loco is at the front of it. JXCR can't really do much. He's got a gadget potentially here, but not going to happen. And the first goal of this game goes the way of Leave No Witness. Speed early in from Raconic. An aggressive potential push coming in as they're trying to get the ball up the map. Loco jumps over it, and that should be Alonso taking the ball clear. Not going to happen, but 30 seconds remain.
Alonso looking to find Jacer, not quite able to confirm that kill just yet, but eventually does find him. Doritos has super as well, gonna jump onto Christian, claim that kill. They're going incredibly aggressive on Leave No Witness, but they don't even have the ball with them, which is a bit of an interesting play because now their defense is not going to be as solid. Jacer is healing back up as well. He does end up going down. Alonso has to jump, landing. Will kill Toxic Christian in a 1v1. He's not going to be winning. And Leave No Witness do manage to fend off that final push from Reconic. We're all even. It's 1-1 here in Brawl.
All tied up. Next game takes the set. Raconic's opening statement was a strong one, but now Leave No Witness getting warmed up, it feels. Definitely some mistakes on both sides, no doubt about it. I want to see them get ironed out a little bit to decide this first set. An early slow from Doritos, and the value for it is noticeable. Toxic just trying to weave his way forwards. Will he come out on top here, though? No, surely not, as Alonso will help with the pickup. Christian still remains on the right-hand side, trying to obviously gain that early utility value off the back of the shots to Loco, but meanwhile, JXCR's been left untouched on his left-hand side, pushes the ball forwards. Much more than that, as both sides just try and get that early advantage.
Yeah, the bunny jump coming through. Loco trying to get the pass down, but it's not quite going to work out. Christian left in a 1v tree. Not really a worth it super from Doritos, but better safe than sorry. They get the goal this time around, and the early lead is theirs.
Yeah, XCR finds Loco and gets punished again. Loco's still using those gadgets, not too convinced, but nonetheless, the kill is what they want. It's not going to be necessarily what's going to stop the objective, which is the goal scored by Christian. And that's what I mean. Those suplexes are better on the defensive to stop those moments happening. Very aggressive play styles, sometimes rewarding, sometimes not, but the slow is very much there again for Doritos now. As the goal push forwards, Alonso jumps in, JXCR goes down, the shots are there though, the defense Toxic comes in, and a 2 versus 1, Sonori coming out on top. My word, what a play from him.
That was beautiful. Doritos gonna fall to Jacer. That defense was impeccable from Toxic. Such a missed opportunity for Leave No Witness, and actually that might be a goal going down away now. Jacer gonna slot it in, and Reconic are the ones going away with that set. What a throw there from Leave No Witness. Surely they should have had that one. But Reconic were solid in defense, and they did not miss their opportunities. That's one that they'll be biting themselves for later on in this series.
We saw last month a very similar story. Reconic got that early lead and then were like so close to securing the whole grand finals, and they let that slip. And we saw that turnaround and Leave No Witness started the reverse sweep and then succeeded in it. Well, this month it's going to be different for Reconic. They've got to have learned from that as we approach our second set. But I mean, I just felt like they were making better opportunities for themselves for the most part. Leave No Witness didn't seem that concerned on the defensive more often than not. They made great opportunities on the offense, and that was where they really had their strengths in that first set for sure. The Raconic just looked a little bit better in a draft that we kind of questioned coming in, but nonetheless coming out, it's Raconic ahead.
Yeah, I think to me the Crow kind of missed the mark in that draft for Leave No Witness. How you look at that, that surely should have been a goal. That is incredible that Toxic got away with that one, but really well done. Raconic steaming ahead, full speed to that second set, and Leave No Witness, they have some catching up to do.
Well, news is that Reese is coming in to check CR, so some mix-ups and some swaps around on the side of Raconic. DPS all within 200s across the board. 361 for Alonso, 17 takedowns. But again, the objective is where it matters, and that was where Leave No Witness struggled on their side of things. The Reese is on 10, same as Toxic. Christian and JXR towards the lower side of things when you consider the big picture. But nonetheless, again, it's the objective where the sets are counted, and Raconic are one ahead in that respect. But as we approach the second, Leave No Witness on stats like that can absolutely bring things back into their favor as we approach Hot Zone. Dueling Beetles will be the map, and this is a very important draft for them to be able to even out the sets. Or Raconic could go ahead here 2-0, and that would be a very tough thing to come back around from. Again, with the bans, gotta have Cordelius and Shelly very high up there on this particular map. I kind of want to see a Stu ban. I want to see a Crow ban. Pam can have her moments here as well. The Squeak and others. Yeah, Pam ban, Bell ban, and Crow for Raconic. Stu, Cordelius, and Shelly for Leave No Witness. Looking good so far for me. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I feel like your wish list is being granted to you with this round.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of the big threats are out of the picture. And you're absolutely right as well when you're saying the draft is really important here on Dueling Beetles, because you can easily end up being locked out of the mid entirely and just being locked into your spawn. Squeak is a very threatening brawler at the moment, and I think a very strong first pick here for Raconic, because he's good on game modes that are not control based at the moment, which means that when, you know, it comes down to a game mode that is entirely control based, he's incredible.
We have the brawler win rates from across the global scene in the qualifying stages of this month here, so it's a bit of a combined attempt to see some of the trends that we're seeing on this particular map. Poker coming in for Alonso, Leave No Witness, and that's definitely a prospect that's kind of scary. Can spell some tanks, and I think that Toxic can see through it. Great, nice to see Gray finally coming into the mix today. Been banned out more often than not. Can get some great results, absolutely so. We can also struggle on the range side of things, and that's where Raconic could take advantage of these follow-up picks. Beast still available here as well, and does pack a sting, which could definitely go a long way against things like Poco that can continuously heal. But there is that, a lack of healing on the side of Raconic as well. So when they approach this one, Leave No Witness has got survivability in mind, so they want to delay things with a Lou on the mid or even the bow. B, yeah, I don't mind that at all. It can certainly eradicate a lot of that healing potential, but it's not going to be enough here at all. Especially with that third and final pick is a dangerous thing. If it's a tankier option that Leave No Witness bring in, will there be enough? That's the question here. Third and final pick coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, I think that the same can be applied to Leave No Witness, to be honest. If something tanky is being brought in here by Raconic, so far the Poker and the Gray not really going to be the best at dealing with it, but they're going to go Gray fairly tank aware as well. Some free wall breaks too. Great zone damage and ability to kind of just lock down that zone area. So I think this comp from Raconic is really not bad, but there's a final pick still to be locked in for Leave No Witness, and that could make a world of difference.
Gray, Poco, it lacks DPS, doesn't it? In a big way. I prefer what Raconic are running with, and this third and final pick has got to sway me. Bonnie, it's definitely a strong one, but at this stage in the draft, I don't know how it complements the comp, actually, to be honest. I mean, Gray and Bonnie will be doing similar things, so I don't know. I think Raconic have got a better draft, and the Griff kind of almost made me go against the idea. I was expecting a bit of a plan here from Leave No Witness. I mean, I'm not too sure. I was expecting something tanky, and whether or not that was their plan, and the B and the Griff kind of deterred them in that sense, not too sure. Not too sure. Nonetheless, though, if they time these Bonnie and Grey assassination attempts in harmony, it could do some work. It just wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm with you. It kind of feels like they had a plan to bring in something tankier and maybe didn't expect two tank counters in a row and therefore kind of shied away from that plan. Not entirely sure. Regardless, so far so good for Reconic. A fantastic start for them as they have full on mid control, and the Toxic is a little bit low now. He's gonna have to fall back and play it safe. They do have a little bit of an early lead, and so far the matchup seemed to be favoring them.
Great work there from Christian. He's landing a lot of these shots, and Riz there with a good amount of awareness to Alonso. Great super to follow things up as well. And Griff's kind of outside of the meta, but when you see it working out like this and the synergy of this comp, you can see why it can work. Just breaking things open is going to lend itself massively over to the B, and Christian therefore going to get more value, and again tapping like he is, a scary prospect. Meanwhile, though, the objective is pretty much matched as Leaving Witness are just edging closer towards that deficit. 10% only in it now. Great connection though again from Christian. A break on the right hand side. It's hard to see how Leaving Witness can turn this one around the way that we're seeing Reconic play.
Yeah, I think bad comp, to be honest, on the side of Leave No Witness. As much as I can see how they had some plans, I think that, you know, to a certain extent, the draft is a chess game. And it seems like they were just a step ahead on the side of Reconic. Alonso still fighting, and it's still doable as well. It just feels like Leave No Witness are fighting with a little bit of a disadvantage across the board.
But now Leave No Witness is getting their jukes on a little bit here. Look at Christian, the aggressive gets rewarded for it, but it's traded out on the right hand side. Christian utilizing the shield here just to work his way forwards, but they've got to get Alonso taken care of. Great TP there from Doritos, takes them by surprise. We'll get the takedown 2 versus 1 now. It's Leave No Witness in the lead, but Loco is holding on this one with all that tankiness and all that HP. Going such a long way, another TP in for Doritos, and the heal behind it was perfectly timed by Alonso. Can Christian get this taken care of? No, he can't. Leave No Witness are 5% away from taking the win.
Surely they can lock this in. The TP from Doritos, he goes down. Alonso trying to make a run for it as well, and he will secure it. I'm gonna be honest with you, Ark. I have no idea how Leave No Witness won that, because it did not look winnable. And I was talking about it until they started winning.
It was like as time went on, the shots were not always landing. The takedowns were so swift in the early outset of that game by Reconic. But over time, Leave No Witness started to get the momentum shift. The TP value from that great pick started to show its form, and with the utility winding down towards the end on the side of the Squeak, which you can see just has a great early game. You see now that control already with Reconic, but they've got to hold on to it better this time. They want to be able to get a win back on this set. Good connection, great slow there as well. As Loco jumps in, this is looking much better here from Reconic, but they had a good start earlier in the last game. They're going to continue it through until the end this time round.
Yeah, I think in game 1, Leave No Witness just kind of popped off and Reconic missed the mark. Surely, if Reconic apply themselves and don't allow Leave No Witness to get so much free value, they should be fine in this draft. It really feels fairly one-sided on paper to me. Let's see in practice though, if they can make it work. So far, so good for Reconic. Leave No Witness quite a bit behind, but we saw them come back from worse earlier. Whether it was in Bounty in the previous match or literally in the game just before this one, where they were able to come back from a really rough start as well.
Aggressive TP there from Doritos and the Walking Cane as well, just to keep Riz suppressed. Alonso as well is running the Protective Tunes gadget, and you can see that just being utilized really nicely against the slow of Christian. 62% of a lead for Reconic, and now they've lost control. Leave No Witness now making up the steps of jumping again from Loco on the right hand side. Toxic survives on this time round. Throws out Super, doesn't really get much from it. Loco though, low. Oh, that's a great connection onto Alonso. And that's a 3 versus 1 now. A swift turnaround as Reconic seems to be learning from their mistakes. All 3 members on the zone and being caught around that PP.
Well, Doritos go for it. He's going to try his best to close the gap, but he's taken so low HP. Alonso doesn't have a super to heal up his teammates either. He's going to push off. It's down to 1 shot, and look at that. Beautiful stuff from Reconic. They lock this one in. And honestly, this is how I kind of expected the first game to just end as well. I think that the fact that Leave No Witness got that first game was mainly just due to a lot of mistakes on the side of Reconic and some good popping off as well. But if all those factors don't come into play, Reconic, they should have this in the bag.
Wow, this is a very, very crucial game here. For Chronic get a 2-set lead over Leave No Win, this will be a tough thing to recover from, but this could be a saving grace. You can get one game all in the pocket, tie things up. Already Christian going in so nicely there with a great gadget there. The Honey Molasses slow onto the Doritos, followed up by a super and a shot amplified in nature. Great work from him, clearing up things very, very swiftly. The residue on the left-hand side from Toxic there is going to force the hand of Leave No Win as to where they can go. I think Loka needs to go in here, trying to create some space into Christian or someone, make it a 2 versus 2 at least. Bit late now, but there it is. And then the Christian re-survive. Should have got in sooner.
Well done by Reconic. They fend off once more and Leave No Witness have yet to really get outside of their spawn. Reconic past the 50% threshold and Leave No Witness have a lot of work to do. TP in from Doritos, getting some good value, but ends up going down. Alonso also not in the best position here. This should be GG. Well played here for Leave No Witness, or rather GG go next, as this set seems close to being done. The last play here, maybe Riz not gonna go for his super. And for now, it seems like Leave No Witness are able to take back some control.
However, yeah, Leave No Witness might be on to something here and putting Reconic to the test now. See how their composure fares. Christian stepping forwards though. Oh, great TP in from Doritos, timing that to perfection here. Approaching 50%. So far, Leave No Witness has done well to hold this off, and Reconic have got to start to get things together because this could be going from a bad to a worse situation. It looked like a game that was completely within hindsight, but now Christian coming in. This is the push that Reconic needed now as they approach 5%. Great connection from Riz. Christian as well. That was it, but it got a little bit scary for a minute. But a cheeky smile from Toxic now. 2 sets ahead. Go Reconic. We've been here before. Back in June last month, this was the case. And it went from bad to worse. But Reconic are cooking. This could be the first Grand Finals win of the year if they keep this up. Don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, man, I was a little bit scared there for a second, to be honest. I felt like that was it. I felt like that was the comeback coming up here from Leave No Witness. We've seen them come back from worse. But now, the question is this going to be like last time? Those guys face each other in the grand final where it was Reconic that was 2 sets up, weren't they?
Yeah, it was indeed. And a few
How did that finish?
questionable drops. Yeah, reverse swept. It seems to be the case, doesn't it, in South America West, where reverse sweeps are a common thing to see. But at the moment, Reconic did get that game right for the most part. They lost control, Leave No Witness did dig in their heels, but for the most part, it was under control. We approach our 3rd set. Holy stats. Riz and Christian on 15 takedowns each. 12 for Toxic, which is the most on the side of Leave No Witness, with Doritos on 12, 3 for Alonso, 9 for Loco. What a round for Reconic. I mean, almost everyone into the 300 DPS as well. But Christian absolutely tapping on that beat. I mean, he was phenomenal, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Reconic, like, I think they... Here's the thing. I feel like Reconic had such a better draft here and still almost lost. And then we look back at Brawl, where they really should have lost. Like, the set-ending goal was in Leave No Witness's hands, and they choked that. And that's 2 sets now, where really Leave No Witness could have taken them. Like, it was incredibly close. And Reconic needs to be careful, because if they keep doing the same amount of mistakes that they are doing now and giving away some opportunities to their opponents, I could see them being reverse swept again. They need to play it safe and just, yeah, think carefully about their process, about their draft as well.
Great to pit stop them for Heist. Gotta see a Shirley ban, gotta see a Cordelius ban. That's just how it is on this particular map. Barley has a lot of weight. Willow doesn't seem to have translated into South America yet on this particular map. We are seeing that. Plus the Ruffs, El Prim is the first pick I love the pick, but it's early days to go in with that. I think a little bit for Leave No Witness. Shelly, Nita, Tara banned for Leave No Witness, Ruffs, Cordelis, and Shelly banned for Raconic. Let's see how they fare in terms of a response. I definitely feel you've got to have a solid defense idea here. Otis, Spike, all those good things can have their moments. Daryl going to come in for Raconic, matching the tankiness. You've got to have a little bit of an insurance policy, I feel. Or do you just go triple tank? We saw double tank earlier today plus Dynamite. That was a bit of a weird thing to see, but Dynamite is up there on the win rates across the world when it came to the qualifying stages of this month. Bonnie, and I'm not too convinced on Bonnie, by the way. It seems to be a recurring idea in South America, but I don't think this is her best map by a long shot. Sure, she can run in and you know, jump in rather onto the safe, get that all-important damage, but it's not the most wide open map unless you're going to break it.
I mean, I think Bonnie is alright. I really think it's alright. I just don't think it's as strong as they think it is. It's kind of the same with Griff as well. They're just playing it so often. And on the reverse side, Mr. P, when it was not meta anywhere, was everywhere here in South America. We haven't seen a single Mr. P so far.
I do like that Spike pick for Leave No Witness. They could probably double tank this now, to be honest. They've got something on defense. Ball wouldn't even be a bad idea. They seem to like BB though, and I can understand it. But throwers here, Barley can work very nicely as well. I think that could be an idea, especially on the side of that Bonnie. But let's see as they approach the Buzz. It's actually quite smart for the reason that JXCR, who's actually coming in, by the way, replacing Toxic, would love to have got that particular brawler. It's pretty much his main, and he knows how to pop off the most with it. So by not banning it and taking it, I really rate this from Leave No Witness. I think it's a really nice strategy here. I think that Raconic have got to break a little bit to have something of an answer. Otherwise, they might be in trouble here, actually.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, the comp here from Leave No Witness just makes more sense because they have a tank counter as well. So Raconic, they can't really go for a tank. On paper, if it was 2 tanks against 2 tanks, the Spike is definitely going to be able to fend off the enemy tanks much better than the Bonnie is. So Dynamite, I guess it can work. It's still not going to be an easy journey for him. I prefer the side of Leave No Witness here, but Raconic Esports, they have their chances too. If Bonnie gets some supers quite early and manages to get some nice jumps onto the safe, that can be a ton of damage as well.
Ooh, I'm not sure for Raconic on this one, but I'm open to see how it fares. You know, Dynamite can really pop off, to be fair, and have its moments with the wall break as well, helping a bit more on the side of that Bonnie pick, but again, you got to land the moments. Look at that double siding. Doritos, they know the threat already, so get it in and the jump away, but it's traded out. JXCR on the safe, recording rotates, going to do a lot of damage here. It's a bit of a base race as well. The Asteroids will come down for Loco, who actually wants to go for the kill as well onto Christian. He's fighting for it, chooses to leave the safe just for a little bit of time as we were tied up on 69% on either side here. It's actually going to be Leave No Witness to come down just ahead here, but damage not finished yet. Reese jumps in. This is going back and forth so quick, Teddy.
Yeah, it's kind of what I expected, just looking at those comps, you know, to just be chaos. Look at Christian, he just dodged the Buzz Super with a Dyna jump. Like, how often do you see that happening? Tell me.
It's kind of like interesting to see Christian know just how to counter it as well as that. All 3 members now of Raconic surviving on, and this is actually a dangerous point. What a shot from Reese there to clear things up. Jumps in, gets some damage on the safe. Christian going to be staying alive here, and that should be enough. Raconic as quickly as that, moving on to match point, and I think Leave No Witness got to put their foot on the gas. This is slipping away faster than they realise. I mean, on a map like Pit Stop for Heist, it can just be over in a blink of an eye, and that it was in favour of Raconic. Match point. Can Raconic get their first Grand Finals win of the year?
This year, it's been pretty much all Leave No Witness in the SA West region. But will it remain that way? Loco on the save, going to be dealing a good bit of damage, but they also have the Bonnie on the top side, dealing some good damage too. Only 3% of the difference in favor of Raconic, but Christian has access to the save. We'll find a kill onto the Spike. Doritos Not sure if he'll be able to do much in that situation against Christian. He's just trying to get his super. Christian gets a couple more shots off onto that save, and it's down to 36%. That's all that's separating Reconic from winning this monthly final, and Riz gets to jump in, and some additional damage on save, down to 19% now.
It's going to be a defense here, and it is just about 14% left for the Leave No Witness safe. And they are the team that could be looking in the last chance qualification spot, but they're getting swept. Reconic are all over this, and they can sense it. Christian pushing the left-hand side. That's pushing to hand as well. In the mid as well, Reese looking for that jump in. Dexter can finish it right here. It's a 2 versus 1. Alonso can hold this, surely 3%, and it is done. Reconic Esports get their first grand finals win of the year, and you can see it on the face of Toxic. It smells so sweet. Depriving in the process Leave No Witness of a last chance qualification spot. It will have to be next month for them if they want to obtain this. This region just got very much closer on the leaderboards.
Incredible performance here from Reconic Esports. Just a step ahead in the grand finals against Reconic, and it's been a long time coming as well. I think it was last month that Trav, I don't remember if you did as well, but Trav definitely predicted Reconic to go all the way. And we were kind of like interesting. I mean, you know, so far it's been very much just Leave No Witness and some SK Kalelis here and there as well. This month, all Reconic, and very much deserved as well.
It's definitely been a long time coming. I mean, Trav's not even here, and you're still giving him compliments, Teddy. I'm not sure how I feel about this. But, you know, you can just see the shift. They've started to get better. Last month, it was a rough one to get reverse swept when they were on the cusp of it. But to come back as strong and as convincing as this, I mean, that's what I love to see in teams, you know. I mean, this is great from Riz. Look at that timing as well, just to finalize the match. But there's definitely been a progressiveness, a learning curve for this squad over the course of the year. And, you know, when you're coming towards the last chance qualification situation, I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see growth. You want to see that development on a team as they approach the most important time of the year. Great stats as well to end things on a high for Reconic in a 3-0 sweep. Such a convincing one of that. 5 for JXCR, 5 for Christian, and Riz as well. Can't forget Toxic from the sidelines doing his thing all the way through. Honestly, kind of what we expected to see a little bit, just given how Reconic have been getting ever closer towards it, but I did not expect it to be as convincing as this, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, in all fairness, I feel like the 2 first sets could have absolutely gone the other way as well. So I would be mindful of that as well. Like, it's not really a 3-0 that feels like a 3-0 in what we watched, you know. Brawl, I think, was a bit of a choke from Leave No Witness. It was more of an uphill battle in the hot zone, though, but even then it was close. Highs was a different story, though. Reconic Esports got that convincing win, which is surely going to be good for the morale as well.
Hugely exciting stuff, Kenny. I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, did you expect it to be a 3-0?
Not at all. I mean, this has been a region where we've had set 5 after set 5. Nearly 50% of matches on broadcast this year have come down to that. So to see Reconic not only get reverse swept last month and claim their first here in such 3-0 fashion is insane. Had to do my boy Trav right and put a prediction down for Reconic. He is the prediction master for a reason, so I went with his word, trusted it, and now me and Ark, we got a good one here today. I'm glad I was here for it.
He's been giving you sort of backhand payments in the background, guys. You've been too nice. He's not here. We can slay him. Let's look back at the day. Semi-finals is where we obviously pick things up from, and Reconic today didn't drop a set. Such a fantastic performance from them, and one that will go down absolutely as the best performance of their year so far. Leave No Witness with a good performance against SK Kalelis, who didn't really look the same as they did last month. SK Kalelis was a bit of a tough one this time around, but in the grand finals, so convincing. And this is what I wanted to see. Our leaderboards now have just got so much closer. Only 60 points now separating the top, with Leave No Witness still there, but Reconic very much behind things. SK Kalelis as well, not out of contention, I don't think, on 345 points. And that is honestly very, very interesting now. I mean, it's still going to come down, I feel, to the final month, more or less. Shield Gang, I think, now a bit out of the question. 2 last chance qualification spots available in this region. No spot for Worlds, but certainly now It's going to be a closer battle towards the end of the month. Let's approach the play of the day, Kenny. Took us through it. This was honestly such an incredible one. One of the ones that will go down in history books.
History books, to say the least. The scoreboard before this one kill that they picked up at 4-14, it was 1-14. Insane stuff. A big Tara pull in there as well. Again, these guys were down tremendous. There's only 15 seconds left to go on this clock. Loco had such little HP, but got so many kills there. You can see it in the slow-mo as well. They forced SKC all the way up to that top right-hand side, and there was simply nothing they could do. An incredible comeback. I mean, great job to our team behind the scenes for choosing this one. I think it was a great candidate, and more than one play of the day, I would say. This is what we call a segment or a game of the day.
Absolutely phenomenal, honestly. I mean, how close can you really get it down to the wire? I mean, you can just see as well at the end, Doritos with a couple of taps could have gone down. Let's take a look. The World Finals race, Teddy. If nothing changes in terms of positioning, these are the teams that are going to Worlds, right?
Absolutely. So for East Asia, Crazy Raccoon is in the lead. For EMEA, we know Zeta Division will be at the World Finals. Reply Totem and Foot Esports not quite locked in just yet, but looking good so far. FA Mini Pekkas looking outstanding as well in SA East. Luminosity Gaming and Tribe Gaming also up in the lead for NA West and NA East respectively, but not quite locked in just yet.
It's a close battle across the world. Very interesting stuff as we approach the last chance qualification race now as well. And Chatterback Gaming NA, STMN looking very, very good at the moment for it. Clash, of course, leave no witness in Reconic. We've already seen today. Clash could have locked it in today if they'd won in that grand finals, just came short. Humble, Navi, A&R, and SK Gaming for EMEA are in those spots as they stand, but that's going to come down to the final month there, I can assure you. Reject, a Feeling Esports team, Flash, Rising Sun as well, SEA, India, Revenant Esports, Marcus Gaming, and the Chinese mainland, that will be determined in about a week's time as well. That is fast approaching, and we will find out who is going to be representing over in that region. It is coming down to the wire, Kenny. It's going to be a big, big month coming up next.
Can't miss any of this Brawl Stars action. I mean, SA is always a great region to watch, but across the world, if you haven't been tuning in, EMEA this weekend was outstanding. Crazy Raccoons rivalry with Reject, one to watch as well. And a little bit later today, I'm excited to see another chapter unfold for North America. Those two teams that are guaranteed world final spot, if it ended today, Luminosity and Tribe, have been great all year long, but there is trouble lurking behind them. STMN and CMG in the respective regions have been insane. So definitely excited about that. And I mean, one more month to go. Genuinely, I have no clue what's going to happen.
It's going to come down to the wire. You know, we're starting to see, Teddy, that time where teams are locking themselves in with some Zeta Division, secure themselves to the World Finals. Zest as well. I think Crazy Raccoon are qualified for the last chance qualifier as well, as we've seen in this region. Big developments happening around the world. Who have you got your eye on for next month and also for North America coming up next?
Dude, honestly, everyone, because right now, I don't believe there's a single region where it's just settled already who is going to Worlds and who is not standing a chance anymore. There's still something to play for in every single region, whether it's just a single spot or a couple. I mean, in the EMEA, we have probably 6 spots still that are to be played for. So it's just wonderful to, you know, have that sort of incentive still for every team to compete, give their all, and making it the best show for us. So I want to give some praise as well for the format of this year, because it's, I think, the first year where after 5 months or the second last month, nothing is completely decided just yet, and I love that.
Yeah, it feels like we've hit a bit of a sweet spot when it comes to this point in terms of distribution, doesn't it? Absolutely so. Well, again, North America is still to be concluded. You can tune in for that at 8:30 UTC in just a few moments' time. Do not go anywhere. You're going to want to watch that and see how it unfolds. I think that's going to be another region that's going to come down to the wire. What a month it has been for July, I've got to say, and I reiterate as well, massive thanks to Supercell, of course, and to Esports Engine for putting on this fantastic production. To all the teams, to all the players, to all the orgs, thank you for giving it your all. It's been a thoroughly exciting month, and of course, to the viewers at home, we would not be here without putting on this for you, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Be sure to tune in for the conclusion of this month, July, in the North America region at 8:30 UTC. From myself, from Kenny, and from Teddy, it's goodbye for now. lining things up, gets the super return immediately.
Pekka now charging forward. The super pass over. Fire Crow low HP. The bounce shot. No good. Tufo with the stop. Stun connects as well. Double shot follows through. A super on the field as well. Pekka exploding down the sidelines. Fire Crow to join in on the mayhem as well. But Tufo with the sneak attack. All the gems spilling out. Motep forced to drop a desperation super. It is back and forth right now. Only one gem in favor of Clash.
Just strong there, and Reese and Christian giving it their all. Oh, perfect timing as well. And Reese knows it.
Things slowly starting to line up now for Leave No Witness. Another kill coming through. Exik survived with 70 HP, but he's still alive. The
Goes down. The shots are there though. The defense Thompson comes in. And it's 2 versus 1. So no way coming out on top. Also, can I hold this? Surely 3%. And it is done.
To share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars Esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet, sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the Esports News tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling.